El Dorado County, and Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. As we enter into this season, just hope it's a season of joy for you and your families. And this is our last board meeting of the year. It's hard to believe. So we appreciate everyone being with us, whether here in our board chambers or online. Thanks for joining us. And at this point, it's my pleasure to invite back up to the podium Pastor Veronica Bethel Parker of the Sentinel Church in El Dorado Hills, who will lead us in the invocation. Thank you so much for being with us today, Pastor.
Thank you for having me here today. Good morning.
Good morning.
We are told in the Bibles in Hebrews that we can always go boldly to the throne of grace where God is, so that we can obtain his mercy and find grace and help in times of need. And I'm sure that you all can agree, we are a season of great time of need. So that is why we do what we do in praying, in guidance and governance and wisdom. So please pray with me. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance and your wisdom as these officials deliberate about a resolution whose historical legacy is based in human freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. Oh Lord, you know all of these so well. May their efforts be blessed as they consider the optimization of county emergency medical services, fiduciary concerns, and consideration of assessment impacts on land accepted by the federal government in trust, as shown on the current agenda. Father, as this elected body makes conclusions and takes actions on behalf of the county concerning human liberties and ongoing judiciary and fiduciary considerations, may they find peace and grace in each decision and rest in knowing that they have done their absolute best for the good of the whole body to protect the county and to protect its most precious assets, your people. And it's in Jesus' name that we ask this today. Amen.
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 Pastor, that was absolutely beautiful in helping us really reflect on the sacred responsibility of the mantle that is on our shoulders and why we do what we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being with us. With that, Supervisor Heidel, would you
Yes.
please lead us in the pledge?
Please rise and join me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A great way to start our morning. Thank you. Before we get into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar, you may have noticed our timer. Would like to give some explanation. And first of all, I would like to thank Kim and our clerk staff for wrestling with this. We have had such a challenge finding timers that work with our electronic webinar system. It's just been, they've just done a yeoman's job in looking at all of our options. This is not the final placement of the timer, because I realize it's a little aggressive when you're at the podium. Just say it. So wanted to put your mind at ease. But for today, we're testing it out to see if it works for all of you and for us. It's two-sided, so we can see it on this side too. And if we think this is going to work, then we will find where we're going to place it that's more appropriate. But just wanted to kind of give a heads up on that. But you'll know what your time is today. So will we. Anyway. With that, let's move on to the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Staff, do we have any changes on the consent calendar?
Yes, Madam Chair. Staff are requesting to continue item 24, which is an item for the Air Quality Management District contract, and continue that item off calendar. Staff from Environmental Management are requesting that item 31 be pulled from consent for clarification and heard with item 49 at 10 a.m. And staff are requesting the Department of Transportation item 57 be pulled for clarification from staff.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Supervisor Lane, any comments or changes?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would just like to abstain from item number 11.
Okay. Supervisor Hydall.
No changes.
Excellent. Supervisor Turnboot,
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin,
No changes.
and I don't have any changes either. All right, perfect. So Kim, let's open up public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the timer, to address the board. The timer will-
Oh, that was good, Kim.
Oh,
That was
boy. Here we go, here we go.
good. We gotta have some fun.
The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Carol.
Good morning and happy holidays.
Same to you. Is the timer, is the
The time-
microphone
it's
on?
Alive and well.
Okay, is the
I have
microphone
stepped
on?
away.
Okay.
I would like to address on the consent calendar, item 35, 23, 20, 47. For the record, it may not correspond directly to the airport commission or what's happening with what you're doing. But I had a conversation yesterday with a pilot, and he belongs to, I believe, Association of Pilots that reside in El Dorado County. And the conversation I had was very alarming to me. So that's why I'm here this morning. And you know that I'm part of the Taxpayers Association. I'm a chairman of the Good Government Committee that we were involved in. And we, over the last few months, we've had a lot of people come to us talking about the airport situations in El Dorado County. But this in particular addressed the vegetation management along the airstrip, and that it has not been cleared for probably, this gentleman estimated, for the last 30 years, which is a dangerous situation for pilots who are using that airstrip. And when he talked about you have money that has been set aside for the clearing of trees along the runways and you haven't used it. He also addressed he felt there was a lot of mismanagement happening in the airport by people who really don't know exactly what they're doing or not pilots or anything else. You have the funds, the situation exists, and we're suggesting that you either risk management or somebody take a look at it, because you don't want a catastrophic event to happen and the county be sued for an airplane crash or anything else, because he was adamant about the dangers of this. And so I thought it was necessary that since I had that conversation with him, that I bring it to your attention. This is a long existing situation among others. And they also, the one last caveat, they suggested that you move the airport management out of the Department of Transportation and Building and into the Department of Transportation. So planning and building should not hold that department. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the consent calendar? Sir, I believe the gentleman in the front seat, with
That would be the time
that
for
would
you
be
to
the
speak.
time, if you would wish to speak on the item that you're here for.
Thank you very much, Madam
bet.
Secretary. Richard Petrowski, Pollock Pines, and here to talk today about the Lakes Trail Zone of Benefit. Was in the process of disbanding due to lack of participation. And I have a list of names that were, I believe, submitted to you through the Zone of Benefits of the people that would like to be on the board or the advisory committee of that zone. And I'd like to have those names entered and agreed upon today. I have a question about one individual by the name of Patty Williams, who works for the County of El Dorado. And I was wondering if that would be a conflict of interest with her being on the zone of benefit. I don't know if that will be or not. I don't think she works in a position that, has to do with the Department of Transportation or anything, but I just want to be sure that's not going to be a problem.
We'll get that answered after the end of the consent
Thank you.
calendar comments. Wonderful. Thanks for being with us.
Chair,
Thanks for
which
this.
item was that? Do you
It's
know?
item number
27.
27.
27, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other comments on our consent calendar? All right, seeing none, let's go online, please.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to read my statement today. This is concerning item 11. Ruth Ginsburg said, "Dissents speak to a future age." So that's the dissenters' hope, that they're speaking not for today, but from tomorrow. I've expressed my dissent from the moral panic concerns around harm reduction. Here are other dissents. Time Magazine. Would you rather save lives and save money or make a political point? Sadly, when the question involves the issue of clean needle programs, the choice is usually send a message. Mountain Democrat. Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition Director Tom Ewing and county leaders seem to hold one thing in common. Both parties ultimately have the goal of preserving El Dorado County resident lives. California Department of Health. Drug users themselves and their loved ones are the most likely to be present when an overdose occurs. Last year, Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition put 2,267 doses of naloxone into the hands of its participants, who used it to reverse at least 421 overdoses. Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition. Because we are building trusting relationships with our clients, we learned that the recently available drug Exalazine, also known as Tranq, has been in our county. We immediately started offering Exalazine testing strips, ensuring that education with our clients is a very high priority, and our clients are clamoring for these tests. Maia Shazalvitz, who is alive due to harm reduction, is quoted as saying, "By participating in needle exchanges, addicted people may develop relationships with those who provide the syringes. The outreach workers are often former users themselves, who demonstrate every day that recovery is possible and that it is not as frightening as many users imagine it to be. By being non-judgmental and providing life-saving information and equipment, needle exchange programs send a critical message. They tell drug users that they are worthy of being saved, that they matter, even if they don't want to stop using. Paradoxically, that is the message that spurs recovery. If I'm worth it, maybe I don't need to destroy myself. Maybe I can do something meaningful and important, like the workers here do. Isn't this the message that politicians should
Thank you
be
for your comments.
encouraging?
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning,
390.
Board. This is Cam Greenwood from District 5, or the Triple Junction, as I like to call it. This is regarding, and I apologize, I did not identify in my email to you folks, the Bill of Rights Day on the agenda.
And that's our next agenda item, Mr. Greenwood. That's our next agenda item. So stay tuned on
So
that.
it is,
It's
there is
coming
a
up-
time.
No, but it's coming up right after the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
very
keep
much.
going back in then. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sue Taylor. Just number 25, I asked that the board members should not be continuing in the practice of eminent domain and using our taxpayers to do that. So I ask that you take that out of number 25, that we are hiring attorneys to use eminent domain against our residents. And then number 48, I read the letter to the tribe, and once this land, the county has no control over the impact of these parcels once they're put into trust. Also, there is no reason to put these parcels into trust because they want housing. They bought property that allows housing, and they should just comply with that
That is
housing. So
Item 48 is a department matter, Sue.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was
No
unconscious.
problem. No
Never
problem.
mind. Okay.
Talk to you later on that.
Sorry. Bye.
No problem.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning. Actually, Sue Taylor took one of my requests of further understanding and discussion, which was item 25. I agree that the word eminent domain is very concerning when it comes to use, and it being supposed to be something that is extraordinarily unavoidable and rare on people's personal properties and a government's option to use eminent domain. So I sure would like to understand a little bit more on item 25 versus a quick approval. Other than that, I'm just going to throw in, since I don't need to talk about I misunderstood the other one not being in the Kim Greenwood's comment. I support, I encourage you to continue with item 11. Thank you very much for recognizing that needle exchange programs do not offer the promise of recovery and hope. As a previous caller mentioned, it is a program that simply provides the death tool to people without the services. Our county is building, in my opinion, resources that actually help people. We've given a lot of grant money to organizations that are about rehab and addiction and recovery. I suggest that we encourage people to use those millions and millions of dollars and actually get real help to stop the cycle of drug use. And we'll look forward to today. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all. We had a couple of questions. The first one was on is there a conflict of interest with someone who works for the county serving on a zone of benefit?
I can address that.
Perfect.
No, there wouldn't be, particularly if they're not engaged in the contracting process for the zone of benefit on behalf of the county. So I don't know the particulars here, but in general, I do not think that would pose a conflict of interest.
All right, great. We got answered that. Thank you so much. And then a couple of concerns over, eminent domain. And of course, that is a rare occasion. So just any clarification on how the county uses that process.
Yeah, I can address that one as well. The item before you today is simply the contract with the county's outside counsel for eminent domain matters. I want to make clear that approval of this does not constitute the authorization to engage in eminent domain. It's just a contract with our attorney. The county does have 2 active eminent domain matters pending right now that the board has authorized. And I've been representing the county and DOT in particular on eminent domain issues for a number of years. And I can assure you that the board has always been very cautious in embarking on the eminent domain process in recognition of the private property rights at stake. But I do want to make clear, this doesn't authorize any new matters. That would come back for some separate board authorization. This is simply our ongoing agreement with our outside counsel to provide advice, not only for representation in eminent domain, but also advice concerning the right-of-way acquisition process.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that. All right. So with that, I will bring this back to the board. Kim, can you read what the action is before us too? We had some changes.
Yes, adoption of the agenda and approve of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Lane will abstain from item number 11. Continue item number 24 off calendar. Pull item 31 to be heard at 10 a.m. with item 49 and pull item 57 for discussion.
All right. Excellent. With that, do I have a motion?
Oh, I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So let's go ahead and hear item 57, and then we'll move into our department matters.
Item 57 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a task order with a not to exceed amount of $420,000 with Dewberry Engineers for construction management services for multiple capital improvement program projects.
Good morning, Mr. Kaling.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, Board. Since the mid-aughts or so, it's been department policy at transportation to bring any task orders for any of our professional services agreements to the board. And those task orders are larger than $250,000. That has made it into our parent agreements. So all the professional services agreements require also that we bring these to the board for your approval. It has been a while since I've done that, and we have a bit of a staff shortage right now, so we need help with construction management. So I wrote a task order for, I think, $420,000 and put it on the agenda, got through. Supervisor Parlin pointed out that the task order in question looks very much like it's fully executed. The consultant signed it, I signed it, the Director of Transportation signed it. And so a reasonable person could assume, why are you bringing a fully executed task order to the Board of Supervisors for approval if you've already executed it? Well, by the way, it's dated November 6th, so it kind of looks, is this going to be retroactive? You've already been charging? These are all good questions. And what it stems from is my error in failing to include a spot right here for the board chair to sign. And so if I had done that, that would be blank, and that would be very much evident that it was not fully executed. So I'm here today to straighten that out, apologize for my error, and request that Madam Clerk maybe type in something on the PDF to allow for a board signature on this.
Signature block?
Yeah, signature block. So that is the extent of my clarification. I'm happy to address any questions.
Right. We so appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Just full transparency. It's just, it's another mark of the excellence of our staff. So really, everyone makes mistakes. Appreciate it. And after today, I'll look forward to signing it. And then we'll get that executed. So any further discussion?
Yeah, just for further clarification, I'm not that awesome. And I actually did not see this. I got a phone call from our auditor controller and said, what are you doing with this? And I went, what do you mean? So I had to understand and make some phone calls and learn this also. So I appreciate John bringing this back to the board. So that, because I was like, oh yeah, it does look like it's executed. So thank you for that. And thank you for just taking care of it here.
Perfect. Great. All right. Any further discussion from the board? All right. Sounds good. Let's take public comment on this item. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment on item number 57. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board for action.
So my understanding is we can move this forward with the addition of the signature block. Is that the only correction that's necessary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I'll move that we approve item 57 with the addition of the signature block as defined by staff and
very good.
Motion.
I'll second it. And further clarification, we forgot to mention, no money has been spent of that $420,000 yet because it hasn't been signed. So
that is correct. No
Just
money
for-
has been spent. No money
Okay.
will be spent until the chair signs it,
Yeah.
assuming I get the vote.
yeah,
All
there you
right,
go. There you
sounds
go.
good.
That was the
Full
final like thing
clarification.
to clarify. There you
Very
go.
good. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. I will sign that today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. All right, let's move on to item number 45, Kim, our Bill of Rights proclamation.
Item 45 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing December 15th, 2023 as Bill of Rights Day in El Dorado County.
All right. And with that, it is my pleasure to read the proclamation as is noted in our proclamation policy.
Mhm.
Yes. Proclamation of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors commemorating December 15th, 2023 in El Dorado County as Bill of Rights Day. Whereas the first 10 amendments to the Constitution of the United States, known collectively as the Bill of Rights, were ratified on December 15th, 1791. And whereas the Bill of Rights recognizes, affirms, and protects our most fundamental rights as Americans, our forefathers and hundreds of thousands of men and women serving in the public safety agencies and in the armed forces of the United States served to safeguard our liberties and to guarantee the freedom of speech, press, and assembly. And whereas on November 27th, 1941, to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights, Franklin D. Roosevelt issued a proclamation to designate December 15th, 1941 as Bill of Rights Day, and referred to the first 10 amendments of the Constitution of the United States as the Great American Charter of Personal Liberty and Human Dignity as part of his message. And whereas the U.S. Constitution was a remarkable achievement that established a government with power in the hands of the people, the Bill of Rights built on that foundation, safeguarding the liberties of our citizens in honoring the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms it enshrines, and the sacrifices made to create and preserve these rights. And whereas Bill of Rights Day is a day for the officials of the government and the people of the United States to remember and honor the Bill of Rights and the liberties that it affirms and protects by displaying the flag of the United States on public buildings and by meeting together for such prayers and ceremonies that may seem appropriate. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim December 15th, 2023 as a Bill of Rights Day in the County of El Dorado, passed and adopted at the regular meeting on this day. To be determined, yes. All right, that's always important to recognize and celebrate the great foundation of our government.
I got a comment.
Supervisor
The
Schroeder.
Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. It spells out Americans' rights in relation to their government. It guarantees civil rights and liberties to the individual, like freedom of speech, press, and religion. It sets rules, due process of the law, and preserves all powers not delegated to the federal government or the people of the states.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any other comments on this? All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online. Kim?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, George, for that. I often think that we need to enforce a few more workshops in our schools and in our public places on the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, because it seems to be more and more in our country that people are lacking full understanding of what these valuable documents that created the nation we're in. I often remind you to pause and think for a minute. Am I acting as a limited power of the people when I vote, or am I in another entity? Because sometimes as people, we question that when votes come to you and we know the people is outcrying for a certain respect of who you work for, which is us, but it tends to go the other way. So I take this as something that you really take seriously when you read what our Constitution and what our freedoms were founded on. And it wasn't founded on the power of the government. It was founded on the power of the people. I reach out to all of you and say, this is why elections matter. We're really excited about the election cycle coming up at the El Dorado County Republican Party. Love for people to engaged, because that's what the Bill of Rights gives us. It gives the power to the people for proper issuance of government. All of those protections, whether it be our First Amendment that I'm speaking to you now, our Second Amendment, protecting our rights to bear arm and protect our properties, all of those. We are so grateful that our county values the Constitution, that our sheriff values these amendments. And we ask you again, if our state or our country ever comes to you again and asks you to violate our fundamental constitutional rights, whether it be lockdowns, whether it be mandated medical experiments, that you altogether say, never again, El Dorado County. Thank you so much for this amendment. I'm sure we'll talk to you later.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 5. Thank you, Kelly. You pretty much put it in 2 words. And I have no problem with adopting an annual proclamation. In fact, if it weren't for me, we wouldn't be doing this. We would not be doing this. I brought this to the board with some original wording that differs from the current proclamation back in 2001. And through a lot of effort, brought it to a point where you guys would put it on your calendar each year. And because as it was for 13 years, I had to come every year and ask, beg, if you will, that this be done. Okay, 4 or so years ago, this new wording regarding Franklin Delano Roosevelt snuck into the process. And most of the wording of my original proclamation, as adopted for 13 years, was blanked out. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President Roosevelt, was not a friend of the Constitution. He was not a friend of the Bill of Rights. 3 short months after he signed this proclamation, which simply came up during his administration, 150 years clock. And he took it upon himself to do it as a formality, as a ceremonial sort of thing. Anyway, in February of 1942, he signed an executive order. I don't have the number in front of me, but it's in the record there in my email, that resulted in the internment of over 120,000 United States citizens, stripping them of their Bill of Rights for 4 years, and their internment in literal relocation camps, if you will. And no, we didn't execute anybody. We didn't participate in the same things that the Nazis did, but we certainly made their lives a living hell. We stole their property, this, that, and the other thing. And this was all at the stroke of a pen of the person who 3 months before was saying that these are inalienable rights. Wow. So I'm very disappointed that we've allowed ourselves to go astray here and miss the point, which is what Kelly and George were making and what I am making. But to honor FDR in this manner and give him credit for something that was just simply on the consent calendar, if you will, is wrong.
Thanks. Thank you for your comment. We appreciate it.
Yes, I'm sure.
We do. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning.
Morning. I contemplating responding to this one, but it just hit me with when you just 5 of you voted to continue with eminent domain, basically on 2 properties. One of those being of an elderly widow who lost her husband in the service of the public safety fighting a fire. You've reinstated the funding to continue with that process against her to lose her property. which she created with her husband.
So we need to stay on the topic of the Bill of
This
Rights
is a topic. It
proclamation.
is a Bill of Rights of people's property and right to property, and the callousness of this board over this issue when you say this is what you want to abide by, and you know, and many of you have been taken to that property for this project that's not necessary.
We're
So
not talking about the projects.
in light,
Stick to the proclamation.
we're not. We're talking about right to property, and that you don't want to. I'm asking and pleading one last time that you stand up for the right of property of this person in our county. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm assuming as the Zoom phone-in participant that our timer is when the board chair thanks us. And I find that to be much more pleasant than the ringing of the bell. So however it works out, all good. I'm just asking you to consider as you reflect whenever this policy that is bringing forth the Bill of Rights is up for review, that perhaps it's not the example of less is more, focus on local issues. Fascinating conversation, but it doesn't really feel like it's fitting under the mandate in the invocation and everything else you're trying to do to meet your sacred responsibilities to this county. These are conversations that belong at a bigger level. If you do decide to go forward, then perhaps rewording to consider the contributions of growing the seed of the Bill of Rights so that it included our Native Americans, women, Blacks, folks of Asian persuasion. A lot of struggle has gone to make this awesome seed be such an enormous oak, for lack of a better word. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Adams.
Good morning. Oops. Did she drop off, Kim? Don't see she's linked anymore.
Put her hand down.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board for additional comments and action.
Move and approve.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Lane.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was wondering, is your screen blocking that
Sorry.
section of the?
Oh, my apologies.
No, thank you. So I just want to understand a little better, this is the hard part for every board, is where you come into a board and there's previous decisions that have been made. For example, the issue on eminent domain, that had to have been a previous board because that's not something I voted on. But to the point, when is it that the language changed and why? Because the language that Mr. Greenwood brought forward is essentially similar, so kind of the same as the language that we have before us, with the exception that it doesn't necessarily highlight the president that was in office at the time. But it says a lot of the other things. So maybe we do need to consider not focusing on the credit for who maybe was in office when it happened, but rather the people that really were the groundswell that made this what it is today. So I'm inclined to substitute Mr. Greenwood's proclamation, which is, as I said, very similar, but it takes away the political aspect of it.
We could certainly do that. We could certainly do that. Is there, let me get, we've never had, I've never dealt with this at the board. Is there any problem with the board approving a previous version that's
Different than what was
that's
read.
different than what was read?
Yeah.
What's the process for that?
I guess I'm confused. I'm looking through the file. I don't see an alternate proposal there.
There isn't one, but
Registrar.
Mr. Greenwood has reached out to prior chairs on this issue. And quite often it's kind of been the prerogative of the chair to take our annual, I would say annual, regular proclamations and sometimes update them and tweak them, and
Right.
that's totally normal. I do recall another proclamation. I can't remember which one though. Last year, year before, where we changed some wording on the dais. I mean, I think that's our prerogative to do so. So instead of, just saying we're going to swap it out, perhaps highlight the language you want to change. And we could always trail this to the end of the day if you don't want to do that right now on the fly. Sometimes wordsmithing on the fly is not amazing and awesome. So we have options. Just throwing that out there, but we have done it before where we've changed some words.
True.
And I don't really know if it's that big a deal to do today, right now, or,
Thank you for that course of action. And perhaps the easiest way to do it on this proclamation is just to take out the whereas section that references Franklin D. Roosevelt and pass the proclamation. And then next year, revisit it. But perhaps that would be
that's the easiest.
That's
a course of action that would be.
That's a great idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do I hear a motion to that? effect?
Yes, I would move approval of the proclamation for the Bill of Rights Day with the deletion of the third whereas that references the president that was in office at that time.
And I will second that. All right. Any further discussion?
No.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for the discussion. Excellent. All right. Let's hear item number 46, Kim.
Item 46 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation from the Emergency Medical Service Agency on ambulance service in County Service Area 3. 2, direct staff to return in January with updated ambulance rates and a plan for fiscal year 24-25 budget for CSA 3 ambulance services. 3, provide direction to staff to work with Cal Tahoe JPA on cost-saving measures. And 4, provide direction to staff to begin discussions with the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority on successor agreement.
Good morning, Christine.
Good morning, Christine Guth. I'm the acting emergency medical services manager and manager of emergency preparedness programs. So good morning. Today I have the pleasure and the privilege of providing an update on ambulance services in County Service Area 3. So our EMS system provides our communities with pre-hospital medical care and transport services through the delivery of high-level, life-saving critical care services in a prompt, competent, and professional manner. The EMS system is an essential public service that is required to be provided by the county. County is required to provide that. So before we get started, I'm going a little too fast here. I'd like to provide an overview of recent board actions that have supported CSA 3. So as you recall, in June of 2022, the board approved updated ambulance fees for CSA 3. And in June of 2022, the board approved in fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget the use of $2.5 million of transient occupancy tax or TOT funding for the Cal Tahoe Joint Powers Authority ambulance building. In March of 23, we identified that there was a gap and we projected a need for $1.1 million of general fund contribution for CSA 3 operations. And the board approved in June of 23, $1.03 million to address that general fund to address that shortfall with general fund contingency. Also in June of 23, the board approved the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget, which includes another $2.2 million of the American Rescue Plan Act or the ARPA funding for CSA 3. And then most recently in November, the board approved the use of $1.9 million of capital projects designation for the Cal Tahoe JPA ambulance building. So we've got an overview of all the support the board has given to the CSA 3, and we greatly appreciate that. I want to talk about what we're going to discuss today. So an overview, and I'm going to dig into these a little bit deeper. The first is to discuss the EMS system assessment we are currently undergoing and how what we've identified in CSA 3. We're going to share with you some of our initial assessment findings, as well as data and trends that are part of our EMS system in CSA 3. And then we're going to talk about the recommended next steps that we have for the board to consider. So the EMS system assessment. So with the board support, the local Emergency Medical Services Agency, the LEMSA, that's a regulatory body for EMS service in the county was allowed to engage with consultants to really assess the EMS system as a whole. And in order to do this, we are looking at call and transport data, as well as identifying trends and identifying appropriate recommendations to improve the system as a whole. We're working with very closely and cooperatively with our service providers, Cal Tahoe JPA and CSA3 up in South Lake Tahoe on the East Shore, and the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority in CSA7 down here on the West Slope, as well as our networks, to really assess the system and make those improvements. So here are some of our initial assessment findings. We do anticipate that our consultants will be providing us a draft report this month. So we're looking forward to reviewing that and seeing where we need to go for our next steps. But here's what we've identified initially. And I'm going to, again, dig into these a little bit further. So first, we're going to talk about data visibility and utilization. The unique challenges that we've discovered in CSA3, and they're not all new, but some of them are worth considering and paying attention to, as well as to really explain why our reimbursements are so much lower than what we perhaps anticipate based on math, right? And then we're going to talk about our payer mix and why our payer mix really influences those reimbursement rates. So let's go. So data visibility and utilization. The board has been tremendously supportive of the EMS agency and really helping us invest in systems that allow us to see all of these data and really understand what we're seeing from the field and how we can make these improvements. We've got technology and systems that allow us to take different software platforms and really put them together and say, okay, this is where we need to make improvements. One of the biggest investments the board has made into this is the electronic patient care reports, or the EPCRs. And these are important because of these four main reasons. The first is the EPCRs provide a clinical record. So this is the tool that our medics use when they go out on a call to really document all of the care and interventions that are done on a patient. This information becomes part of the patient's medical record, and it informs subsequent treatment of this patient when they go to the emergency department, trauma center, or any other receiving facility. So it serves also an important legal purpose, as you can imagine. It also helps us understand what sort of skill evaluation, training, and continuing education we need to focus on, because we're able to track performance measures. Performance measures we're able to track are things like response time, on-scene time, what we call APOT time, how long it takes to offload a patient when we take them to a receiving facility. So this really helps us understand that, as well as those interventions that are done on patient care. So the most interesting piece is this is the primary document that is used for any kind of billing and reimbursement. So everything that is documented on that patient care is so critical to the reimbursement and that revenue recovery on the back end. So it serves as this primary document for billing and reimbursement. The EPCRs, they need to be complete, they need to be accurate, and they need to be timely so that appropriate billing decisions can be made. It helps us understand who the payer, it gives us the information to understand who the payer is and how we can seek that reimbursement. And then lastly, it helps with compliance. It ensures that our organization is operating in adherence with all local, state, and federal laws. Okay, so that EPCR, critical piece of EMS system. So let's talk about the challenges of CSA3, and many of these are not new, but they're worth mentioning. Up in CSA3, we run a hybrid system. We've got employees, paramedics that are employed by the JPA, as well as our fire-based partners. We know that Tahoe has limited resources in the basin. There are certain conditions that make that impact that even more, like weather. Tahoe's a beautiful place. So many people like to visit it. And that includes tourists, and it includes a lot of uninsured international folks. So how do we optimize that use our system? So how do we optimize getting that information and getting that reimbursement for those individuals that use our system? There are retention challenges and costs associated with retaining employees up in the Tahoe Basin. One of the things that we've seen recently is the impact of the ambulance inflation factor. The AIF is determined by the Center for Medicare and Medicaid, so CMS, and they determine what the ambulance inflation factor is every year. Prior to 21, we saw ambulance inflation rates at 0.2%. In 22, we saw 5.1%, which was a big jump for us. We hadn't seen that previously. In 23, we saw it jump all the way up to 8.7%, which was the largest increase since 2002. And then we're starting to see it stabilize a little bit, although we don't see more than kind of a year at a time, a little bit more at a time. And we're down to 2.6%. While this does not solely impact CSA 3, this is obviously some data impacts the entire system. It is certainly something that impacts how our contract is structured with CSA 3.
Christine, can I stop you right
You
there for a
betcha.
second? Can you explain a little more what is an ambulance
Sure.
inflation factor, just to kind of break that down
You
for
got
all
it.
of us?
So CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, they're the ones that determine this annual increase. And it's based on the CPI, the Consumer Price Index of urban areas.
That's ambulance rates?
The inflation factor, like how much more we could expect to
receive from them?
To help me.
Okay.
I need help. I'm calling in my friend.
It's actually not related to ambulance rates. It's related more to costs. So just much the same way as any other consumer price index.
Okay.
But the issue is that we have built that into our contracts with both of our providers so that annually we have flat rate contracts with both providers, except for annually those contract rates, those flat rates increase by the ambulance inflation factor. So when you have a contract of say $4 million in CSA 3, and in 1 year that inflates by 8.7%, when we were expecting maybe like 0.2%. In some years, the inflation factor has been negative. So this trend is really a departure, a stark departure from what we had seen. And there isn't really a lot of relation. I know, we've all been experiencing inflation, so these numbers aren't surprising to us. But in past years, oddly, there hasn't been really a lot of connection between the ambulance inflation factor and the actual cost of providing service.
Okay.
So I know in past years, you'll hear the providers say, well, the 0.2% or the negative ambulance inflation factor doesn't, really reflect our experience on the ground. But so more recently, obviously, it has been kind of been reflecting our collective experience, and it's caused a strain on particularly County Service Area 3 because as noted in the staff report, and I think we'll discuss here, Service Area 3 is much more dependent on ambulance service fee revenue. They don't have the extra funding that comes into County Service Area 7 through the taxpayer side. So, any small increase in cost, even a small increase in cost really affects them, combined with the revenue trend that Christine will discuss in a minute.
That's really helpful, and it's hard for us to have these wide swings in the inflation factor that we perhaps don't anticipate in the budget cycles we prepare for the next year, and then can catch us by surprise.
If I understand it
Thank you
right,
for
it
that.
doesn't affect the reimbursements from Medi-Cal or Medicare. It's just an index that we know that the costs are increasing, but it doesn't mean we're receiving anything more from those services.
Right. They do not increase their reimbursement by the same amount.
It would be
That's
nice
fair
if
to
they
say.
did, wouldn't it?
It seems the same organization ought to handle the problem, right? But they don't. Okay.
All right. Thanks for helping break that down.
Thank you. So let's talk about why reimbursements are significantly lower than actual costs. So as you know, we implemented increased ambulance rates in CSA 3 in 2022. Rate adjustments generally increase our gross charges. So we talked about it doesn't mean that applies, and we see that revenue reimbursement. So very little is realized in payments due to our contracted rates from our biggest payers, which are Medicare and Medi-Cal. So to assist with this low growth revenue, the board has has approved general fund and ARPA funding contributions to CSA 3 operations. And then most recently, we've opted to participate in the California Department of Healthcare Services Public Provider Ground Emergency Medical Transport, or the PPG-EMT program. And this allows us to potentially get increased reimbursement for eligible Medi-Cal transports. So not all Medi-Cal transport for eligible Medi-Cal transports. So what I'd like to do next is kind of break down these bills so you understand what we see over in ambulance billing, and it really it highlights the big difference. And it can be a little shocking at first, so I'm just going to prepare you right there. But this is going to be an example. I'm going to give you two of them. One's going to be a Medicare transport, and this is an actual bill. So this is a 911 advanced life support 1 with a 7-mile transport to a hospital, Medicare transport. So we've got our base rate and this is a resident-based rate, and we've got our mileage. So our total cost for providing this service with base and mileage is going to be $2,958. And we also are going to add on the ancillary supplies. So those are any of the supplies the medics use in providing this patient care. So we're going to add another $431. So our total bill and cost for doing this service is roughly $3,389. Now, remember, CMS, Medicare, they only pay a flat rate.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we are looking at that we could potentially at the most receive from this particular transport is a total of $632.92. So we are writing off $2,700, in excess of $2,700. And that's what we're getting. Okay. Any questions on this one?
Tough business model.
It is. So that's why we come to the board regularly. Okay. Next, so that gives us roughly of our expenses. We are getting paid 18.7% on this transport. Okay. The next one. This is a 911 ALS1 call for a Medi-Cal patient. So this is a 1 mile transport to the hospital. Again, we're going to have our base and mileage. We're going to add our ancillary supplies, any of those supplies used. So our total bill and cost for services is $3,064. Take a look at that fourth line down. This is the most we could expect from Medi-Cal to pay, $129.18. Okay. So such a big difference, right? Now, this is why we asked to participate in some of these programs like the PPGMT program, so that we can potentially get this add-on. Again, this is voluntary participation, but we can get this add-on fee to help recoup some of those costs. Now, again, this is not a lifetime program. We come back to the board, hey, there's a new program. This is what we'd like to participate in. This is the most recent one, the PPGMT. Okay. And again, these are just for eligible transports. So what happens when we compound this? Okay. These are just two bills. What does that mean when we take it and we apply it to the system or all the transports that CSA 3 does on an annual basis? This is, yes, 46. This is, so we could expect potentially with PPGMT 46% paid. So that's where our payer mix comes in. And what is our payer mix? So this is the percentage of claims that are going to result from runs that are billed to the different main insurance groups. So we've got our Medicare, we've got our Medi-Cal, and then you've got this uninsured or private pay. I just want to be clear, those are going to be those folks that are uninsured and self-pay. Private pay sounds a little funky, but I just want to use the word self-pay there. And then we've got our 3 groups over here, and then we've got our commercial insurance plans. So our Kaisers, our Blue Shields, Blue Cross, those kind of folks. So we've got 24% is paying ambulance rates close to what our posted rates are. Okay. And those are our commercial plans. And then we've got 75% that are going to pay much less. So the greater proportion of our Medi-Cal, Medicare, and our private pay, self-pay folks, the less revenue we're going to expect in our system.
So Krista, I just want to point out your previous slide, the 46.3% is if they qualify for the PPGAMT. If they do not, we get 129, it's 4.2%. It's not even 5% of the billing cost.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So that sets the point that we're not getting reimbursed at the levels that we're having, our expenditures are. So we got this big gap, right? And so we always talk about it. How do we fill it and so on and so forth. So please continue.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So again, 75% are paying less than our posted rates. We're relying on that 24% of those commercial insurance plans to pay into the system. So let's talk about data and trends. What we're seeing, this is call volume in CSA 3, and we've looked at calendar years 2020 to 2022, and knowing that there are some compounding factors here. So we've got, we had COVID, we had Caldor, we had Snowmageddon. So these are not even our quote unquote typical years up in CSA 3, but you can see that our total 911 medical calls are fairly consistent in given the circumstances, about 2,800 calls per year. And our total transport of those calls, most recently, we saw 2,100 calls in calendar year 2022. And I'd like to point out that roughly 2,000 of those originated in the city of South Lake Tahoe. So 71% of those calls. So some of those things that we want to think about as we're trying to understand and look at optimizing the system. So here's another chart that looks at our different payer groups. And this is again, calendar year 2022, the number of trips by each payer type. Our gross charges are what our actual costs are. And then our payment column is what we are going to see, what we saw actual revenue reimbursed and recovery from those payers. And so you can see our average payment varies from $2,475 all the way down to $214. Okay. So we are looking at roughly 30% collection rate on our gross charges. So, and I do want to point something out because you see that there's some asterisks. Some of these billable, some services that are provided on scene are billable, even though they're not transports. That's why you see the gap in the previous slide and this slide with the number of transports. So as you know, we've raised our rates. So how do those raised rates impact what we see? Well, again, it's really only going to impact those private or those commercial insurance. So when we're operating on fiscal year ambulance rates, we're looking at right now $2,517 for our base rate. We are also going to, so what we're seeing is our insurance plans, again, paying close to that posted rate. And we see a little bit of jump in the Medicare, Medi-Cal. Sometimes it fluctuates on mileage and some supplies that are used. Okay, but our total average is roughly about $1,000 per transport. Okay, now we're in the good part. Okay, so we've been doing a lot of work. So how do we think we need to fix this? What can we do? What are some suggestions? One of the I think value-added things that we've done recently is back in July, we temporarily reallocated some of our emergency preparedness staff who had expertise in ambulance billing over to the ambulance billing program. And we've conducted an internal review. We've made sure that we've dissected every single step in the process to really try and optimize billing. Where are the gaps? Where do we need to make improvements? And we've seen an immediate bump in this revenue by doing this. Now, it's too soon to say what exactly that is. Is it playing catch up for some of these other things? But we definitely believe this is value added support. By putting that support on the front end, we're seeing that increase on the back end. And I think that soon we'll be able to provide numbers to reflect what the value of this. We are working with our billing contractor to optimize these billing revenues. How can we make sure that everything that is completed on the front end is turned in timely, it's accurate, and it gets billed right the first time? Again, we are engaged in ambulance billing education programs. We've got staff going to programs so that we can only better our program and do right by by our community. So we're also, one of the things that we identified was there was a little bit of a gap between the regulatory LEMSA and the ambulance billing. So we're just making sure that we're really understanding and connecting those dots, and that translates down to the field, our work with our JPAs, so that we're really tight and consistent. And so that when one group is making a decision, we understand what the impacts are to the billing and that we're really just coordinated. And we continue to do this. We work collaboratively with our JPAs and CSAs. One of the things that we were up in Tahoe yesterday working with Ryan and Amy at Cal Tahoe JPA, we want to talk to them about a pilot project. We know there's going to be some shifts in the way the ski resorts are operating their businesses, which is going to have a big impact on transports and ambulance services this year, and that we didn't expect. And so we're trying to work with them. How can we better capture that information so that we've got all the information and demographic information that's needed for the bill? So we definitely communicate regularly with our partners, and we're always looking for ways to improve. Contract compliance. This is a big thing. I had no idea how many contracts the EMS agency had. It's a ton. All types of contracts, different software programs, data systems. We have collections agency contracts, our billing contractors. So we're really engaged in vigorous contract monitoring to make sure that our contractors are doing what they agreed to do. So we are seeking board direction also to begin discussions on a successor agreement here in CSA 7 with the Delaware County Emergency Services Authority. That's one of the recommendations that we have, and we'd like the board to provide direction on. So just as we're monitoring legislation, we've got 2 assembly bills that are very exciting for a number of reasons. I'm going to start off with Assembly Bill 40, and I promise you we're almost done. I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but Assembly Bill 40 is going to improve ambulance patient offload times, or those APOT times. So the time it takes a medic unit and the providers to transfer care of the patient to the hospital. So it's going to try and limit that time to 30 minutes. So we know that we do have some APOT time issues, especially when we transport folks down to the Sacramento area. They're there longer than 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 120 minutes. So it's really holding the hospitals accountable for accepting that transfer of care. So we're going to be, and we know that that's important because the longer our medics are waiting at hospitals trying to transfer care of a patient, that means that we have fewer ambulances in the system to address life-saving issues. The other part of this, which is really exciting, is Assembly Bill 40 is requiring the State Emergency Services Authority to develop a public education campaign related to the appropriate use of the 911 service related to ambulances, okay? We need our public to better understand the right time to call an ambulance and when it's better to use other health providers for advice, assistance, and it really encourages them to use an ambulance when absolutely medically necessary for emergency situations, and then for less urgent needs, using other resources. So that's very exciting. It might be my public health education background, and that's why I think that. So, and the next one, this is a big one, and we're not quite sure how this is quite going to roll out. We've seen no surprise acts coming from the federal government. This is California's version that really impacts. This is the first kind of go at it for ground ambulance transport. So this is effective January 1st. What this is going to require is that insurance plans are going to pay the ambulance rates set by the local government, but we need to have those rates posted. And we need to have them submitted to the State Emergency Medical Services Authority and the Department of Insurance. So those will be posted annually, and we will make sure that, and that those will be the rates that the contractors will pay, the insurance providers will pay. I'm going to jump around here on the slide. It's also going to, the EMS Authority is going to publish those rates. For uninsured payments or uninsured patients, there's going to be a change in how they are billed. They are only going to be billed at the Medicare fee-for-service rate or the Medi-Cal rate, whichever is greater. So if we have an uninsured payment, we cannot bill them the full rate. They will have a reduced rate. And then the last thing that is going to do, we do for folks that we work with our clients that have trouble paying their ambulance bills. We offer payment plans. We offer alternative payment methods. But it will, if folks are unable to pay, we do have an agreement with a collections agency. We send those individuals to collections, but there will be a time delay in when those collections agencies report them to credit bureaus, because we know most people aren't expecting a medical emergency and the cost of that. So.
But the net result is healthcare insurance rates will increase because the insurance companies aren't going to just take it as a loss,
Yes.
right? So we can all expect healthcare insurance costs to increase at an increasing rate beyond what it is today.
I think that is something we can anticipate. And we also know that the insurance plans, especially those based outside of California, because this is a California law,
Right.
not a federal law, there's going to be some time where they have to understand what AB 716 is. So there's going to be a learning curve for them. So here we go. We're to the, hey, this is what we're asking for. Okay, so we are seeking board direction to allow us to return to the board with updated ambulance rates so that we have consistent rates on both the east and west slope, and that we can submit them by the end of January 24 to the State Emergency Medical Services Authority. We'd also like to develop a process for this annual update so that we have this done. This is a requirement to be done by January 1st every year, beginning in 2025. The next thing we'd like your direction on is we'd like to help develop a plan for fiscal year 24-25 budget for CSA 3 so that we can present to the board before those budget hearings. We'd also like to engage in discussions with the Cal Tahoe JPA on any cost saving measures that we can identify. And then lastly, we'd like to begin discussions with the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority on a successor agreement for pre-hospital advanced life support ambulance and dispatch services here on the west slope in CSA 7.
So I'm going to jump in right there.
Yes.
So in my mind, when I went through this presentation over the weekend, it seemed like it was pretty much primarily about CSA 3 and the concerns and what you've been doing and everything. But then it asked for board direction on CSA 7, which kind of threw me off. Because it's like, well, if most of our conversation and the information you shared was about CSA 3, what on earth are you expecting us to do today about CSA 7? I just don't, it seemed out of nowhere to me.
Yeah, so the background on that is, as Christine mentioned, we were undergoing a system assessment, and we had initially thought we would wait for the results of that assessment to start discussing with the JPA and County Service Area 7 the next agreement, the successor agreement. It's going a little slower than we had anticipated, and we find we've actually since the board directed that assessment, we've already been working so closely with the JPA, and they have made some pretty amazing improvements on their end to set themselves up to show the county and show the board that they're in a good position to continue being our contracted provider. So through those discussions, we've come to that conclusion that it really is, we don't want to wait to start having those discussions. The contract expires June 30th of 2025. And, as I think you can relate to and understand from the discussions we've had, there's a lot to talk about for that next contract. A lot of the improvements they've already made, potential improvements we can make going forward. And plus the contract itself, the document itself, if you've ever seen it, it's 50 something pages long. It's pretty outdated. It's kind of the same template we've been using for a number of years. So we want to really go through and modernize that. And we want to work very closely with them on that. So that is kind of, we did kind of throw that in just as a, hey, we want to get these discussions going. It's something we could have done as staff, but we really wanted the board's blessing to move forward with that, because I know, 3 years ago, when the system assessment was authorized, there was some discussion about, do we need to look at, the trends? Everything was different back then, right? And there was some discussion about, well, it's looking like costs are just going to keep increasing for the JPA. And do we need to look at what our options are? Do we need to go out to RFP? And I think the discussions that we've had and what the JPA has done since then has really demonstrated that they've come up with some great solutions. They've done things like implementing what we'll call single role paramedics. So not every paramedic on the ambulance is a firefighter now. That helps to cut costs, and it makes it a little bit easier for them to recruit and retain people. We've changed what we're doing with interfacility transport. So we've really been able to find some opportunities to control costs a bit, be innovative. And I think we just all acknowledge we're getting a really high level of service that we want to continue with the JPA. And so we just didn't feel the need to wait to have that discussion. And we wanted your blessing.
And it does take a while to work out these agreements. So I appreciate that. So, okay, that helped a lot, because I was like, why are we being asked to, I don't know if it struck anybody else kind of odd, but I was going, wait, that's just zinger in there. I will ask, just because it's on my brain right now, when we have that conversation with the CSA 7 and all of that, will that be an opportunity to clarify, I think is the right word, and maybe reapproach, I think is another right word, the Cameron Park CSD and the location of that ambulance that they moved down to Bass Lake? Because I know residents are concerned about, the time issue of moving that ambulance. And if we're working on a contract, is that something that could be discussed in that conversation too?
I'm going to give you an answer you'll love. Yeah, yes and no. So the way that we look at it is we contract with the JPA, and they have the expertise to rely on the data to determine where the ambulances should be placed.
Okay.
So we're still going to leave that largely up to them. We set performance standards in the contract. We say, here are your response times. One of the things that we've been discussing, I know the JPA's consultant, very rightly so, said we could really be talking more about patient outcomes, less emphasis on response times, more emphasis on patient outcomes. So these are some of the things we're going to talk about in that agreement. So the end result is all of that is, how do we better serve the community? So we're going to look at all that data and that information, and we're going to look at response times and outcomes, and how do we want to set up the expectations and the requirements in the contract. And then the JPA is going to implement that to meet that. And so we're not going to tell them you have to put an ambulance here or there. That's going to be up to them as the professional to decide, how they best do that to meet the parameters we set in the contract.
Perfect.
Does that help?
It does, actually. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Lane, I see you have some comments.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify a couple things just in my own mind. And that is, number one, CSA 3 competitively bid based on an RFP back in 2021. And that's a 10-year contract
with a
5-year extension.
Yes.
Okay. And so what I heard you say was that maybe El Dorado County staff was considering reopening that RFP because we were not meeting, the financial agreements that we had in there. And instead of reopening the RFP because of the adjustments that the JPA has made and the responsibility that they've accepted, and they're showing that it's working, along with the efforts that county staff and the Board of Supervisors have lent towards that reopening the RFP is not in the cards.
I think there is still opportunity to talk with Cal Tahoe GPA and CSA 3 about whether there are any cost saving measures that we can implement. So potentially, given the constraints we have, we could potentially negotiate around that ambulance inflation factor and maybe suspending that temporarily or something of that nature. I know we didn't state it specifically in here, but we may also want to approach the city of South Lake Tahoe at some point. As you can see, 70% of the calls originate within the city. And to date, the county has provided all the financial support for the revenue shortfall. So there are opportunities there as well. The Cal Tahoe JPA, they contract with the city of South Lake Tahoe for dispatch services. The city charges them for those services. So maybe we can have discussions around that. I think the idea was just to be able to have some flexibility to be able to go back and just really work with the JPA. We're not going to do anything. We're not going to ask that they reduce the number of ambulances that they provide. We're not going to ask them to do anything that would put in jeopardy their ability to comply with the contract. But we just want to be able to have those discussions because they have really good ideas on their end too.
And all of that, I think, is excellent and needed and makes this whole process efficient. But there's always been concern of the Cal Tahoe JPA, and I share the concern that with a 10-year contract and a possible 5-year extension, that you would reopen the RFP during that 10 years.
Oh, okay. So no, we wouldn't be entertaining doing a new RFP or anything like that. That is not our recommendation. Our recommendation is absolutely stick with Cal Tahoe through the duration of the contract, but just be able to discuss with them potential cost saving measures within their contract.
Reopen some of the discussions within that.
Yes, the
Okay.
contract itself, but not an RFP.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay. I'm glad officially for the record that we've straightened that out as well. And then the other question that I want to pose is, has staff looked at the proposal for the hospital to move from its current location to a location in the state of Nevada? And what ramifications, if any, will that have on Medi-Cal or Medicaid? I'm really concerned that those bills are going to get processed and kicked back saying, we're not going to pay anything. You went out of state. What assurances are we going to have that the citizens in the city of South Lake Tahoe service won't be compromised because of some of these unintended consequences?
Yeah, we don't know the full details of what they plan to do. They did come down and meet with us a month or two ago to give us a little bit of an idea of their timeline. They may maintain some emergency services on this side. So until we fully shake out what they're doing, it's hard for us to completely assess that. But we do have reciprocal relationships with like Nevada, Medicaid and Medicare, which is something we're working on through our biller. So we are very keen to understand how that impacts all of this, as well as I'm sure Barton is too, because we have questions about the obligation of Cal Tahoe to do interfacility transports from a hospital that is not within California. So I think Barton understands we need to have that discussion and we need to make sure it works for both of us, because I know that they don't want to lose that interfacility transport as well. So the good news is they're very cooperative, they're very open, and I'm confident that we'll keep the communication going through this, and we'll be keeping your board obviously up to date as we get more information and developments on that.
That would be great, because where I can assess that Barton is at this point is they are all in on this move. It's not an if, it's a when. And so I just want to highlight that we need to start these discussions sooner than later. I think they start building in 3 years and probably, complete within 6. And that time, as we all know, flies. So I encourage you to continue, and anything I can do to help bridge that or put meetings together.
We probably
to
will
help.
take you up on that. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Those are critical considerations and complicated. Yeah, thank you for that. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just got a question when you're talking about these senior housing communities and the increase in calls, because I was kind of concerned about it, especially let's take Cameron Park, for example, Ponce Pomero. The biggest problem is a lot of these, the people fall out of beds and they get a call and get these people educated, especially on these 911 calls. My concern is it takes, the ambulance away, especially if we have something else going on. And the problem is down there, which I talked to them, is they don't have anybody that's got medical experience that's sitting on their staff. And I think because all it is to help the person back into bed, and they have to make these calls. So it takes away that ambulance, especially if we have another call somewhere else that's very, very critical. So I've been talking to them, and I think some of the, because there's a lot of calls comes in that place, and that's why the increase. I know people were complaining about the increase. Well, when you've got about 8 or 9 calls sometimes per day, it's just wrong, and it takes away that ambulance, which could response time to other areas and stuff. So anyway, and I think that's one of the things that we need to do is educate these people, especially in these 911 calls, and especially make sure that they have good people that's on these, that's part medical, that's part of their staff with a medical background. I think it would eliminate a lot of these calls. So anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Supervisor Heidel.
Kind of adding to Supervisor Turnbow's comments, with an aging community and the calls for service, we see that a lot in El Dorado Hills and Station 87, which is down near the age restricted housing has gone up tremendously in response calls. So that's the other part of this we need to understand. It's not a stable condition. It is a dynamic that's increasing ultimately the call load if everything else stays the same. You can have reductions in certain places, but the other question I had is we currently have a 10-year contract. Are there any reopeners built into that contract that would say if either party brings forward a recommendation for rate increases that it's a required reopener, or is that something that would require a side letter? Because I don't remember what was put in that contract.
The contract, so it has our general fiscal out, which is, if for some reason the board didn't appropriate money for the contract, it would be terminated.
Okay.
As Christine said, we're obligated to provide this service, so that's not going to happen. There's language in there that says basically and we've used this before with Cal Tahoe JPA in County Service Area 3, if there is sort of increases in costs beyond the control of any, like unexpected and beyond anyone's control. So a few years back, we saw a huge increase in interfacility transports in County Service Area 3. They were able to demonstrate that the increase in call volume for these long-term transports had actually reduced the useful life of their medic units by like 2/3 or something like that. So we opened that back up. We've addressed that. Fee increases, that's not addressed specifically in the contract because we at the county actually set the rates, and we set those rates to recover costs. We're government, so we just try to recover costs. And so, the board as the governing body of the county service area, that comes from staff, and we recommend that based on total costs in the CSA. So it's not really necessarily something the contractor would be involved in.
Be an extreme condition, like you explained, to open that discussion up again and make adjustments as necessary. Thank you for that. I understand it now.
Okay, great. Supervisor Lane?
Yeah, I thought of one other thing I just wanted to mention. That was the concept of the city of South Lake Tahoe having some financial skin in the game on this. And I just wanted to mention, number one, I was able to take Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Parlin on a tour, and I showed you, one of the things I showed you is where the new ambulance is going to be centralized, and it's right in the heart of the city of South Lake Tahoe. And I really want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the millions of dollars that you have approved to make that facility work for us. It's really going to be a game changer. So I want to thank you for that. But I also just want to mention that oftentimes this gets lost in conversation, but the city of South Lake Tahoe is in El Dorado County. You mentioned that 70% of the calls are within the city of South Lake Tahoe, but actually, if you look at the population of the city of South Lake Tahoe and the unincorporated part of the county within the basin, the city of South Lake Tahoe is 85% of the population. So I also just want to note that I think the city of South Lake Tahoe just recently put millions of dollars into that dispatch center to make it state of the art and to make it so all agencies can talk together on that on that technology. Whereas before, sometimes one agency wasn't talking to the other one, and we all know with like a Caldor fire that how important it is that everyone's hearing what everyone is saying. So that was quite a contribution that the city of South Lake Tahoe bore on its own that really is going to affect everyone in that arena. So I just ask that you be very sensitive and open to the fact that simply because a lot of calls are in the city, that's where the population is. And a reminder that, again, the city is in the county, and we should maybe look holistically at what those financial opportunities could look like. And they might be in kind even.
Thank you for that consideration. Supervisor Parlin.
Just because the glaring issue really is the Medicare, Medi-Cal reimbursements are so low. Is there any talk of legislation or anything bigger statewide? Because I'm sure we're not the only county suffering from this. So CSAC, anyone looking at doing something to fix this? Other counties, what's going on?
Well, actually, we are currently engaged in a CMS data collection it's just for CMS, but it is really trying to understand what the true cost of delivering EMS services. And so all of the JPAs and the independent districts are participating in this. This is a 5-year project that CMS has put together. They've combined some of the years, but they are going to use this information to potentially increase those reimbursement rates.
Oh, very good. That's where we need to really, I don't see how we can overcome such a huge gap. I mean, 75%, the gap is huge. That seems to be essential to addressing this. So yes, thank you.
It affects a lot of
Hopefully-
healthcare services.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's more than $40,
Yeah.
All right.
Sooner than 5 years.
Any way that all of us can be engaged in that, also advocacy, we always stand ready to do that. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Guth. Appreciate it. And at this point, before we go to public comment, I see we have some of our EMS partners in the audience today. We appreciate you being with us. Would any of you like to come up and offer any comments before we go to public comment? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bill Sugiyama, and I am the newly appointed Executive Director for the El Dorado County Emergency Service Authority, CSA 7. Absolutely. I want to thank the CAO's office and also the local EMS agency for all the support and partnership. I've been in the position for a whole 11 weeks and 2 days. I just took a look at it. So a lot of the kudos go to the partnership work that they did with the past Executive Director, Chrissy Jorgensen, and I definitely want that to be recognized. She fundamentally helped to go ahead and lay a foundation down, working with Sue Heineke and also working with the EMS agency to go ahead and establish this level of partnership to be able to move forward in these contract negotiations and so forth. And so I'm looking very much forward to that, this opportunity. As been noted, and it's one of the really nice things is noted is that you guys get it. The struggles and all the external environmental factors that we're facing regarding sustainability actually hinge on the level of reimbursement, which is occurring. It's those uncontrollable factors of we can't control the calls, we cannot control the paramedics, and we surely cannot control what the federal government is going to go ahead and compensate us for. And while we do that, everything is rising in expense. If you see that, it's a very, very difficult hurdle to overcome. So thank you very much. Eyes are wide open. We've all drinking the juice. We get it, and thank you so much for your support in all that. So I look forward to the opportunity to serving. I'm very happy to be here, and I look forward to the opportunity to work with the CAO's office and also the local EMS agency in this next contract negotiation.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on your new position, and we look forward to working with you for the benefit of our residents and our visitors.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right, with that, let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 46. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning, Leo Bennett, Koshan. Just trying to add a little value in terms of my own life experiences. I've worked for counties in terms of granting eligibility to county medical services. And from my perspective, more importantly, I've worked in a variety of low-income communities where they're impacted by the cost recovery part. And, you know, this is definitely a complicated conversation. I hope perhaps you have a workshop on it. You know, part of it is educating everybody as spoken. Part of it is making sure that your 911 operators are sufficiently staffed and trained. And then in my experience, you know, utilizing these services, part of it is when you're out of network, like I have been in both rural and low-income communities, that those folks, when you call them up, help you discern, do you really need an ambulance, as opposed to, from my opinion, kind of covering their fiscal liability by saying, pull over and call an ambulance service and figure out how to pay for it later. Because unfortunately, in all of this, the cost recovery piece, which again is complicated, can result, in my experience, with people becoming adverse to calling ambulances because they just are overwhelmed by the consequences when they hear it from other community members, and they result in transports, as I've done, in private vehicles. And that's a touchy situation, but it's also a lived reality. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional, no taking public comment from Ryan Wagner.
Good morning.
Good morning. I apologize for not being there in person. I do appreciate the Zoom opportunity being here, and I've listened to the whole thing. And I do want to express my appreciation for the county and being proactive in this communication from the very outset. Even probably over a year ago, this communication started in regards to this, and it's something that from that time we've taken a look at it internally, and we've taken steps to be proactive. And a lot of these things, as well as even being open to new ideas. And Christine mentioned the pilot program that we discussed yesterday. We've in the past looked at some community paramedicine opportunities within the state. So we continue to be proactive in that. And I think that's really important to show that we're not just waiting around for a decision. We're looking at things internally, and some of those ideas that have been brought to you have come because of that. So I do want to say how much we do appreciate that. We continue looking at different opportunities within our system to look for other funding opportunities to help supplement this contract. And we will continue to do that with the approval of the JPA board, which has been very supportive of me in looking at these programs. And with our hybrid system, it makes us very nimble in being able to try things and not just set them in stone. So we'll continue to do that. So I appreciate the time and effort on the staff, and just want to assure the board that we're being proactive, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being part of our discussion today. Appreciate it.
So for the record, that was Ryan Wagner, Executive Director of the Cal Tahoe JPA.
Thank you for that, Sue. Appreciate it. Yeah, I remember when he joined us not too long ago. Excellent.
There's no additional public comment.
Excellent. Well, once again, we remained incredibly grateful for our EMS service, which provides just this critical care for our community, and the collaboration and cooperation that has certainly been demonstrated here today to work through these really difficult challenges. So to make sure that our residents have this essential service. Really appreciate everyone's efforts. So with that, we'll bring this back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, and with the concurrence of my colleagues, I'm going to recommend that we do one motion on CSA 3 and then a separate one on CSA 7 because they're very different. And I just think it'll, to your point about, commingling them, if that's okay.
Absolutely, go for it.
So I would move that we direct staff to return in January with updated ambulance rates and a plan for fiscal year 24-25 budget for CSA 3 ambulance services. And that we also provide direction to staff to work with Cal Tahoe JPA on cost saving measures.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion on that motion?
No.
No, all right.
Sorry, they were also asking to develop a process for an annual update of ambulance rates every January. Would that also be included?
Where's that?
It was on their slide.
Yeah, I don't see it on the action on our agenda. So
That'll
do
be
you want-
included with that number two, because through AB 716, we'll want
Okay,
to look
great.
at those annually. So that'll be included.
That's part of developing a plan for the fiscal year budget. Okay, excellent. Thank you for that clarification, though, Kim. Appreciate it. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Excellent. And then do we have a second motion for the consideration to provide direction to staff to begin discussions with El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority on a successor agreement for pre-hospital advanced life support ambulance and dispatch services in County CFSA 7?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. That's
Perfect.
nice and clean. Thank you.
Nice and clean.
All right,
Thank you.
excellent. Wonderful. All right, it is now, thank you all. Appreciate you being with us. All right, I'd just like to kind of recognize that we have an hour and a half. We have 4 more items on our agenda, including a hearing. And we really do need to move through all 4 of these items before noon because I think we've under anticipated the impact of our afternoon. I think we're going to go all afternoon on
I
these
do
2
too.
items. So we ask that the board, we move through all 4 items within the next hour and a half. Is that the will of the board?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So with that, Kim, let's do the item number 49. And are we also hearing item 31 in concurrence with this? Or is it after?
I think it was the intent to have them called together.
Okay, great, perfect.
I would ask that you take separate action on each
Okay,
item,
great.
starting with number 31 and then with the rate increase item following
Okay,
that.
thank you, perfect. So let's hear items number 49 and 31, Kim.
Of course. Item 31 comes from Environmental Management Department recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing a new franchise agreement between El Dorado County and South Tahoe Refuge Company Incorporated, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuge Company. Item number 49 to read as followed is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding the solid waste collection rates for South Tahoe Refuge areas A and B. 1, based on the analysis completed by Crow LLP, find that an 8.33% increase to the existing rates be in accordance with the base year rate setting process. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing an increase to the solid waste collection rates. Supervisor Thomas, can you open the hearing for item number 49?
I will open do I also need to open the hearing for item number 31 as well?
That one was not a noticed hearing.
Okay, it wasn't. Okay, great. With that, I open hearing on item number 49. Good morning, Mr. Warren.
Good morning, board. Is it okay if I address item 31 for clarification?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the way the franchise agreement was written in the staff report, because it's heavily been amended due to this 1383 requirements, it appears to be what would look like a new agreement. In fact, it's an amendment to the agreement. We wanted to provide clarification on that the franchise agreement is being amended and restated from a 5-year extension to a 20-year term, and this is to accommodate all of the 1383 requirements. So we've worked on that. So we apologize that it might have read that as a brand new franchise agreement, but in fact, it's not. We want to make that clear because item 49 for the base year rate increase is based on the current franchise agreement and the rate setting manual. So we didn't want there to be any confusion of approving a rate increase potentially and then having it going to the new agreement, or the amended agreement next year, which could reset the cycle if someone were to look at it that way. So we wanted to provide clarification on the record prior to moving to item 49.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Any questions from the board?
No, I just want to thank you, Jeff, because we talked yesterday and stuff and the clarification on that. So thank you very much on that.
All right, excellent. So any further discussion on item 49?
No, I just wanted to bring that to clarification. So it'd be up for the recommended action is to have the board approve the amended franchise agreement with the additional term of 20 years.
All right, very good. Any discussion from the board on item number 49?
No.
I'm sorry, I want to make clarification. I think
31.
Mr. Warren speaking to item number 31.
Okay.
And I think the intent would be to move on to your presentation concerning item number
I
49.
was- Okay, great. I
And
missed
then
it.
following public comment, the board can then take action. Again, they'll take separate action, but they'll do it at one point.
Thank you for clarifying
Very
that.
good.
Yes. All right, we're moving on to item number 49. Perfect.
Okay, well, then again, good morning again. Item 49 is, I'm here for a base year rate increase for South Tahoe Refuse for areas A and B. I also have representatives from South Tahoe Refuse on the Zoom link. So if we do have any questions, they'll be available to answer those. As a brief background is the franchise agreement, the current one, with South Tahoe Refuse has incorporated a solid waste rate setting policy and procedure manual, which is called the rate manual, that was developed with the intent of establishing consistent processes and applications between all member agencies of the South Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, which we'll just call the JPA. And those member agencies are the County of El Dorado, the City of South Lake Tahoe, and Douglas County, Nevada. The JPA is responsible for overseeing the regional cooperation regarding solid waste and coordinating solid waste program planning and reporting to the member agencies, and STR is the franchise hauler for all member agencies. What's different between this year is this is a base year rate increase, which is every third year of the franchise agreement. And the ones before you have done is the interim years, which is based on the CPI for the trash and garbage index. The base year is more intense, looking at the financials, and all of their books, and over the years of looking at to see if there's a rate increase that is warranted. And in June, STR submitted the base year rate application to the JPA for the base year rate for 2024, and that requested increase was 10.09%. In July, the JPA met to review the application and engaged our solid waste independent consultant Crow LLP to perform the rate year analysis. Crow has completed its review and provided the recommended final base year rate increase to member agencies, and based upon the review, they recommended an 8.33% rate increase for STR's franchise areas and unincorporated areas of A and B. The JPA met on October 23rd, 2023 to review the recommendation for the rate increase in all member agency jurisdictions and approve that recommendation. In accordance with County Ordinance 8.42170, a notice of time, place, and purpose for the public hearing of today has been made. Those notices for areas A and B were scheduled on December 1st and December 8th in the Tahoe Tribune and Mountain Democrat. In addition, South Tahoe Refuse has notified every affected customer by postcard of this public hearing. And with that, we've reviewed the application and the analysis and found no deficiencies in the application. And we recommend that the board approve the base year rate increase of 8.33% for franchise agreement and as by the franchise agreement, the rate setting manual for areas A and B.
All right, thank you. Any board discussion on item number 49?
Yes, the Senate Bill 1383 impact. It says it's 10.16%. We all know this came as an unfunded mandate from the state. Unfortunately, we're all going to have to pay to do this. But where does that get approved? And I see this is strictly the base rate.
Correct.
Support. So where does the other 10.16% recommendation for 1383 come to play?
Was this in the Crow's analysis that you were referring to?
Yes.
That was deferred from the JPA. And so that will be dealt with next year in our meetings. There was needed to be some more analysis on that one.
Okay.
And so this year it's only going to be for the base year rate increase.
But there's more coming is what you're saying, that 10% estimate.
There will be more in there, and they'll most likely be incorporated into an interim year rate increase.
Okay.
But this is to get the STRs investing into their 3-cart system for the yard waste. So it is a different change up there, and all the equipment that need to be purchased. So it's not going to be the only year that we'll be seeing increases as much as we've heard in the previous items. All the costs are going up, so they're labor rates, gas, disposal fees. This is all what's being looked at in their application rates.
Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, and could I add to that, please, Mr. Warren? I represent El Dorado County on the JPA, the Solid Waste JPA, along with a representative from Douglas County and a representative from the city of South Lake Tahoe. We work very closely with South Tahoe Refuse, who, up in the basin is an exceptional family-owned business that partners very closely with us. And they were very concerned about implementing any cost recurrence on the taxpayers this year for SB 1383, knowing that there was already going to be a cost of living adjustment, which is allowed for in the franchise agreement. So South Tahoe Refuse has asked the JPA, and the JPA has concurred that we will not implement any of those charges until 2025, and then likely again in 2026. What the exact rate is going to be is what Mr. Warren was referring to. We're going to try to sharpen the pencil on that. But this is a state of California mandate that is unfunded. So unfortunately, it's falling on all of us as taxpayers. And this is awful. We've already seen down here on the West Coast, PG&E prices go up in the basin, electricity costs, gas costs, food is incredibly expensive. This is just one more nip at that, and I know it hurts. And I do know that South Tahoe Refuse has some low income programs, and I would want to encourage people to take advantage of those if they can, because this is just a little bit out of our control at this point.
Thank you for that helpful context. I know we are all very cognizant of the enormous pressures on all of our families, and but that was a very helpful background. So, all right, Kim, let's move to public comment on this item. Thank you so much, Mr. Warren.
Now taking public comment on items 31 and 49. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. At this point, I will close the public hearing on item number 49 and bring this back to the board for action. We will take item number 31 first. So is there any further, if no, there's not any further discussion, I will entertain a motion.
I would move approval of item number 31 as presented by staff.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to item number 49.
Same motion. I would move approval of item number 49 as presented by staff.
Very good.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you, Mr. Warren, for bringing this to the board. Appreciate it. All right, with that, we will move on to item number 50 that Supervisor Parlin has brought to the board for us today.
Yeah, this will be a quick item. I asked Kathy to, oh, sorry, my bad.
Sorry, we jumped the gun.
She looked at me, I'm like ready to rock and roll.
We're all excited.
I know.
We should go.
Item number 50 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board receive a presentation from the First 5 El Dorado Commission with an update on community hubs.
There we go. Sorry about that. Jumped the gun. I put it in the discussion background because I forget things, but at our October meeting at the First 5 El Dorado Commission, we were presented with the strategic plan evaluation report, and the data was really encouraging. And when that commission was talking about it, we thought it'd be good for the board to hear this data. And because we are going to be making some decisions about sustainability of the hubs, and this model of service. Is that the right service delivery?
Service delivery model.
Kathy says it so well, so take it away.
Good morning, Kathy. Pleasure to have you with us today.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I am Kathleen Guerrero and I'm the director for First Five El Dorado. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin, not only for the introduction, but for serving on our commission and leading us so well in community hubs. I appreciate it. In June of last year, our partners presented data to your board for the first 6 months of fiscal year 22-23. And what we wanted to do was come back and give you the complete picture of the data and who was served through community hubs. And I'm very proud to be joined online today by Alice Alk, who is our program coordinator, but she is also our evaluator. And we're very lucky to have in-house staff who can not only pull our data, but evaluate it and complete the report today. She's a little under the weather, so she'll be joining as a panelist in the event we have any questions. Joining me today in the audience are my hub partners. I have Elizabeth Blakemore, who's here from our ELFs, as we call them, Early Learning and Family Support at the County Office of Education. And unfortunately, Bryce from our library is not able to join us here today. And I also wanted to acknowledge the other members of our team, Colleen Robinson, who is our program assistant and makes sure that everything is well read before it goes out the door. And the newest member of our team is Deanna Santana, and she is the coordinator for the Commission on Youth and Families. You'll probably be hearing more from Deanna as we begin our work in the commission.
It's a dynamic team.
Thank you. I'm very proud of them and thank you for the opportunity to give them that acknowledgement. And this is Alice's very first evaluation report, so we're very glad to have her today. As you know, First Five El Dorado is your tobacco tax dollars at work in the community. Our mandate is to invest in expectant parents and families with children 0 through 5 years of age in order to get them ready for school. It's a critical period of time as 90% of a child's brain is formed by the first 5 years of life. Click. Thank you. We'll dance. Okay, good. We'll dance. Okay. You may wonder how First Five became the leader for collective impact for community hubs. Just over 10 years ago, the commission was measuring school readiness, and we found that 81 to 84% of the kids entered school ready to learn. And that's a great number. But over the course of 4 years, when you see there's a persistent 20%, you begin to dig deeper and find out why 1 in 5 kids are not ready for school. We wondered if families were struggling to meet their basic needs, if they were able to focus on reading daily and doing developmental screens or attend their regular child visits. Community hubs were born to ensure that children were raised in communities where families had access to supports and services. Building on our successful partnerships with the libraries and the County Office of Education, community hubs were born. We could acknowledge that 2020 and 2021 were very challenging in the county. Christine Osgood said it well. It was COVID, Caldor, mosquito, snowmageddon, and other climate or severe weathers that impacted our community. Our children and families and community members were struggling as an impact of the weather, and we had to change our approach in how we served them. The community hubs started by engaging families with young children and then asked them about their basic needs, but it became very clear that we needed to change our approach. So when COVID changed, we changed, and we changed to a navigational approach where we could walk with folks, assess what their needs were, and then point them in the right direction. We've made tremendous progress in the last years, beginning with a 144% increase in the number of registrations in the last 2 years. At this time, By changing the service delivery model, we're reaching populations that may be experiencing multiple complex issues. You'll see that 44% of the families indicated that the annual household income was below the federal poverty level. Last year, that number was 30. What this increase tells us is that our navigators are reaching far more families with needs, which 38% of them said they were not able to get their basic needs met in the last year. The other area to pay attention to is that 6% did not have shelter. Last year, that number was 3%. I think that's important as we just had a conversation about the increasing rates, Supervisor Lane, that you mentioned. The ability to meet basic needs for our families are getting harder and harder. Another change from last year is the 20% that indicated that transportation was a barrier. Last year, this was 8%. Again, the increases in the percentages for these social determinants of health factors and how our navigators are finding ways to reach more high families. You'll see here that 5% of adults do not have health insurance and 2% of children do not. Overall, our navigators are offering more intensive support for our clients. This table shows you the different types of navigation services they provide. You'll see that the bulk of services are providing information and resources to clients and assisting them in completing forms or coordinating services. From these navigation services, our navigators made 467 referrals between July 2022 and June of 2023. The greatest service our navigators are providing is assisting clients with completing paperwork to assess community benefits. This increase is likely due to a new outreach strategy of offering, quote, free phones or Lifeline services to eligible community members. Eligibility for Lifeline is consistent with federal poverty guidelines. With this qualification, our navigators can walk with clients to explore other eligibility for critical services. So they come in looking for a phone because they're at a certain eligibility level, and we can say, gee, are you receiving this? And then walk them through the other services and supports that are available. It's important that services are well received by the client and that our services are improved based upon a feedback loop. 100% of survey respondents that have engaged in navigation services said that they were satisfied and recommend the navigator to other folks.
100%.
100%.
That is unbelievable. That
It is.
speaks to the work you're doing. My goodness.
Thank you so much. Now, keep in mind response rates, right?
Still.
I'd love a 90%, but yeah, the folks that are responding say that they are very happy. And you know what we hear the most? And you heard this back in June, it's walking with someone. Every family experiences a unique combination of needs based upon who's in their family and what their experiences are. And having one person they can come back to rather than being directed to the multiple services is not only takes the stress off the family, it empowers them to learn how to navigate on their own. So we're building capacity as we go. So in talking about the future of hubs, I guess I should start by saying, as I sat down here today, I saw an email from Carla Haas that suggested that, or actually said, there was a press release today that the 211 services were being transferred over to community hubs. And I want to thank you all for your confidence and support in that move. We feel that hubs have the ability through their 800 number, through their online engagement, and by having navigators placed at each one of our hubs, we have personal connections that can help reach the community further. So thank you for that trust and support. Since 2016, the commission has invested nearly over $4.5 million, an average of $750,000 annually, and leveraging million more in partners' investments. We're developing an infrastructure as we move towards sustainability. To achieve this, we are developing a communications campaign. And if you're not following us already on Instagram or Facebook, please do. Each of you have your own hubs. You'll see that communications campaign with a lot of the data that was shared here today. We're establishing community advisories to engage community voice. These have been released in each one of the hubs where we are bringing community members together to not only promote hubs, but to tell us where we're doing it well and where we could do better. We're developing collaborative tools among our partners, such as operational manuals, consistent job descriptions, and charter agreements, so that we can continue our discussions with your board and the County Office of Education to integrate the model into the current county system. I should also add that we're very grateful for the support that you have given us through the years, not only through the general fund, but through our library leverage. And we're excited about the opportunity to find ongoing support for hubs before June 30th of 2025, where the commission is signaling that we may not have the funding in order to continue at the level that we're funding. So with that, Alice and I sincerely appreciate your receiving our evaluation report today, and we're available should you have any questions about the work and where we're going, or any of the outcomes that have been reported.
So appreciate just this efficient and clear picture of the amazing impact that you are having on our community to meet our citizens' needs. It's very helpful for us to have this feedback as we move into the next budget cycle. And as Supervisor Parlin mentioned, are looking at the sustainability of the hubs. It helps us know the impact you are having in the community. So this has been really, really helpful. I see Supervisor Turnblue's button.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for all the hard work you're doing. It really is great. And then working with Carolyn Brooks to bring the small refrigerators, especially to the libraries, especially give them the children proper nutrition. But also we have a community hub day, which is on the 20th coming up in Pioneer Park. And the USDA will be back out there, especially helping people with small or large low-income loans, especially people that were underinsured, especially because of the Caldor fire and loans of tree removal too. So they wouldn't have to even pay that back up to $10,000. So, and also Kevin Kiley will be joining me, and we will see you on the 20th.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I appreciate you bringing up our hub day out in Hub 2. I think one of the greatest opportunities community hubs provide us is the opportunity to be flexible in the community and go where needed. So we're not stuck within the areas of the library. They're there if someone need it, but we have the ability to go out into the community and bring other resources and wrap around your district who's been especially hit hard.
Yeah.
So thank you for acknowledging that.
Yeah, there was over 250 people out there the last time. So it was amazing how many people showed up.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's wonderful fruitage too. Thank you for
Yeah,
sharing that.
you're welcome.
Fabulous.
And I might also add that the food distributions that are happening in the county, when we first started them in COVID, they were sitting at the area of maybe 125 households that were reached through each of those distributions. I know that the Placerville food distribution has had to expand into 2 lines in 3 hours in order to meet the nearly or over 300 households that go through that on a monthly basis. And we are seeing the same increases in Pollock Pines and Cameron Park. So I feel like in collaboration, in the spirit of collaboration, we are reaching out to our families in new and different ways. And I appreciate the flexibility that the model gives us to do that.
Flexibility is critical as
Exactly.
needs are constantly evolving.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation was great. This is one of the things that I learned about early on in joining all of you here in El Dorado County is how incredible this program is and the wraparound services. And as you said, that you going to them, not making them go all around. And especially in Tahoe, that's critical because our services are so spread out. So this is just really important. I wanted to ask a little bit about the food gift cards that you showed a slide on and you referenced Safeway. In Tahoe, Safeway is one of the more expensive grocery stores. I mean, it's kind of Safeway and Raley's are neck and neck for that. We have other grocery stores in the area that are less expensive, and knowing that maybe their money could go a little further. Is there some kind of agreement with Safeway? Do they sweeten the pot, or are we giving them $100 cash and they're giving us a $100 gift card? And how's that working?
In actuality, the gift cards are an in-kind donation in most part from our food banks. So we accept the gift cards. It's typically either through the Food Bank of El Dorado or through Feed El Dorado or through Passer Food Bank, who give the food bank or the gift cards to us. And so I think it's a great opportunity for us to expand the discussion, especially in the holidays and when we're going to collect those cards. And I can certainly take that back to our food banks and say, hey, are there some other opportunities that we might have?
That would be great. Yeah. And I think also you talked about partnerships. You know, if that would be a perfect partner, right?
Yeah.
To say, you at least give us 10% off or 20% off, or they provide something because they're just pure profit on their end.
Yeah. I should also add that one of the reasons why Safeways are ones that we choose is that you have the opportunity at Safeways to not only do food, but gasoline. And so the Safeways have gas usually attached to them. And so when you're giving a Safeway gift card, they have the opportunity to either put it in their tank or put it in their bellies.
Right. Which again, I think is great, but they are a large, corporation for profit, and perhaps they could be a partner to your program and sweeten the pot a little bit.
I appreciate that. We're in the process of hiring a new navigator up in Tahoe. And once we have that team set, perhaps we can meet with you and brainstorm some other ideas.
That'd be great.
Okay. Thank you.
Good discussion. Excellent. All right. Any further thoughts?
Just thank you, Kathy, for bringing this. The board is supposed to be making data-driven decisions, and that's why when we saw the report at our meeting, I was feeling like, we need to share that. So appreciate it, and we'll see if there's any public comment and questions or anything, but very helpful. And everybody knows how much I love our libraries and hubs, so I just do. And I just think this is a really neat way to make people comfortable getting services. It's just a great way to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you so much, Kathy, and Lori or Supervisor Partland. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. So with that, Kim, let's take a public comment on this presentation, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 50. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Lyle Bennett, echoing thanks to Supervisor Parlin for bringing it to the attention of the board, as well as the wonderful presentation. I think it's a good example of the value commissions add under the rubric of good governance. My only thoughts are under healthy community and so forth, there's a large percentage of Hispanic as well as non-English speakers in this community, and data on how those needs are met. Again, back to Supervisor Parlin's wise ending comments about people feeling more comfortable with accessing services, I think would add value for future presentations. Thank you for taking my comment.
Helpful comment. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. This is a receive and file basically with the board. So once again, thank you so much for being with us and for the amazing work you are doing to benefit our community. We look forward to another robust new year and look forward to walking with you in this. Same to you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Right. With that, we will move on to item number 47. Let's talk cemeteries.
Sorry. Item number 47 comes from the Planning and Building Department, Cemeteries Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction of an ordinance to amend County Ordinance Code Section 8.20 Cemeteries, Title 8, Public Health and Safety, to revise multiple sections of the Cemeteries Ordinance, and 2, waive full reading, read by title only, and continue this matter to January 9th, 2024 for final passage.
Good morning. Happy to have you both with us today.
Good morning, Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building, Julianne Melchor from our Cemeteries Division. As you're well aware, the Cemeteries Ordinance has not been updated for more than a decade. So here we are. On September 19th, your board gave conceptual approval to these ordinance changes. I'll breeze real quick through these since I know we've also had this discussion, but proposed revisions are aimed at removing language and requirements that are no longer needed, adding some clarifying language, so on and so forth. The definitions have been expanded, clarified, updated, specifically in definitions of various categories of cemeteries, i.e. public versus publicly owned, because I know we've had that discussion before. So hopefully that provided some clarity in the updated ordinance. The requirement that liners or vaults be used for all burials has been removed. I know personally I've been signing all kinds of waivers on that. It's no longer relevant. There are techniques we can use where you don't need to use the liner for the vault. It's not necessary at this point in time. There's that individuals will still retain the option to do that if they want, although I can tell you, and Julianne can probably attest, folks are not using that technique at this point in time. It's costly. Yeah. References to Pioneer Memorial Parks are being removed. Concept of Pioneer Memorial Parks, it's embodied in state regulations already. It's not necessary to repeat the language in our ordinance, and obviously we've not in a couple of decades moved in that direction for Pioneer Memorial Parks. Very clearly from previous board direction, that's not the direction we're going. It does not need to be in our ordinance at this point in time. And the section permitting the use of dynamite for excavation is being removed. You can imagine it might be a little aggressive for today's day and time.
Excellent call.
That was
my favorite part.
Figured that wouldn't be too controversial, but yeah, and then language that references how county owned or managed cemeteries will be operated is clarified, so it doesn't appear to apply to all public cemeteries. Back to that public versus publicly owned, which we are publicly owned. So, and then obviously grammatical spelling mistakes, things of that nature. So that is the quick hit version of all the changes in there. They're pretty straightforward, but we're happy to take any questions you have for them.
Thank you so much. And very helpful just to have you walk through the basic changes that is before us today on decisions, helping just to break this down. Can you briefly clarify for anyone that might be watching and interested, the board had discussion regarding the Cemetery Advisory Committee and then ad hoc. So how does what the board is undertaking today, pair into that direction and action that we're engaged in advisory committee?
This is separate, regardless of what path the Cemetery Advisory Committee ultimately goes down. or direction from the ad hoc. The ordinance still needs to be updated.
We
So
will still have cemeteries. We still need an ordinance
Correct.
to govern
Yes.
them.
Yeah, no matter what, this provides direction to staff on how we manage our cemeteries. So we had prepared resolution and bylaws that's sitting there depending on what happens with the CAC and what the ad hoc committee ultimately decides. But that's a separate effort. The ordinance moves on its own path. We need the ordinance in place to govern how we function as a staff. So,
Excellent. I just didn't want any confusion out there in the public.
Sure.
Chair
Excellent.
Thomas, I'll add to it, since I've been on the Cemetery Advisory Committee for a while now. The committee did have an opportunity to look over
Oh, excellent.
the recommended changes to the ordinance. So that's something that has had eyes on it from committee members also. So, but yeah, these are very straightforward, just because it hadn't been updated in so long. And I do appreciate really the clarification about the public versus publicly owned. It gets a little confusing in conversation. So I think it's clear in here. And red line, again, I love red lines. It just helps my brain for whatever reason. So thank you for attaching that too.
Very helpful. All right. Any other board comments or discussion? Supervisor Kyle.
Yeah, I have one on disinterment permit. This is 8.20.061. It's on page 5. And I understand what it's trying to do, but is there any enforcement in this? If we find out that somebody has gone and dug up remains of someone and hauled it off and you know who it is, where does that enter into the enforcement? Is that a law enforcement issue because it's been stolen property? Is that the way it's treated?
Thought of it as stolen property.
Go ahead.
We hadn't thought of that concept as being stolen property. It's
Okay,
rather
well.
interesting, but it probably is appropriate. Yeah. There isn't enforcement against that sort of thing, except the very end provision, which allows for some penalties, but they're not large. For a problem with the disinterment, I think it would be more of a law enforcement thing.
Okay.
Stolen
Coroner's
sacred
office.
property.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's one of those things, we have a rule, but what happens when people don't follow the rule? Who do we turn them into? And I guess it's just law enforcement, but yeah.
I see our county council's nodding that law
Yeah,
enforcement. so yeah.
law enforcement is your first point of contact.
Okay, thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board? All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Very good. I will bring this back to the board for any further discussion or action.
If there, all right, we've just got someone that raised their hand. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Kim, for taking my comments. I just pushed them in the wrong order. Befundled. So shout out to Chris for hitting the hard and clear points. Great job. Definitely a shout out to Julianne for doing all of the detail work. And shout out to the Cemetery Advisory Committee where I was able to provide my input so I don't have to say any more, which is the advantage of commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it?
That's it. No
All
additional
right, now I'll bring this back to the board for any further discussion or motion.
If there's no further discussion, I'll move to approve as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Very good. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So Julianne and
Thank
Chris,
you.
thank you for your work on this. We appreciate it and grateful to hear there will be no more dynamite in their cemeteries.
You got another decade before you have to come back. on this,
That is
okay?
good news.
That could have been exciting.
Oh, frightening. All right. With that, let's move on to our last item of the morning, item number 48.
Item number 48 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached comprehensive response letter that incorporates the assessed impacts if the federal government accepts the specified parcels in trust for the Shingle Springs Rancheria Band of Miwok Indian Shingle Springs Rancheria. And two, authorize the transmittal of the letter to the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs to formally request consideration as outlined in the reference letter.
Good morning, Allison. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning, Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office. So this item is our response letter to the first notice we received back on November 3rd. We were granted our extension for, I believe, 15 days. So we have until the end of this week to respond. The letter itself, we just addressed what we were requested to address. So if known, the annual amount of property taxes currently levied, allocated to our organization, any special assessments or amounts thereof that are currently assessed against the property in support of our organization, any government services that are currently provided to the property by our organization, and then if subject to zoning, how the intended use is consistent or inconsistent with the current zoning. So for the first question, this is for the 3 parcels. 1 is developed, 1 and 2 are undeveloped. So the assessed value is relatively low. It's $665,801. So based off of the assessed value, we would be receiving approximately $2,600 in the current property tax year. And that's prior to all the complicated calculations that the auditor's office has to do. That could be higher in the future if the 2 undeveloped parcels are developed, but without knowing what their plans are, we won't be able to estimate that. There are special taxes assessed of about $60 per parcel that's developed, so we miss out on $60 as it is currently. And then the government services range from, transportation, our road system on the Green Valley Road area, the roads inside the gated community are managed by a road fund, so that wouldn't be us directly. And then the sheriff's office responded saying that if they do build houses on these properties, it could increase services requested or needed in that area, but they do have the tribal services available within that community as well for public safety and health services as well. So just it could affect us, but it's not really certain on those services. And then on the zoning, the parcels are zoned residential estate with a minimum lot size of 10 acres. The current house that's on there meets that zoning, so no inconsistencies there if it remains that way. And when they do build additional houses on those properties, it could be consistent with the zoning if they stick within that 10-acre minimum. And these, all 3 were proposed for use of residential housing for the tribe members. And then other than that, we just wanted to, request that the tribe, if they do want to change anything about the zone parcels or change the proposed use, that they contact us and kind of work with us through that process, so we continue our relationship with them as being a good neighbor.
That would be an important consideration, I know, for the neighbors around that and just for the consistency of our county. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right. Are there any board discussions or questions on this item?
Very thorough.
Yeah, thank you for adding that about the consistency of the zoning. That's really what it is in a community, in a neighborhood, to have consistency and of what's proposed there would be, nobody has a problem with that. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Allison. All right, let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 48. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Laurel. It's a pleasure to see you this morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. I want to start by saying I'm a little confused by the testimony of staff because I'm here to speak on behalf of the El Dorado Hills Chamber and the El Dorado County Chamber, having read the Business Journal with an understanding that the tribe has consideration for an event center. So I'm going to go on record on that premise of what I read in the Business Journal because, you know, it's media. They must be telling the truth. Anyway, so I want to speak to that possibility. If the tribe does intend to move forward with an event center, it is something that is desperately needed in our community. It will benefit everyone everywhere because of the trickle-down economy. We're very excited about that possibility. Both Debbie and I have been in our seats for over 2 decades. And for over 2 decades, we've been hearing, we're going to build an event center. We're going to build an event center. The tribe said, we're going to build a hotel. There are people sleeping in it. If they do decide to move forward with an event center, it will get built. We will have it as a great asset to our community. So I don't know but that's what I have to say.
Thank you for being with us. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
I think we can provide some clarification after public
Yeah,
comment.
we will do that. Yeah.
Multiple
I know there's
processes
some
Yeah.
confusions with
A lot
these
of
items.
people involved.
Anyone in the boardroom would like to speak on this? Seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Welcome back, Sue.
Sorry about that before. Anyway, so quickly, again, the county doesn't have control once this property is put into trust. And I do ask that at the end of, during your conversation, that no one says that the county has no say, because you do. You are given the opportunity to comment and put some, interest for the public to the people making these decisions. And I would just ask, in your letter, it's basically answering the questions, but then you get down to where the county says ultimately it's supportive of the use of these properties for housing, which I don't think anybody has a problem with. But I would ask that after that first sentence at the end, you put, but we would prefer to see this land retained in the county's jurisdiction in order to guarantee the use of these properties to remain in housing. And then I would put, the county would like to require engagement from the tribe if once placed, if they're going to go ahead and put it in trust, I would ask that they would, whoever is locking that in, would require a commitment from the tribe to retain that into housing, because this has been the issue, is that once they have it in trust, they can pretty much do whatever they want. And even though you have these touchy feeling, we wish you will work with us, they don't have to. And it should be known that the chambers are also lobbyists for their members, in which the tribe is a member of their chamber. So, and I hope you take that in consideration, because when these things are taken out of county coffers and county entities, the county and the people are not benefiting from those things. So thank you. And I would just encourage you to add a couple lines to this to make it a little stronger. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lyle Bennett Koshan. I agree with Carol that the value added to the county with an event center will be awesome. A shout out for our local federally recognized tribe and staff in its memorandum, where it's covering the memorandums and the $8 million that is given back to the county under the good neighbor policy. If you go back in the historical record, things were not good neighbors, as the federally recognized tribe tried to enhance both its footprint from 160 acres to 1,000, and its economic growth, as well as the wellness center, so forth. As was mentioned, there is a plan in the public domain about trying to house all 500 members, which is a substantial growth. And I think continuing the good neighbor approach is so much beneficial as opposed to anything confrontational, negotiating with a sovereign entity within this county. And I think staff has given you a great recommendation. My only little point is that it does reference zoning. It does reference 10 acres. This county is exempt, as far as I know, from many of the initiatives at the state level to improve affordable housing without that 10-acre zoning restriction. And I would anticipate an effort to bring 500, and I should say about 300 additional family members. There's going to be variations to that zoning, multifamily housing, the tribe subsidizing about 90%. I think all of that's going to fall under the good neighbor policy. So not sure about referencing specifically 10 acres, but definitely in favor of continued collaboration and conversations. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, excellent. We'll bring this back to the board for any further discussion.
Yeah, I have a clarification. It says here, if the tribe is in need of the parcels for anything other than tribal housing, the county would like to engage in open transparent conversations with the tribe to determine what impacts the changes in use may have to the county services provided and how the tribe and the county could work together to mitigate those impacts. So that's already on this agreement. Is that, and that's part of it. If they don't use it, then the county would engage with these people, the tribe?
That's just part of our recommendation to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We don't have anything currently set up with them on these parcels as far as an MOU or an agreement. But we do have other agreements we have with them. So, and we meet with them annually, which we're planning our annual meeting.
Right, okay.
So that would be a good time to engage about these.
Yeah, because it's in
types of
that. That's
items.
what I just wanted some clarification on it. So,
Thank you for that. And
Just to make it clearer,
okay.
no, that is just a suggestion in a letter.
Suggestion in a letter.
The reality is that, and we've been through this before, so I'm not speaking out of turn. There was actually quite a bit of conversation. God, what year was that? I can't remember what year it was. Napa County was getting hit with a potential rancheria. And so there was quite a bit of conversation with the federal government. I remember their county supervisor there was heavily engaged, but and then COVID hit and we lost momentum on making changes. There has been requests to update and change the fee to trust process. Quite honestly, when you look at it as a whole and the way it impacts counties in this process, it truly is a broken system. Our concerns are really not taken into account of the impacts, and they usually just boil it down to money. Quite honestly, you can see that in the questions and stuff, which that might be great for the local government to get the money, but the impacts to the residents really don't seem to be taken into account on these fee to trust processes. So, and honestly, call it what it is. It's a rubber stamp process. So I'm just keeping it real, and we are requesting more than that, because we have built our relationship with the tribal government over the last few years, and we're hoping to keep that going. And that's why it's good to have this in the letter. But the reality is, no, it's not in here. This is just a request.
Okay.
So just want to make that clear. We can't demand it. We can't require it. It's a request.
does the board wish to make any additional edits to the letter, or how would you like to move forward with this item before us? Actually, before we do that, let's get some clarification on these. I know we had another, we're currently working through another couple parcels during the event center versus housing. Clarify that.
Chambers comments, yeah.
Yes, correct. We received this notice on the 3rd and then 10 days later received 2 more notices, and those 2 notices have the event center parcels in them. So we'll be commenting on those.
Perfect. So
as
stay
well.
tuned. That is to come. Yes, perfect. Thank you for clarifying because it's been a little confusing now. Which one is this?
Mhm.
So, all right. How would the board like to move forward on this item?
I'm going to move approval of staff's recommendation to submit the letter because it is only a letter. It has no binding requirements. It's really our description and response to the questions. What are the impacts? And then a desire to continue to work successfully, collaboratively with the tribe to make sure that costs that the county might incur are somehow accommodated. And they've been very good at that. So
I will second that. Any further discussion?
No.
All right. All it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Allison. All right. So with that, well done, board. It's 11:30. And is it the board's desire maybe to take a brief break and then hear some closed session items before lunch?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So at this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 53 through 55 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 53 through 55. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so thank you for being with us this morning, and we will see you back here at 1 o'clock for our 1 a.m. open forum. Thank you. Afternoon, El Dorado County. It's a pleasure for us to welcome a new group of faces in our boardroom today. Thank you for being with us. And we'll move into the first item on our agenda is the open forum portion. And before I have Kim read the details, you might have noticed a timer here. Now, we recognize it's a little aggressive. This is not going to be the final position for it. But our clerk and our staff has moved heaven and earth to try to find timers that work with our webinar system. It has not been easy. So we're testing this out today. It's two-sided, so we can see it on the backside. And if we find that it works with our system, then we will find a more appropriate place for it. So just wanted to have a caveat for that. That's not its final placement. So, but it does help us all move the meeting along. So with that, Kim, can you please open public forum?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone wish to address the board on something that's not on our agenda? Let's go ahead and move online then, Kim. Oh, yes, come on down.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. The Taxpayers Association claims to be a community organization providing a voice for El Dorado County taxpayers through advocacy, voter education, and weekly public meetings. The association is governed by its bylaws and must adhere to and comply with all federal, state, and local laws to ensure the blessings of freedom are forever perpetuated. The Constitution and Bill of Rights is clear that no person, organization, or government servant has authority to censor, harass, discriminate, or deprive anyone of their civil liberties, such as they've done to me for whistleblowing. Over the years, I've kept you apprised regarding Carol Lewis, Andy Nevis, Chris Payne, Todd White, and others regularly conducting themselves outside of the law. One example was when Democrat Carol Lewis shouted, "You've taken your advocacy and you've moved it into a form of bullying with the First Amendment and all this shit that you put out." Another example you'll recall earlier this year when George Turnbow's admin, Todd White, was fired after I submitted into the public record a notarized affidavit supported by valid evidence and law. What the Mountain Democrat failed to truthfully report is that California law requires documented complaints such as mine be investigated and retained in the employee's personnel file for a minimum of 4 years. That means Todd can never hold a government position again. Consequently, Todd was also fired from his job at Big Brothers Big Sisters and removed as a deacon of Park Community Church, where the RCC formerly held their monthly meetings. More to the point, yesterday's taxpayers meeting descended into chaos shortly after Treasurer Mark Pappas submitted his resignation and left the building. Next, Sherry Rafferty announced the altered ballot of directors, several of whom are appointees to boards, committees, or commissions. Lori, you missed all of the action. Your planning commissioner, Andy Nevis, had already dropped you from the Zoom call, just as Carol Lewis ordered me and all other members out of the room in order to conduct an illicit closed session. I stayed put and continued to audio record the public meeting. Thankfully, Bill George had the good sense to object to Carol's demand for a secretive meeting and rightly called her a dictator. He motioned for a vote to keep the meeting open to everyone. So Chris Payne went out into the parking lot to round up those who had exited, but most were already gone. Without any vote taken or the knowledge of members and the public, Democrat Chris Payne was declared the new president, Gay Willard, VP, Jim Alderink, treasurer, and Todd White remained secretary. Wise up to the truth. The corrupt association has lost all credibility and is falling apart. Madam Clerk, please enter this into the public record.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would wish to make comments on open forum? All right, let's go ahead and go online, Kim. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Kathy.
People here.
I know.
Sure somebody was going to speak.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kathy Adams from Grizzly Flats. This is rather like giving an elevator speech with the time limit, but I'll do my best. The food bank, which is
going bi-monthly in Grizzly Flats is going very well. We feed about 15 to 20, as many as 30 families. We're going to be expanding that by reaching out to the Hispanic community up there. I don't think they're aware we're there. And I've recruited a high school student to do her community service with the food bank. Salvation Army is working on getting funding, so we have backup of propane up there for winter. And the food bank has done a video on the Grizzly Flat food bank. I talked because we don't have trees up there. The weeds have come back with a vengeance, and I've been working on this problem with 4-H and Future Farmers of America to see if we can get them to provide their goats. This would help other places in the county too. The county Department of Agriculture said they'll put a link to this if 4-H and Future Farmers of America provide them with information. And I also talked to them about setting up a co-op business because one of the wheats up there is actually something you can harvest and dry. And so that's my next big project for the year, is to get a business co-op going, not just agricultural, but for other businesses. And we're working on the school. We've heard from the water district that they have to have water connections up there to the site by August. So maybe we are going to get a school. If not, we'll start a charter school. Not a problem. I am transitioning from an AARP contract job at the county to a real county job. I opened up a separate bank account for my house. The banker didn't get it that I didn't need a debit card. Don't you want to buy something for your house? I said, no temptation. I just need the house. Thank you.
Oh, Kathy, that's a great update. Thank you for all of your efforts. Wow. Amazing. Such a resilient community. Good afternoon.
Linda Colombo, do I get 3 minutes on each issue?
No, 3 minutes total.
I mean, for the whole day?
No, goodness, no. This is just for
Okay,
anything
good.
not on our
Okay,
agenda.
I just want to
Yeah.
say, she hit a button, Grizzly Flats. I had a meeting with Marie Alvarado Gill recently. And one of the things that I was unaware of is that FEMA turned down Grizzly Flats based on the fact that they averaged all the income for the whole county and then turned us down. Is anybody in the county standing up for that, to go against FEMA, to say, hey, that's not the way you do it?
Herculean efforts. Herculean efforts.
But we don't know it. So somehow or another, I think that needs to be out there because yeah, it's crazy. They average everything from Lake Tahoe and El Dorado Hills, and the people there, the income is nothing like that. The whole middle of the county is nothing like that. So I wish you would continue your efforts and keep us apprised of what's happening.
They
Thank
are
you.
ongoing, and thank you.
Numerous
We
letters,
will,
especially to the,
yeah, thank you,
FEMA
Linda.
director too, so.
Anyone else like to speak on something not on our agenda? All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. As this is the last meeting of the year, just a shout out for Supervisor Thomas and the wonderful job that she did as the chair. Much appreciated. I support following the normal norm, and so I'm anticipating that Super Heidel will be the chair next year. And in that context, I am urging both him and Supervisor Thomas to work to basically memorialize the response to the hate speech that occurred under Super Thomas's tenure. I went back and reviewed the tapes, and I think there was an awesome introduction at the follow-up meeting by Supervisor Thomas that spoke to the nature of a limited public forum. I did not hear that today and on other days, and I just think it would be very important that that be added to your agenda where you have your protocols in writing for normal agenda items, but there are distinctions, as was clarified in September by Supervisor Thomas, that I would urge you to memorialize to ensure that this never happens again. And then again, wrapping up the new year, this year, as I prepare for a New Year's resolution of speaking less and writing more, I appreciated that Supervisor Heidel clarified his comments, and I'd like to read them into the record, that he personally just wants to say that I despise, abhor, do not agree with any form of hate speech at all. I personally made a mistake in choice of words because after talking about the First Amendment, I said it's fine. What I meant by that is that we have to listen to what we have to say to some degree to what they have to say. That's our obligation. But I deplore, I think that all forms of hate speech are inappropriate. So I want to put that on the record. We all have to live and work together. I just want to end on not a positive note, but urge Supervisor Parlin to consider making a similar message to undo her statement that I don't know if I really want to go there in terms of the awesome work the county council did. We usually get these things though. Why make ourselves more of a target? I applaud that the entire board, including Supervisor Parlin, has stepped up and put in Supervisor Thomas's words
for your comments,
where
Leo.
she replaced the invocation. Thank you. Sorry I went on too long.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Oh boy, take me. Good afternoon. This is Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction out there. I was just showing a friend where I am in that Triple Junction on the district maps. So I feel I really have 3 supervisors, so I'll take advantage of that. Just a reminder, I'm seeing all the Christmas trees out there looking beautiful, lively, festooned with lights and ornaments, shiny and bright. And guess what? None of them look like any of these wireless telecommunication facilities. So we're still waiting for the ordinance to come our way. And I will urge you over and over again to apply a fallover setback, and that will take care of most problems. Quite the simplest. Item 2, I don't see a timer on the phone. And I would appreciate at 2.5 minutes, we used to get the little whatever it was, and I was kind of getting used to that because it let me know that I got 30 seconds left. Right now, we're just cut off. So if we can work on something like that, that would be great. Grizzly Flats, individual funding. Seems the president got mistaken again, and the person before me or before them mentioned how income may have been disproportionately figured out for that, because El Dorado Hills is not up the hill. As far as hate speech is concerned, no, we didn't need it. That was a terrible situation. As I said, I wanted to puke. But sadly, as with our Bill of Rights, bad things happen, and they are enabled under those Bill of Rights, and we have to respect them, even though we hate them. If you hate, wrong word. But anyway, if we don't agree with them, and that's been part of our process, but when they get vulgar, that's where you cut the line. Anyway, the chairmanship, yes, thank you, Wendy, or Supervisor Thomas, for your hard work and calm demeanor, and you did a good job. And how am I doing on time?
You're doing 33 seconds. You're doing great.
See that, and then you can come on and say 33 seconds. Anyway, yeah, that works. But yes, we and the earlier. Thank you very much. That was a very good way. I will get back to the next chair, and we can work on wording and stuff like that. Thank you very much, and have happy holidays and all the rest of that stuff. And pray for snow, please. See ya.
Sounds good. Same to you, Mr. Greenwood. Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I would love to echo ending on the new year on a positive note by saying Merry Christmas to all of you and safety to your family. Enjoy your time off. I know we all will. Two things I wanted to address, so I'll talk quickly. One is I am wondering, I've tried to contact the elections department, that it would be really great. A lot of confusion is going on. People who are no party preference are getting postcards that give them an opportunity to select independent, Democrat, and native, I think it's native voting status, but a lot are asking me, why isn't Republican on there? And we would like people to know that if you are not registered as a party for the primary, that yes, you need to either respond to the postcard or come on in and we can, the elections department can register you to vote. And so a lot of people are very confused on how to participate fully in the election process. So just throwing that out there. They're doing a great job at the elections department getting through all of our filings. And I was telling somebody it's beginning to look a lot like election season. We're seeing all the signs and all the decor of candidates starting to run their primary campaigns, and that's very exciting. Last week my hand was up. I don't know if there was a glitch, so this is a little bit too weak.
We can't hear you, Kelly. There.
Oh, hello?
Now we can hear you.
Oh, weird. See, I don't know if it's me, so I apologize. Last week I had my hand up for public comment and you all were so surprised that there was no commenting, and I was yelling at my computer, I'm raising my hand. We know, and I know there's been some congratulatory messages and stuff on the El Dorado Hills CSDs, hopeful purchase of the old golf course. But one sentiment I do want to share that made me really sad is, in a lot of people's opinion, we're kind of being extorted into a very large amount purchase for something that is very historical, sacred, and important to the citizens of El Dorado County. And the thing that made me the saddest was, and it wasn't me that said it, is that the confidence in our Board of Supervisors to do what's best for the people, and a lot of promises and a lot of protection of important space is so low that we feel we have no choice but to be, in my opinion, extorted of what will be $20 million to buy land, that if we would just do our jobs and protect the zoning process, we wouldn't be in that situation to have to, feel that compelled to allocate that kind of money. So I thought that was very sad, but I really do hope it goes through, and that as the deal pushes, that you remember those processes, since we know they're still going to proceed, and we look forward to the new year. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. So,
You want me to respond to Kathy's request?
Oh, absolutely. If you'd like to
Bridget?
clarify that, absolutely.
Yeah, biggest thing, the school is in $2 million in shortfall is what it is. So my staff and I are working on with Kevin Kiley and stuff to try to resolve that problem. And the problem is because the cost is so high now, construction costs, and that was one of the biggest part of the problems. Also, talking about with FEMA and stuff, I reached out to Deanne Griswold from FEMA. She's the head director of FEMA right now, and we were asking for even homes and stuff, FEMA homes, to be able to support the people in Grizzly Flat. Still no answer. And also the individual assistance we've been pushing from day one, and my colleagues too.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that. You has consumed your actions and
Oh,
your
I know.
thoughts, and you've just been very diligent and continue to be very diligent.
Persistent.
And persistent, yes, and knocking down every door you possibly can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Much appreciated. All right. So with that, we move on to an
Chair,
exciting, yes.
since you recessed into closed session, is there any report out from the items?
Oh, thank you for that. Do we have any report outs for closed session?
No, the board did hear item 55 and there's no action to report out.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim, for keeping us on track. All right. With that, let's move on to item 51.
Item 51 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office, Parks Division, recommending the board, 1, approve and certify the final environmental impact report for the Diamond Springs Community Park. 2, adopt the findings of fact and incorporated mitigation monitoring and reporting plan for the project. 3, approve the project as described. 4, formally accept the donation of the property. 5, authorize and direct staff to proceed with filing the notice of determination for the project. And 6, direct staff to move the project forward. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
So with that, it is my pleasure to open the public hearing on this exciting item. And good afternoon, Vicki, pleasure to have you with us, and Jennifer.
Good afternoon. Vicki Sanders with the Chief Administrative Office of Parks Manager. We are really excited to bring this item to you as you directed by the last board meeting. It is the last board meeting of the year. So I've made my deadline. So that's number one, a big accomplishment. Before I introduce our consultant and start into the PowerPoint, I want to make a couple of comments on this project because this project was very special for many, many reasons that many of you may not know. One of the main reasons that for me it was very important was the fact that it was a parks project, but it's a county project, because I have never had in my 28 years here such a collaboration with your departments. Your planning department, Brett, I could not have done without him as he shepherded me through what I needed to do. County Council, DOT, Zach Oates has been fabulous. EMS with Christine, the Sheriff's Office with Troy Morton. So this is truly a county project in my mind. I just get to have the privilege of being the parks manager to bring it before you today. But I thank everybody for all that they've done. We've had a lot of community meetings and a lot of community support for this project. And I think, you know, no matter what the outcome, it's been a special project and it's definitely been a county family. And I very much appreciate everybody. And I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledged everybody as I turn it over to our consultant, Steve Peterson, and thank you for everything.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, Vicki. That's just wonderful when everyone can come together for the good of the community, as we so often do. And good afternoon, Steve. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Thomas and members of the board. It's good to be before you. My name is Steve Peterson. I'm with Kimley Horn. I'm here to make a presentation on the Diamond Springs Community Park project. I'm joined by my friend and colleague, Brian Gradage, who is the project manager for the Environmental Impact Report. And with that, we also have Dennis Pasqua, who is a DUDEC traffic consultant. And as Vicki mentioned, I've been doing this a very long time, as you can see. And this is one of the rare instances where the jurisdiction is banded together to bring a project forward. And so we truly appreciate the collaboration and the direction that we receive from all the departments and all the individuals that Vicki noted. So with that, let's jump into the PowerPoint. So, excuse me, what I'd like to do is give you an overview of the project, and this is a bit of a history, much like the presentation that was made to your board last year when we came before you. And then with that, we'd like to summarize the process that was used to develop community input and to take that into a design charrette and a design process. And then go through the key points of the environmental impact report, and with that, open it for questions and answers. So the guiding principles and objectives of the projects are very clear. They speak to the recreational master plan for the county. They speak to the goals of a community park for the county, and it speaks to those things. But also, I think it's important to note the fourth bullet that you see here, providing a potential community center for emergency purposes. That's something that really informed our process as we went forward after the catastrophic fires that happened a couple of years ago, and also the way Henningsen Lotus Park really turned into a refuge for a lot of folks, as well as other parks. So with that, I'll speak a little bit more about the infrastructure and the function, but we thought that was a key element to add to the process. Again, the property is within the Diamond Springs community on Clemenger Road, or Drive rather, and it has two parcels. With it basically almost 40 acres. And it's a very, very naturalistic property. There have been prior land uses, but at this juncture, the primary feature is Dead Man's Creek. And there are also some very significant cultural resources out there. But it's surrounded by communities, or excuse me, residential communities, and also schools, which is really an important building block for locating a facility like this. Again, here's where the project is located, and it gives you the footprint of the project, and we'll zoom in on that a little bit. So the park proper is that sort of horseshoe-shaped piece, and also the fact that we're going to be looking to improve the roadway that you see going north-south, as well as the intersection of Oakdale and 49. Here's the more of a blueprint sort of view of that. And then the improvements at the intersection of Oakdale and 49 are largely striping, some widening, but by and large using the existing infrastructure, the existing layout to form safe turn pockets, and also make sure that the routing of traffic during the primary uses makes sense and uses the existing roadway to the greatest degree possible. So the program, or the wish list, as it were, for the project included all these different things. These are the key elements that needed to be brought forward into the design process. And so this is sort of the wish list that was developed through the community outreach. So again, community resiliency is a very key part of this, and making sure that there's infrastructure for things like hookups, things for utility support, and also using the infrastructure there to support emergency response is something that was really key in the fabric and the backbone of the plan. The park hours were something that were a great concern to the neighbors, especially with the potential for noise and glare. So with that, the operational hours dawn to dusk 7 days a week, and no public address system. So the process of developing the plan was about a year in length. It kicked off in May of 2022 with a listening session. We got together at Charles Brown School and basically broke into groups and asked people what they thought, what they wanted for facilities, and just as importantly, what they were concerned about for potential impacts of the project and how that might affect the community. Then we went forward and put together some basic ideas and some concept plans that looked to identify both the constraints and the opportunities, and also to see what we could do to fit the site, fit the issues, and avoid impacts where we could. We came before the Parks and Recreation Commission in August, and then we went to the Diamond Springs and El Dorado Advisory Committee in September, and then came back before your board in September of last year. With that process, we identified not only the facilities, but also some really primary concerns. And one of those has to do with the alternatives development process. So with that, we had 5 basic designs, and they ranged in intensity. They ranged from a very intense program that had as much play field and as much activity as possible to a very pastoral sort of open space area. One of the things we learned very quickly is the areas on the east side of the parcels, those were the most sensitive. Dead Man's Creek again, and also there were very significant cultural resources there. So we knew that that would not only be a bad idea, it would be an expensive idea, and an idea that would take a long time to permit. So with that, we honed in on 3 basic concepts. The concept that you see on the left is the most intensive use that would make sense for the site. The second concept, or what we're calling concept B, ultimately was suggested as the preferred alternative. And then concept C is a less intensive program, but it didn't meet as many of the needs of the master plan as specified by county direction. So again, A, B, and C were the 3 refined concepts taken forward. At this point, there wasn't a selection. It was a matter of getting feedback and then drilling down a little bit more with the science and the engineering to figure out what the ramifications and potential costs might be. But ultimately, these 3 alternatives were taken forward into the CEQA process. A being the most intensive, C being the most pastoral, and B being the preferred alternative. So this is the laundry list of the preferred plan. Basically, roughly half of the site would be pastoral, half of the site would be active. 323 parking stalls, a variety of ball fields, a variety of other facilities such as a gym. And the pickleball folks showed up in mass, as well as the other folks. So anyway, the new century brings us new land uses. There was also a comment that was received recently about the potential for having a dog park at some future stage. The way the environmental impact report is written, that is a less intensive use than a lot of the things out there. And so on the face of it, we don't see that as being a problem if the county would elect to do something like that in the future. Here's a simulated oblique aerial of what the project would look like. We're looking towards the northeast, and we're looking at the Charles Brown School there in the middle, and then how the park sort of winds around. And then you see Lake Patterson out in the distance. So with that process and your board's direction last September, we embarked on the environmental impact report process, and in essence, did a lot of the science, did a lot of the intensive study that was required to get to that document and to get to that information base. Some of the direction that we received from your board had to do with verifying the quality of the soils out there, and most importantly, looking for a deeper dive on soil samples to make sure there wasn't contamination. That was found to be the case. There was no identification of any hazardous materials that more intensive study conducted, or identified rather. So with that, the notice of preparation was issued last spring. The draft EIR was released in September. A comment period of 45 days came forward. That period ended in November. And with that, our colleagues at DUDEC were able to finalize the environmental impact report that's before you today. These are the topics that were considered within the EIR. And I'm not going to bore you with going down that list, but these are all the different sort of resource focus areas that the document contains. And Brian and I are happy to speak to any specifics or any questions you have on any of those topics. As I mentioned, the three different intensities have to do with the different choices, or the alternatives had to do with the proposed project, which was B, and then the alternative site plan, the low density, which was actually C. A dropped out of the final array, but there's the no project alternative as required by CEQA, but also the roadway connector alternative. And that's a very important part of this analysis. One of the things that we heard early on in our outreach, especially working with the El Dorado and Diamond Springs Advisory Committee, was the importance of understanding the context of the livable communities and mobility study that was done roughly around 2011, 2012, in that era. So the preferred alternative, as you can see, contains turf ball fields on the north, baseball fields on the south, a variety of different uses that center around the gym that would be proximal to the parking lot, and then also having different roadways as you go north-south on the western portion of the project, in addition to Oakdale. The roadway connector alternative speaks to that concern about the mobility study that was done in 2012. And as you can see, the blue outline of the project sits within a larger study area that was conducted, or that study was conducted in 2011, 2012. It came before the Board of Supervisors on May 1st, 2012. And at that point, the board accepted the report and filed the report, but did not approve the plan, and also elected not to go through CEQA to study it with a focused EIR. So with that, that action was taken. That was basically an advisory, not a prescriptive policy document. And so with that, it was studied, it was considered, but we thought that it would be very important to use the framework of that as an alternative to study to see if there was an environmental improvement or environmental benefit to using that as an alternative. One thing that we found, as I mentioned, is the sensitive resources, the wetlands, the cultural resources, those sorts of things are located exactly where the intersection of the main highways would be that were identified in that concept plan. So with that, that's the presentation, but we're happy to try and answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you so much, Steve. And just have some initial comments before we have board discussion, but this is such an exciting project that has been years in the making. I think Vicky hit on this. What makes this so special is the broad collaboration where the whole community, as well as our county departments, have come together to really create something amazing that our community needs and wants. And as you mentioned, Steve, that is rather unprecedented in all the development that you've seen. And I think it's so important to name our collaborative partners on this that have brought us to this day. This park is in collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club, who does amazing things for our community and supports our kids. The Motherlode Union School District. It's done in collaboration with a high school district. Our soccer leagues, our little leagues. The Marshall Foundation for Community Health has been a prime driver of this. And I would be remiss if I didn't highlight that none of this would have been possible without an anonymous donor who saw the need, recognized that there were no ball fields, no soccer fields in the county for the Diamond Springs, El Dorado communities, purchased this land. And what is before us today is a donation to the county of this land for this community park. I mean, that is just, what an incredible gift. And so I love the heart of this project. I think it's also important to recognize that the Diamond Springs El Dorado community makes up about a third of District 3. There's roughly 15,000 residents and families in District 3. It's a disadvantaged community, and there is no county park in this area, in the Diamond Springs El Dorado area, for a third of our population. Now, the city of Placerville has some parks, but there are no ball fields in this part of the county, which makes up a large portion of the residents in my county. So I think we've seen the need. I also so appreciate that as we've been working through the design phase this last year, certainly with Vicky and our consultants in the community, it's been a really fun and iterative process. I remember the first community meeting we had on this. I was rather shocked at it was more contentious than I thought. I mean, who doesn't love a park? And there was a lot of concern from the neighbors that around the park, and rightly so. You don't know. And we certainly always value and want to protect the quality of life of our residents that are already there. And so it truly was a listening session. It's like, okay, yeah, tell us your concerns. What are you worried about? Let's work through that. And we very thoughtfully worked through that. And so the next time the community came together, they brought a few concepts together that reflected all of the concerns of the neighbors. And the neighbors were there again, and they walked through it saying, yeah, I can see the need for this. This is really good. And as we talked about the different impacts, whether you wanted the maximum programming or the minimum or the medium, I kind of expected that the neighbors would want the minimum. And they said, no, we need this medium. We need to be able to, have places for our kids to play and meet the community's need for recreation. And so it was really a community-driven process on the design that is before us today, which I love. It should be that way. This is a community park. This is not a government park. This is your park. And so I really appreciate the thoughtfulness, which we've approached this, and then during those discussions, there's always concern about traffic and circulation. I get that. And I have had meetings upon meetings with our county staff, with the Transportation Commission, and with those folks that are really, have intimate knowledge of past circulation plans, concepts, conversations. And we've had deep dives into that. And because of that concern, this board authorized an additional scope on this EIR to really, once again, consider that circulation concept that the board and the El Dorado County Transportation in conjunction with the community looked like in the mid 2000s. And we went through that as part of the EIR because we recognized that we needed to take a look at that. So all those things are before you in the EIR today. So I just want to acknowledge how thoughtfully I think this process has been done. And I want to certainly acknowledge Vicki Sanders. None of this would be before us as well without your advocacy, your enthusiasm, your diligence, and your heart for our community that, you get our residents, you get what they want, and you are just dogged in your pursuit of funds and processes to bring them to reality. And so you've just done an amazing job of this, and it's a pleasure to have this before us today. So thank you. So with that, I will save the rest of my comments for later. My colleagues. So I see District 2.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Vicki, for this because, my biggest concern, especially with the old contamination, the mill was on the mill site. And thanks for all all the boring and the test holes came out negative, which was a good thing.
That's a good thing.
But let's go back a little ways. The Timber Little League. When I used to play at Independence High School, there used to be a ball field that was called Timber Little League. And it was when first and second grade was there at that time. And right now, there's no place for kids anymore. And it used to be they moved it to Charles Brown School, but then that got closed down because the reason why, because you're not supposed to use the schools because of all the things that have happened in schools and stuff like that. You're not allowed that. And I remember our men's softball team, my men's softball team, we used to practice there and also at Herbert Green. We can't use that anymore. So this kind of opens it up and helps that there to bring these parks back because we need something. And I agree. But I thank you for this environmental impact report, the final. I looked through it and it's amazing. And I'm glad that the results came out negative. And I'm glad that you guys have addressed the concerns. The only thing I have a little bit is the infrastructure of the traffic. And I would like to see if we work on this to see if we can get a middle lane from where we turn on Patterson Drive all the way down to the high school. Because the traffic backs up a lot in that area, especially when you're turning into Union Mine High School, especially in that turn lane, and it backs up and people are still backed up traffic because it takes a while for the light to change. So I think that's the only thing that my concerns is, and if we can address that and fix that, it'd be great.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, and we'll certainly dig into that in a little bit. And thank you for bringing the concern about the contamination. I was happy you brought that up early and we were able to address that. And
addressed it for me. Thank you.
So thank you for that, Supervisor Turnbull. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, my concern is primarily the circulation and the roadway connector alternatives seem to be an attempt to really look at what does that whole region need in terms of circulation. Whenever we have a major roadway like Highway 49 Pleasant Valley Road and we add one more encroachment, and there'll be traffic going in and out, and it's kind of one way in and one way out, and there's no alternatives. It begs the question, should we be looking at some kind of a through passage as an alternate way to access this? Because we all know in emergencies, if we had fire out in that area, you're looking at evacuation routes, Highway 49 is going to be all clogged up. How do you find parallel routings that will get somebody out of an area where you do have those kinds of emergencies? So, and I know there were studies done. I know our DOT has looked at some of the things, and I'm no expert on this particular area, but I'm looking for, is there something we can do for future growth in that area and stuff to make sure that we don't get parcels that all have to have encroachments onto Highway 49, that there is an alternate routing, and there are roads out there. But again, I'm not an expert on that area, but I would be interested in hearing more about what went into that roadway connector alternative and why we decided not to try to pursue some of those things. So,
and I can talk about that later.
Okay.
Well, actually, do we want to have DOT? Is it who would like to address that? Whether it's Steve or Zach or Raphael? Perhaps let's kind of dig into.
It's like Zach's gonna do it.
Okay, Zach, perfect. Welcome. Thanks for coming down here. Let's address Supervisor Turnbull's comments. Is there an opportunity for a middle lane you said Patterson Drive or Pleasant Valley Road?
From Patterson Drive all the way to Union Mine.
To Union Mine, and then
or a lane.
Okay, and then we'll talk about this alternate circulation, both how folks are going to be getting out of the park with the emergency access and what our plans are for that, as well as the circulation concept that has been bandied about. So
very good. Well, thank you. As you mentioned, Zach Oates with DOT. It's good to be here with you again today. The middle lane along Pleasant Valley Road, Highway 49. I'll ask Dennis to correct me if I'm wrong here. I believe that a few of the improvements recommended as part of the traffic study do include adding that middle turn lane, not all the way from Patterson, but from Oakdale down to the high school there, to help with some of that traffic and those volumes. As far as the connector, the way the site is currently designed, without having a through road through the park from Highway 49 to the south, that is still not precluding future east-west parallel access for the connector road. The site would slightly reimagine what the existing circulation map that was before the board in 2012. We slightly reimagine that to go around kind of the southeastern corner of the park property, but that would still maintain that east-west parallel access from Pleasant Valley north and east of the project out towards Highway 49.
Actually, Kim, could I get you to, I'm sorry, Zach, can I get you to pull up page 24 of 27 of the presentation? I think that'll be really helpful to give everyone a visual. It's hard to look at what we're talking about. Because as was pointed out, my understanding is that this was a concept, as pointed out, that was never formally adopted by the board because there was not community support for it at the time. And as the connector, the proposed connector is looking at, as it intersects, the blue is the park, as it intersects with the park from proposed development 12 to the park, that is the most sensitive site of the park project. And so what you're saying, Zach, is that the yellow dotted line is a proposed connector with the pink lines, that if you take out that little connection with the park, there still could be alternate routes along the edge of development 12, or not, which is number 12, and then to the east northeast.
Correct.
That by taking out that little blip through the park, that doesn't preclude those other possibilities of future circulation.
Yes. So that east-west parallel access would be maintained, just not connected through the park site itself.
Yeah, that helps. We're not talking about easements or anything, because obviously once you have a park and then people forget about things, and the next thing you know, the opportunity to put something
these would
through is
be,
gone.
as discretionary projects came in, they would be conditioned to include those types of improvements with their projects.
Okay, so it's a function of the project submittals.
One other thing that would be important to mention, and it's not to say that couldn't change tomorrow, is that when the circulation map was put together, all of the projects, of all the projects that were shown on that map, I believe there's only one that has an active planning application. The others have since expired or.
Okay, so they're dormant at this point or something. Yeah. Okay. All right. That helps. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things I want to talk about a little bit too is Deer Park. Let's take example of Patterson Drive. When you come down Patterson Drive, I can't remember the street you turn on, but there's a particular street you turn right on and you go down and there's a barrier that dead ends. And that was basically put there on purpose, just in case there was another way, another access, a thoroughfare where they could access the property in the back. So that buttons right up where that park will be.
Any further questions?
Well, I guess I just have one. Looking at Snoopy Drive is got basically an aggregate base road that will be built as part of this park. And that is asphalt, right? It's not just an aggregate. Or is it aggregate? I mean, is it like an EVA or is it really an all service road?
I might ask Steve or Brian to chime in, but I believe that was going to be, I'll let Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Brian Gradich, part of the environmental team. It actually is aggregate, as in it would be a base rock for an EVA. It would not be an asphalt concrete sort of all use road, to answer that question.
Yeah. So drainage and stuff, it might be subject to erosion more so than others, but I assume that's high on the property, so you probably don't have a lot of drainage issues along that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean it would be an improvement over the current surface, and yeah, it would require, I suppose, more maintenance in terms of aggregate as opposed to asphalt, but it would also just be less intrusive over there for the intended purpose. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. I understand what it is now.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions or comments at this time? Yes, Supervisor Parlin.
I have like 2 pages of concerns from all the documents we were given to read. I mean, there was 500-page EIR. There was another 500-page traffic study. I went back and looked at our fiscal analysis that was done in January of 2022. And I have a lot of concerns, and I've expressed those concerns all along. So I guess fundamental question before anything else is, why did this EIR not go to the planning commission? Because normally they do. It's got traffic and land use and all of that stuff. And usually then the recommendation is given to the board. And at the planning commission, it's, I don't know, it's less formal at the planning commission, and therefore easier for public comment, and they kind of do deeper dives on things. So I'm a little at a loss as to why we're getting this straight out the gate.
So it did go to the planning commission for findings of consistency for the property before we began any of the pursuing a park or an EIR. My understanding is, and Jefferson is in the audience, so he can answer this when I get this wrong, because of course I've got this great team behind me. We didn't need to go back to the planning commission because they're an advisory board, so they can't make the recommendation that comes forward to you. We did discuss it with the team, and there was not the necessity for it to go back to the planning commission.
The planning commission didn't have any review authority over this project other than the initial finding of consistency with the general plan associated with the acquisition of the property. So the EIRs that you're thinking about have gone through the planning commission because the planning commission was tasked with either providing perhaps initial approval subject to appeal to the board, or providing a recommendation to the board as a matter of county ordinance or statute. That's not the case here. There was no role for the planning commission to play.
So help me out though, because let's say, and I'm just illustrative example, project that includes a general plan amendment, those are always going to come to the board no matter what. But those go through the planning commission first as part of the process so that they see the EIR, the community goes there. Usually the project changes somewhat, at the planning commission, and then we get it. So I'm just not understanding, this is a significant project in this area, and it just doesn't make sense to me that it didn't go there first.
I guess
I hear you saying that it doesn't have to, but could it have if the board wanted it to?
I mean, I suppose, but I guess I might liken this more to maybe something that we see more frequently. Let's say, one of DOT's capital projects that they advance. Similar to what happened here, the planning commission does have some initial review authority insofar as they are tasked with annually reviewing DOT's CIP, primarily for determining whether or not that CIP is consistent with the general plan. That's the extent of that review. Again, not too dissimilar from what happened here prior to the acquisition or the contemplated acquisition of the property. But the planning commission doesn't have further review authority over DOT's CIP projects as they are working their way through. Ultimately, it's to your board to formally approve the project, and there's additional actions that you need to take, including advertising for bids and things of that nature. But that would also include your certification of the EIR or MND, whatever the relevant document would be. So I guess I'm likening this more to that type of process where the planning commission has a very similar role to what it had here, and it's very limited to determining that and making that initial determination of consistency with the general plan. But since they don't otherwise have review authority over the approval of the project itself, they similarly do not provide either a recommendation to you on approval or certification of an EIR.
Interesting. Okay. So it's just because it's a county project, basically, is what you're saying. Because if it were a developer doing this,
I get paid by the word, Lori. I guess I could have said it that way.
If a developer were doing this, though, private party, would it go to, because then it would be a land use change and all that stuff. Then it would have gone to the planning commission, right? Because that would be a different. So
correct. If
okay,
they were seeking some entitlement from the county, whether it's a CDP or a formal zone change or general plan amendment, then yes, that would go through the planning commission.
Gotcha. Okay. That helps. That's why. Okay. So then I'm just going to go through everything because there's a lot here. So on the project objectives, objective 1 says to provide recreational facilities for use by the community in the Diamond Springs area. And then item 3 says provide a community gathering point. Well, when we first saw this in 2022, this was proposed to be 8 ball fields. That's what the fiscal analysis said, was 8 ball fields. Now it's down to 6, but still that's a large project. That's a sports complex. And so in my mind, these project objectives are saying that it's for the community, but our fiscal analysis, the size of the project itself, are more like for a complex that's going to attract tourists. Remember, that was what we talked about in our fiscal analysis, whether this was going to create tourism. So I feel like the objectives and the project are kind of size different, I guess, which kind of leads to all the other concerns. Also, project objective number 4 says provide a potential community center for emergency purposes. When was that added? Was that formally added by the board? Because that just kind of crept in out of, I don't remember the board directing that in there. So it seems like the project description and objectives changed, and I don't know when that happened.
So that wasn't direction by the board. What we decided with the Caldor fire, as the emergency happened, Pioneer Park was used, and we have no infrastructure at Pioneer Park to accommodate the trailers for the showers, for the laundry facilities. So facilities had to do emergency to get everything up for infrastructure. Then the next year we had mosquito fire, which was your district, and they all went to Henningsen Lotus Park. So as we began designing this park, we wanted to keep that in mind, that we needed to have the infrastructure in place at this park. And I think all parks in the future should be designed to where our parking lots have the infrastructure facilities available just in case. Because this site could be used for many of your communities around. So if we put the infrastructure in to put the trailers, so the trailers can be hooked up if they're needed. The ball fields, the soccer fields can be used for the people that have to be in tents. We'd have a site to be able to put them. So that's basically what's in this, is that it can be used as an emergency hub. And we discussed it with the sheriff's department, with EMS, on if that made sense, because they have been through all the active emergencies, unfortunately, that our county has gone through, and they agreed. So it's basically an infrastructure. We added the infrastructure to be able to accommodate if the need happens.
So what was added?
Basically, when the construction documents are going to be done, we'll add the infrastructure, but we had to analyze it in the EIR in order to put it in. So we need to be able to analyze what the impacts would be if it had to be used for an emergency services a resiliency center, basically an emergency services center. We had to look at that because it would be an impact to the park. So bottom line is, we get it, if this is approved today and we go into construction documents, that infrastructure will be sure that it's in the construction documents and added upon construction.
But you said like trailer hookups, and I mean, are you talking like RV hookups, or
No.
what are we talking about? I guess what I'm trying to understand is was that in our thought process of the cost of developing that? Because that's more than what we originally talked about, right?
So it wouldn't be RV hookups. And what it was in my mind, because as being your park manager for years and seeing the need from the communities that have gone through these wildfires, it was more of a need. So the infrastructure costs will be minimal because you're already going to be running power. You're just going to run the right power to be able to hook up. I believe when Supervisor Turnbull, when the Caldor fire hit, in order for recovery at Pioneer Park, we had to put trailers for laundry services. We had to put in shower facilities, but we didn't have the infrastructure in place to do it. So facilities had to run more panels and try to get the power there in order to accommodate it. So we're just trying to be ahead of, God forbid, another disaster. That's basically it.
And one of the things at Pioneer Park, when we had that disaster and stuff, it took a few weeks to be able to get this all hooked up, especially putting the showers in, and the laundry services, for those people that were impacted by the Caldor fire. So if we have this already in place, it's going to benefit, especially when we have a natural disaster again. Who knows what it will be next time. So
right. And so I think from my perspective as your parks manager, our parks always want to fill the community's needs. And then when the mosquito fire hit in your district, Lori, and everybody went to HLP because people are looking for open space and the safety of a parking lot. So a lot of the RVs and stuff went there until other places could open up for them to be. So we were just trying to be able to be ahead.
Okay,
on
I'm
this
just
part.
trying to understand that
Proactive.
if there's additional cost, if there's grants for it, because it wasn't considered before in our fiscal analysis, and I'm just.
I think as the fiscal
being
analysis was done,
responsible.
unfortunately, then mosquito fire hit, because it honestly didn't even enter my mind until mosquito fire hit. And I was like, that's 2 years in a row. And they've gone to both to the parks. So I think it's where people go to open space. So I just thought I need to be more proactive this time. And if this park goes through, we need to build it ready to be able to accommodate.
So I was added a question, high capacity Wi-Fi hub, is that embedded in this design? Because it should be, right? So is that planned?
I think it could be, yeah. I mean, I don't think that's a problem.
Okay, because that's one of the key things people need is information, right? They
Right.
have an escape route, they get to some place, but when are they going to leave? What is it? And so that Wi-Fi demand, that broadband connectivity, however we get it there is really, really important. So we need to make sure that's included.
And
like
we,
actually-
and
should we-
that was a lot of our discussions with the sheriff's department, with Troy Morton,
Okay.
with EMS. So they were all part of it so that we made sure we were meeting all the community needs.
And actually, I'd like Lieutenant Morton, if you'd like to come up and kind of just briefly address what these collaborative efforts have been and what you're looking at to help clarify Supervisor Parlin's questions and help our community understand what this might be.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Nice to see you today.
Thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, just want to, a lot of these things have been touched on by Vicky already, but I'll go over them real quick. Just a couple things from an OES perspective for this project. So Vicky came to us, like she said, after the years of disasters and said, if we build a new park, how could it support emergency services? So we don't currently have any county facility we can use as an evacuation shelter. Everything we use is our community partners, which are amazing because that's where we shelter our community. But those can always change at any time, right? Some of them have changed over the years. So we just think it'd be beneficial to have a county facility to start out with where we could send people for evacuations. This project is centrally located. I think it could support evacuations from different parts of the county. It's also centrally located to, the hub of El Dorado County here in Placerville for shopping, government services, health, human services, and so forth. So it's a pretty good location, I believe, in that respect. The parking lot, when it comes to the shower hookups, that's what we talked about is one hookup for a shower trailer, one hookup for a laundry trailer. Those are things we brought out to Grizzly Flats. We get those at no cost from Cal OES during an emergency. So just having that pre-plumbed and parking spots set out there where when it happens, we order the trailers, there's the spot, there's the plug and it's done. And then there's bathrooms on site for people. So it's kind of one-stop shop for everything. Obviously the gym would be used as a shelter. There's the open area where people can camp if needed. But I think the most important thing in visiting shelters and talking to people evacuated is having the park. People are evacuated right now. They're in a parking lot in a trailer. They have nothing to do, nothing to pass the time, and their kids have nothing to do. So here, if they have a family living in an RV, they have they have play structure, soccer field, and so forth. So I think that would be nice for them, a nice perk for the community during a horrible, stressful time. And then lastly, just lighting, fencing, gates, obviously keeping people safe that are evacuated is a priority. We all know there's people, unfortunately, that will victimize those even at the worst time. So a secure site, a well-lit site close to our main offices is a plus for that. So that's all I had, just a few highlights from our perspective. I believe the sheriff may be online and had a couple of comments.
That was really helpful, Lieutenant Morton, to help us all understand the opportunity here, which you don't often get the opportunity for a brand new facility and to do it right. Because with the infrastructure costs, especially if some of the infrastructure is free from Cal OES, to do it right the first time, knowing that unfortunately we're pretty practiced in emergencies. So
Yeah, I just want to add to his real quick.
Troy, don't leave, don't leave.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, one of the big issues and stuff when they had the evacuation, a lot of the RVs and stuff went to Plymouth, the fairgrounds.
That's right.
And then they kicked them out.
That's
Is
right.
what they did. They only allowed them in, I think, a few days and stuff. So they had to find another place to go. And we need to make sure that we have enough adequate space, especially in the future, for especially when these wildfires occur. or natural disasters. So,
in space that we control.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Prophet?
So, and then to follow up on that, and I think I referred the folks to you. I had a meeting with SCLAR. They told me not to call it South County Large Animal Rescue anymore. I don't know, I guess because now they serve the whole county. So, but they like the SCLAR acronym. So SCLAR, I had a meeting with them. They were specifically looking for a location for our large animals during evacuations. And I actually gave them a $5,000, one of our community benefit grants, which I wish I hadn't done now out of my District 4, but whatever, because it's for the whole county. And they are looking for a location for large animals. I mean, that's one of our more challenging, because people are resourceful and they do go to parks and they find places. We had the whole park and ride over here was full. And especially when people are in RVs, they can be pretty mobile and self-reliant. So that's great. But what about, will this accommodate the animals then if we're doing, developed fields and stuff? That is a concern that we have, is where do we evacuate that? We had issues with which county is it? Amador County Fairgrounds. That got
It was a mess.
that got contentious. And as you've said, our large ag places come and go, owners change. And there were some concerns about spreading out SCLAR, which is all volunteers, right? And their resources over many sites. Can this take the animals too then, or are we still looking into where we put our animals for evacuations?
I'd have to refer to Vicky for that. We are still looking at a couple different sites from private partners for large animal rescue locations. There's an additional volunteer group that's going to come in as well. Again, those groups work under animal services. They work under us during an emergency. So it's kind of an animal services thing they're working on, but
Okay.
we're helping them out with some relationships with private partners.
Right.
So we don't have any new ones secured. We have most of the regular ones secured we've used for the last couple of years. So we're ready if something happened today for that. As far as this being used for large animal, I'd have to refer to Vicky.
I couldn't see this being used for large animals.
So this is not, okay, so
This is people.
separate,
This would be people.
just the people. Okay, cool.
And actually, do you have something to add to this?
Oh,
CEO?
just quickly on the financial question that Supervisor Parlin was asking, and perhaps staff can verify, but because it would add an additional cost to provide that infrastructure. However, in September of this year, staff came to the Board of Supervisors requesting authorization to submit a grant through the Strategic Growth Council for the Community Resilience Centers. And so would that funding, if received, go toward offsetting the cost of that infrastructure?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
So that
Appreciate
goes with that. Okay.
Great, thank you.
And during the Caldor fire, John DiAugustini opened his ranch for the large animals.
Yeah, that was amazing.
So, that was amazing, yeah.
It's a challenge.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, back to the fiscal. Okay, thank you, Troy. I think I won't ask any
All right.
more OES. Does anybody
Thank you
else
so
have any E
much.
OES?
Stay tuned, but appreciate you
Absolutely.
being with us.
I believe the sheriff had some comments as
Oh,
well.
Okay.
wonderful. Would love to. Is that okay, Supervisor Parlin? We invite the sheriff to speak. right
No,
now?
no
Okay.
sheriff.
I'm going to overrule you. Sheriff Lykoff, thank you for being with us.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes,
There you are.
wonderful. Thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to thank everybody for that's been a part of this project. In public safety, we're often reactionary, and as everybody has learned in the catastrophes and that we've had here in the county, we're reactive. So it is. I think one thing I take to heart, and I think we could be. Our citizens can be very happy, and is that we're remaining proactive in our reactive response to things, and that we're just kind of not going to sit there and not address things that and the needs that we have in our county when it comes to public safety. And to have a tool like this available to us, what a valuable resource for our community when we're talking about an evacuation center and a place for our citizens to go and seek shelter and when there is that disaster. Now I'm not going to take my sheriff hat off. I'm going to put my dad hat on, my parent hat, and my community leader hat on. What a great thing to have for our children. As being involved in coaching youth sports for the last 30 years, specifically more baseball than anything else, I know that real estate, when it comes to the seasons that we face, whether it be soccer season or football season, youth football season, youth baseball season, you name it, there is a fight for real estate and trying to get on fields to offer children opportunities to hone their skills and practice. So I'm very aware of staying in our lane when it comes to the public safety aspect of it. But one of the things that I've done, and I think we all have a responsibility to, is the future of our county and the children. And that's why we launched our SHIELD program this year. So I see this as a great thing as a father and a coach of having to take your children down right now. Common to run down to Mather and Rancho Cordova to their all-purpose sports fields down there for soccer, for baseball, for softball, youth softball, and you spend the time down there. You buy your gas down there. When practice is over, you feed your kids down there. They're eating on the way home so they can get home and do their homework. What a great resource to have here in our county, and to create those opportunities for our children. So for everybody involved, I want to thank you, and I think this is going to be a great thing.
Well said, Sheriff. And, our community's kids are your heart. And thank you so much for your collaboration on this and for your perspective. So appreciate so much your support.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing on the roads on Patterson Drive, and it was Crown Point, Griffith, and Argonaut. This park could actually use that to access that, especially if we have a horrific fire, a wildfire, whatever that comes out of the canyon and stuff, at least they'll be able to access. There's another way out, not
great.
just one way in, one way out, like John was talking about.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Parlin.
Okay, back to doggy downer here. So, I want everybody to know, I love parks and children. Please don't think I don't. Okay, because I've raised some, worked at schools, all of that. But on this dais, I'm putting on my county supervisor hat, and we have to look after the county budget and traffic circulation, all those things. So just letting you know, I love children. So I have had concerns about two things on this project all along, and one is the impact on the county's budget. I'm very concerned, when you go back and look at that fiscal analysis that was done, and I think that's the only fiscal analysis that's been done. It was in January of 2022. It needs to be updated because it was talking about 8 fields, and I don't know if it had all this, the gymnasium and all these other things in it. So the cost at that time, my recollection was it was going to be like $480,000 a year to the expenses of having the fields. And then the projections were that the fields were going to be used. And, it was a very optimistic, I would say, that they were going to be used 100% occupancy. And so I guess what I'm trying to really understand, what are going to be the impacts to the county's budget from having this project? And I know that we were talking about having an agreement, but I think it backed out with the Boys and Girls Club to take over the management. Or were they waiting to see, what were they waiting? They were waiting to see something because we don't have that agreement still. I remember there was concerns.
We can speak to that.
Okay, so are they going to take the 100% of the maintenance then, so the county won't be on the hook? That would be good to know. Because other areas of the county are served by CSDs. On the Divide, I have the rec district up there. This area doesn't have one, and that's why this is falling on the county. So what do you have, Vicki?
Well, what I have is those have been discussions ongoing, but we don't have a project yet. So until this is either approved or denied, if it's approved, then those discussions would move forward on the management of the park. They had expressed early on that they would like to take over the management and maintenance of the park, but again, they'd have to enter into an agreement with the county. And I believe that there was an amendment before your board on the agreement with Marshall Foundation. I think it came to the board in March,
Yeah.
where if we didn't do something, if the county did not do something with this land in 5 years, it would revert to the park, to the Boys and Girls Club. So they have an active interest in this park site. As far as what they would take over, I really can't speak for them.
Okay,
So
but the
we haven't
EIR
gotten an
actually,
agreement.
the EIR talked about that as not an option though. Like it's an alternative that it go to the Boys and Girls Club, and it said that that was not a preferred
That's in the
alternative.
agreement. That's in the easement that we've signed, that this board has signed with Marshall Foundation. Now, if
Okay.
you approve this action today, then we would sign the certificate of acceptance of the land. At this part, we have not accepted the property, if I am correct.
Correct.
So
Okay.
then that would set us into the next steps. There were certain things that we were not able to do until this is adopted, such as the agreement with the school district. We have to wait till this stuff is done in order to put those agreements in place. The questions in regards to the fiscal analysis, this is the special lady that is the expert.
Thanks, Vicki. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. So we did do that fiscal analysis starting back in 2021. So we didn't have the option B fully fleshed out at that point. And so it was kind of looking at the potential for this site. So as we get closer, hone our idea of what would go into this site, especially with the EIR, we can fine tune this. I was very conservative in the fiscal analysis as far as the funding. The numbers that I used came from some of the CSDs that do have a lot of fields that they have to maintain. And my understanding is the more that the fields are used, the more expensive it is to maintain them. If you look at our parks, and I looked at Henningsen Lotus Park, Pioneer, Bradford, and Forbay, just for our maintenance staff, their time, it's about $650 per acre for the park. So it would be about $25,000 a year for a new 40-acre park. But again, that's if it were similar in the amenities that it has to those parks that we currently have. So a more intensive use at a park with multiple ball fields would cost more to maintain. However, the reason we did the fiscal analysis is because we wanted to look at what revenue potential there would be, and not in order to make money on the park, but just in order to continue to maintain it and keep it available for sports teams. So what we looked at in that was how much of the time would it have to be rented out, and about what level would we need to set the fees at in order to meet that 100% coverage of the cost of maintenance. So I still think that with the 6 fields, it's possible, because I think that maintenance cost would come down with fewer fields. But I don't think that we can say that there would be no general fund cost. I know the Boys and Girls Club is not going to be wanting to operate at a loss either. So those are conversations I think we'd have to continue to have. And it's not all going to be built at once. So I think that $650 an acre maintenance cost would be kind of on the low end, but something that we can think of to start with.
Okay.
And all of our collaborative partners that have been at the table are still at the table.
Yeah, it's just that there's, quite honestly, there's a lot of unknowns on the cost. And with, right now we're being told to tighten our belts, be ready. The state deficits concerning all the mandates that they're putting on us that are not funded. We just have a lot of economic uncertainty, and I just want to make sure that we're not adding to that, I guess, inadvertently. And we probably are. And it's a shame that there wasn't a CSD out there in that area to take care of this for us. Then it wouldn't be on the county at all, and a CSD would be doing it. So that's unfortunate. So then as far as the park itself, you're planning on doing that with grants 100%, or because we only set aside how much general fund right now?
There's 4 million right now. And honestly, how I would do this park, if it were approved today, I would move forward into construction documents. If it were me, my recommendation would be to develop the site as far as the infrastructure, do all the dirt work because it's a balanced site. So to develop one side, you need the dirt from this side. So I would make it a balanced site and then I would do the SWIP on it and make sure it was secure for the winters. I think that in my time here, you have so much community right now. We would apply for grants, yes, and you would be project ready. So you would be right at the top of the list for grants, absolutely. But I also think you have so many service clubs that have been interested. You've got the Boys and Girls Club. You've got Rotary that built us Joe Skate Park 25 years ago. You have so many special interest groups that would come forward and build this park for you, in my opinion, if you have the infrastructure done. But it's hard to build a ball field if you didn't do the dirt work yet. So I think that if you had spent that $4 million just getting it site ready, I think your groups will come. I honestly do. I mean, maybe I'm being very optimistic, but I know the people out there. I've been with this community. I've been with the whole community of El Dorado for 10 years now as your parks manager. And I think you've got so many people that want it. Your little leagues will come forward and there are grants through the Little League Association that we could apply for all of those. So yes, I think you have so many possibilities with the $4 million that you've given us so far. I think we'd make great progress and we'd go nothing but upward from there.
Okay.
Oh, one other
And
thing.
let's let Supervisor
Okay, go
Parlin
ahead.
finish
You
her
done yet?
questions.
No, I have 2 pages of stuff. I told you
Oh,
that. This isn't going to the planning commission. This is our only opportunity to weigh in on this,
Go ahead,
George.
speak.
This is it
Speak,
today.
man, speak.
Well, I'm just telling you. Another thing that just transpired recently is the El Dorado Hills CSD is looking to purchase the property that's the old golf course. And so we don't know what that is going to get developed into. Are they have we heard, are they going to be doing ball fields or, because that could change the demand here. That is more centrally located in El Dorado Hills and closer to the freeway and amenities and all of that. Could that, if that gets developed, will that change?
My gut would
this?
say no. So my gut would tell you no, because living with the communities, what I've heard is that infrastructure is mainly for those residents within the CSD area. And the fees are so high that we actually have some clubs that are coming from El Dorado Hills and now using Henningsen Lotus Park because our fields are available more at Henningsen Lotus Park where they're not at El Dorado Hills and the fees are cheaper. So I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Okay.
I think your demand in the unincorporated areas is going to remain the same.
Okay, so the demand part will still be there. Okay, that helps. And then let's move on to traffic. This has been one of my concerns again all along. So budget and traffic are my 2 big ones.
So I'm going to bring my traffic expert. See,
Yes.
this team is so awesome because I don't know anything about that.
Who wants to, Zach? Come on up, Zach. So the traffic impact study shows that this area is very congested already. And that it says that State Route 49, Pleasant Valley Road, it has number 4 by it, I guess on a diagram somewhere. I never got to that. That is already at LOSF right now with or without the project. That's an existing condition right now. So, that's concerning because that means that if we build anything there and we bring traffic, that means the county is going to be on the hook for the traffic improvements because there's not a development right now anyway. There might be to take care of this. So, and it's talking about a traffic signal there at 49 in Pleasant Valley. Is that correct?
That was one of the mitigation measures, not mitigation measures, an improvement that was identified in the traffic study that would address.
A signal.
Yes.
And how much do signals cost? They're usually like 2 million, 2.
Probably a little less than that.
Okay, 1.5 million.
Yeah, somewhere
Okay.
1 to 1.5.
So that's another cost and it'll be a while before we actually bring parks in and have to do this. So it's gonna be a couple $1 million that the county is gonna have to also expend on that. So I'm just trying to keep it real. This is not just gonna be building the park only. There's gonna be other things out in the community. So we'll be on the hook for that signal. And then there's quite a bit of LOSF in the near future with this project. So I'm not really sure what other costs we're going to incur with that. And we don't know if if there'll be developments in the area or not to help with the costs. We just don't know. So these are another set of costs that the county is going to have to take care of to accommodate the project. And I do remember during the Caldor fire, and it's just interesting too, that we've been spending money to build the Diamond Springs Parkway to get traffic out of this area, and yet now we're building things to bring traffic into the area. So that just seems kind of conflicting, but and then there's a section for the VMT analysis in here. And again, I just think that what we're saying and what we're potentially doing are conflicting with each other, and we don't have clarity, because the VMT analysis in my mind, which is required by CEQA, it's light and it's pretty vague, but it makes a very big assumption that the VMT is going to be minimal. VMT, I'm sorry, vehicle miles traveled. Sorry, everyone. The VMT is going to be low because it's going to be keeping people in the community. But as we just heard, this is probably because it's a sports complex. It's many fields. We're going to be drawing folks in from other areas, which increases the VMT. So I'm not really comfortable or confident that the VMT is accurate. And especially when we did start off, I do remember with the original fiscal analysis that this was going to be a tourist, bring people in for leagues and all that kind of stuff. That I remember that conversation clearly. So I feel like it's going to be bringing in traffic, and that means the VMT will increase. It will be more than just this minimal that was in the traffic report. So that seems a bit of a concern. And then moving on to another thing that I was, it's slide 12 of the presentation. It has, let's see if I can get that. But basically, you know, I so remember Supervisor Novacell, because I kind of I said that I'm not really a fan of these lighted fields at night. You know, the night sky is important to everyone. And I just remember Novacell's comment was something like, well, don't put lights in there because, oh, thank you, Kim. Because that way people will leave, and they'll leave the area if you don't have the lights. Because parks can be a nuisance. We all know that. There's been concerns raised in some of the comment letters that we got. You know, parks can be a nuisance. And so here, though, it's saying normal park hours of operation are dawn to dusk, 7 days a week. But then it's also saying that the fields that are being used will be lit up. And we're trying to go for 100% occupancy. So that would be every day of the week, 7 days a week until 10 p.m. So I feel like that's another conflicting thing. And I really don't support the lit up fields at night. I've been pretty consistent about that all along. So then just, you know, in the EIR, it also talks about general plan policies. In policy 9.1.1.10 identifies the planning and development of existing county-owned park sites as a priority. We do have other park sites that aren't developed, and one of our general plan, and you can find a general plan policy to support anything you want, by the way, just so y'all know. But it does talk about prioritizing our existing county parks. And we have several undeveloped sites in the county that we've been sitting on for years. And so it's a little bit concerning to me that we're going for the new shiny when we haven't even taken care of what we have. I think we've got Chili Bar, we've got Conan Ranch, there's those 26 acres and Pollock Pines that were supposed to be a big park, but they're not. So that's concerning to me that we haven't even taken care of what we have first before moving on to a new park. And then, you know, and these are policies that are mentioned in the EIR, so I didn't go look for them. Policy 9.2.2.3 states the county shall cooperate with cities and independently funded districts to help acquire land and develop facilities for neighborhood and community parks as funding allows. And again, it's that whole There just isn't a CSD in this area. And honestly, I mean, just keeping it real, there's been talk about some housing developments in the area. Would it be, how could we potentially, would there be a way for a CSD or a CFD or something to be in that area to help pay for this by the community that says they want it? So the whole burden is not on the county. That's one of my just biggest concerns, is this putting the burden of all of this on the county, when normally it's done by other entities, rec districts, CSDs and the like. So anyway, I did spend a lot of time going through the documents because I was starting to realize it wasn't going to the planning commission, who usually does that for us.
Okay. All right. There's a lot of people here that want to speak, and thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. Any further comments before we go to public comment?
Yeah, I got a comment and stuff. I got to ask Vicki a question. Lions Park and all the softball leagues that we have, how much money is generated for, there, especially with all the different teams? How much it per cost? Is it $650 per team? Something like that?
Lions Park is not ours, so I do not know the revenue
I think
amount.
it's $650
For a
if I
season,
remember right.
I think that's about what it is at our parks. So the most used park that we have is Henningsen Lotus Park, and it has lit fields that are used in that community. And there are several nights a week that it is being used. If it's not being used for Little League, it's being used for soccer, because that's where they can play under the lights on the ball field.
Right. I remember the softball leagues, because I think it was $650 or more now. I'm not sure how much the cost is. I remember when I had my team and stuff that we did, Wilkinson and I, Fred, and it was like $650 at that time. And that's been quite a few years ago. I don't know how much the increase is.
Yeah, ours
but
is
you got to
about,
figure, I mean, the women's league and the men's league, and they generated the money off of that paid for the lights and also the maintenance of the park too.
And I know we have our ball clubs
Correct.
here today, so I suggest we go to public comment. So thank you for that. All right, Kim, let's open this up. We'd love to hear what you all have to say about this park.
Now taking public comment on item number 51.
That's good lineup. That's
ran your
perfect.
line
That's
there.
perfect. Love it.
Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And I'd like to do a couple of things before you start my timer, please.
Everyone gets,
no, everyone gets 3
3 minutes. And a lot of people want to speak. If you have something that you can give Kim, if you want to.
I have something that I want to give to Kim.
Sure, go right ahead.
And it's the copies of the previous letters that
If you don't talk into the mic, they can't hear.
the Community Advisory Committee wrote regarding this park. And there's also letters that I've written to both the Board of Supervisors and to Vicki in relation to the
Well, Randy, your timer is going, so speak to him and give him to him after, okay?
Pardon me?
Your timer
Just
is
speak,
going.
yeah.
Oh,
Just
okay.
talk to
Well,
it
then
and
I'm
then-
going to give this.
There you go.
Yeah, there you
Perfect.
go.
There you go.
To the board members.
I don't want you to waste your time.
And I wrote my comments down because I figured the timer wouldn't allow me to say everything I have to say. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Randy Paces. I think most people know who I am. I was a deputy director of DOT, worked for DOT from 1994 to 2004. And I was a member of the team that produced your general plan. And that was the redoing the general plan after the court threw out the old general plan. So there was a lot of work necessary to correct that thing. And there are a lot of elements in it that I feel have not been adequately followed through with your various departments through the years. And I'll get to that in a minute. And most recently, I was a member of the Diamond Springs Community Advisory Committee. I think you folks know that. My term was up in 2023, and I decided it was time for me to give it up. And so I left in April. But the concerns that I have with this project that's currently presented, would take way longer than the time I have, and it's going down quickly. And so I've submitted a copy of this. But I think the thing that strikes me the most is we all feel like that we've been sold a bill of goods, that this has been touted to us as a community park. It's going to be a wonderful thing for the folks of Diamond Springs, El Dorado, fulfill some park needs. But what I'm hearing and what came through on the EIR is, and as Supervisor Parlin said, this is a sports complex. This is going to be a massive thing, bringing in sports teams from outside our area. And there'll be tournaments and there'll be all sorts of activities going that I don't think are consistent with community park. But, you know, having said that, we as the Community Advisory Committee said we supported the park. You know, we were behind having a park for Diamond Springs and El Dorado, but it was extremely important to us that it had addressed our circulation or our traffic concerns. I think Supervisor Parlin picked up on it. Oakdale Road is currently a dead end road. And there you go.
And I am sorry, Randy,
So,
but we will.
In conclusion,
Thank you for your comments, and we do hold everyone to 3 minutes. And I know it seems hard nosed, but we have to for an efficient meeting. But
I
thank you for these comments.
recommend that you do not approve this project, that you send it back to staff.
Thanks,
and you
Randy.
do not certify this EIR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate all your service throughout the years.
Hi, Linda
Hi.
Colombo. I'll try to be fast. Thank you so much. I think that we need a park desperately. When Lori says it's not centrally located, we have Pollock Pines and Lotus and whatnot. Good heavens, you don't live in El Dorado or Diamond Springs or Nashville or Sandridge Road where this thing is really good. And if it does bring people in, hey, great. People come in, they spend money in the restaurants, they go and they do all kinds of things to benefit this community. So none of this is on my notes. I think what you said was fantastic. You're thinking ahead, and I think that's something that's happened is we've fallen behind. We're not doing the infrastructure first. If we did that road when it first came up, we wouldn't have these questions now about the thoroughfare. When I looked at that map talks about Argonaut and 3 or 4 other roads. Patterson comes out, Crown Point, whatnot. Those roads don't exist right now. Crown Point is a dead end. They're talking about Dorado Oaks being a subdivision going to use, guess what, Argonaut as their exit for emergencies. So I think a lot of this I want the park desperately, but I think DOT needs to jump on the bandwagon and start looking ahead, 10 years ahead, because it's not happening right now. I love what you're doing, and I really do think vote for it. Go for it. I mean, lights are good. Kids need help. Kids need to be out there doing something creative instead of hanging out on the streets and getting in trouble. So, and I've got kids and great grandkids, and so I think they don't live here, but thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My first time here, so I'll just be quick. As a dad, I think Sheriff Lightkoff hit it perfectly on the head. I've got twins. I've got 10-year-old twins, and the fields are horrible in our community. We need this facility. When you ask what revenue this will bring in, there are tournaments. They're not great big tournaments. They're tournaments. They're all-stars. We have Rotary, but it's congested and there's no parking. People get tickets. It's a problem. I grew up in this community. I played sports in this community. What the sports bring to these kids, it brings them a sense of pride. It brings them an opportunity to become community members. I still have coaches that I go, hey, coach. I have kids that call me coach because I coached in Hangtown Little League. And it's very important. I mean, I'm very passionate about this. I really, really want to see this park come through because our kids don't have that. Get them off of the Xbox, get them out of these games that are shooting and killing and doing whatever else. Get them out swinging a baseball, throwing a baseball, throwing a softball, and give us the facility we need to get our kids out there. It's really, really important. And I hear about, the community service and having this as a setup for emergency, which I think is a great thing. But I think the thing that we need to focus on is our youth.
Yeah.
Our youth, that is our future. And they need to have a spot that they can go ahead and play on, be safe at, and be proud to play at. We go down, we play these other teams down in Roseville and El Dorado Hills. The fields are like pristine. Our kids come home, they go, Dad, why don't our fields like that? I'm like, I go to these schools, the same school buildings, the dilapidated, roofs are falling in. It's the same dugout. There's nothing that's been improved for 25 plus years. Spend a little bit of money and don't rehab what I played in 25 years ago and put a new roof on it. Put a new sports complex in where everybody can gather and have a hub. Because I'll tell you what, those kids in the future will go, I played with that, that guy. I played with him. I mean, I just had my catcher from my high school at my Christmas party at my house the other night. And I mean, these are, you want to talk about creating a fabric of the community to weave, it's through sports. So anyway, please vote for it. I'm very passionate about this. Thank you.
For your first time at the board, you nailed it.
Really
So
did.
well done. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon, Mac.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Matt Cameron. I'm the district administrator with Little League. So I'm over all the Little Leagues in El Dorado County, and it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Vicki. A couple things that were mentioned, the CSDs. They are not servicing our youth. El Dorado CSD, which you mentioned and used as an example, I want to say they are the highest cost in the Sacramento area that they charge kids to play on their fields. They proposed over $100,000 for the youth to play on the field.
If you can speak in the microphone, Max.
They play for $100,000. They proposed, they negotiated that down in combination soccer. The sports teams and sports leagues also add funds to the fields and do development. As Vicki knows, we've worked with her, supplying dirt, scraping the fields, trimming the grass, cutting the grass. Hangtown cuts their own grass down there. So the city doesn't really take care of it that well. So things like that. And you talk about the kids and travel. Well, we can go down to El Dorado Hills and play on those fields, or we can go down to Folsom and play on those fields. However, that's 2 hours away. That doesn't support our community. So the McDonald's here doesn't get any funding. The Safeway doesn't get any funding. Any of our stores up here, our gas stations don't get any funding, which creates tax revenue for our roads, to improve our roads for our community. So I really want to thank the sheriff for what he did. I know I'm kind of bouncing around, but the income, and we talk about tournaments, Little League tournaments, approximately 2 weeks a year. And we will bring all-star tournaments here. I give my word to the county that we will play all-star tournaments here instead of going to Roseville and spending 3 weeks in Roseville supporting their vendors, paying for the gas that we purchased over in that county versus our county. So there's a revenue option here. And I want to go back to the CSDs real quick. As Vicki was assaulted at meetings about the CSDs by Little Leagues, why can't you build a field here? Because the CSDs won't let us. They will not expand their baseball programs, whether it be girls softball or baseball here. And you talk about accessibility. This park's in a prime location based upon our population and where the youth are at this time. We could build a brand new park up in Volcano. Great place. Nobody's going to it. Nobody's going to use it. Waste of money. We got a park out in Fairplay. Same difference. My Little Leagues don't use it, and that's all she wrote. One last thing, I got to say this.
Thanks, Matt.
Everybody, if you have to say to an 8-year-old who's in a walker, where do you play baseball? Let's have them play in Diamond Springs. Because we do not have ADA access to any of our sports complexes here in this county.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate all you do. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Robert Klingelitz. I live in the Lake Oaks retirement community directly adjacent to the proposed park location. Want to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors for listening to all sides of this very important issue. I want to thank Lori for being a voice of reason and voicing some of the community's concerns. Vicki for all of her hard work on helping put this project together. I realize it's a needed project, but myself and 297 other homeowners moved into Lake Oaks, which the Pattersons developed and done a beautiful job on as a retirement community. Right now, it is so peaceful and so quiet and so serene there. We love it. I can sit out on my deck every day and the noise level is almost non-existent. We catch a little bit from Union Mine High School on Fridays for football games, a little bit from the raceway on, I believe it's Saturday nights when they race out there. But we have real concerns about the noise levels. The traffic congestion is already very bad in that area. We have a hard time getting out of the community safely, and we have a lot of people in their 70s, 80s, and 90s that are, having to mitigate that traffic. So there's the traffic issues, the noise issues, and then the lights are a really big concern as well. Right now, we have nice, quiet, dark skies at night, and again, it's peaceful to sit out there. It's our senior years. It's our years we should be having peace and quiet and being able to enjoy that. Just looks like they're going to be gone if this is approved. We're not anti-children. We're not anti-park, but we've got a lifestyle too that's being encroached on now because of this project. And we just have some real concerns about it. Originally, Vicki, it was discussed during some of the meetings, and you guys were great about working with us and listening to our concerns and addressing them. About a security fence between the park and our area. And I've never heard anything on that, if that's been approved or not approved, but
We'll get answers to that when we're done with public comment. Absolutely.
okay, that's also a big concern.
You
Right
bet.
now, it's a private community and we have no trespassing signs up, and we get a small amount of people that are encroaching on that coming in. If the park's built there, it's just going to expand that without a security fence. So
You bet.
just some of the things I wanted to address, point out today. Again, appreciate your time.
Great. Appreciate you being here and bringing those forward. We'll get answers to that once we're done with public comment. Thank you. Good afternoon, Angie.
Good afternoon, board and Vicki. My name is Angie Carochi. I come to you guys as both a local realtor involved in our community and also as a mother of 3 young children who are active in all lines of sports. My oldest son is 12 and he plays on a competitive soccer team locally here. He just 2 weeks ago, this is an example of what our fields are so desperately needed for. We're at Markham School. Our turf is terrible. I sat outside with lights of my own vehicle during their soccer time so that they could play in the evenings, right? We desperately need some good fields for our local youth here. As a realtor here, we are losing a lot of community members due to the lack of services provided. We don't really have, the infrastructure for these really good sports complexes. We just don't have anything to offer for our local community of parents and mothers and fathers who have all of these children. On the flip side of that, we're not even getting the buyers who want to come to our services and want to come to our area, because if they can find a parcel similar in Placer County that has those CSD areas and have the services that they're looking for, they're not even looking in El Dorado County. So that's something that's really, really important. When we talk about the cost versus the need, Ms. Parlin, the need so greatly outweighs the cost that I'm such a true believer that if you put something forth and put it out there into the community, there are so many community providers here in this room that are going to want to help, with the infrastructure and build it. They always say, if you build it, they will come. And I really, truly think that if you build it, they will come. These kids need it, both, kids and adults alike. So I urge for the board to move forward with this process.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate you being here. Good afternoon, Justin.
Hi, Wendy. Hi, I'm Justin Boger. I am the Vice President of the Sierra Gold Soccer Club. So it won't be a surprise. I'm here to talk in favor of this park. And it doesn't seem like anybody disagrees that being parks is a good thing for our youth, but I'm kind of going to talk about it a little bit anyways. The way I look at it is, every hour outside is an hour off of cell phones and social media. And now that I have 2 young girls, I'm really understanding what that's like and how hard of an addiction that is. Sierra Gold had 815 kids participate in soccer last year. But we're lacking in fields to play. We're sharing fields. The fields are getting torn up. And that's from mid-August to the end of November. So they practice once or twice a week, 60 to 90 minutes. We have games, usually one game a week, 1 hour. That's 2,000 kid hours per week that we invested in the county. And over the season, that's 20,000 hours. And, it's multiplied over the kids, but it's a lot of time. We're now limited by our field access, so we could grow. There's more kids that are wanting to join. We have wait lists, and we just don't have the facilities to play. Talking about the Little League, Hangtown Little League mentioned, they've helped with maintenance in the past. Sierra Gold Soccer Club actually invested $100,000 at Herbert Green School 5 to 6 years ago to put in fields to play on, which now they've gone downhill. We line our fields that we play on. We do a lot of that stuff, and that's sort of the way we would go forward. Anyway, so we are lacking the quality places to play around here, which everyone seems to acknowledge. And other things, we just don't have the luxury of flat ground up here. In the valley, you can go anywhere and find the perfect place to put the perfect park that doesn't impact anybody, doesn't have any impacts. We don't have it up here. So when you find a spot where you can put a park and there's drive to do it, I think it's really important to pursue those opportunities to give that opportunity to our youth. That being said, I was part of the community input meetings and have listened to some of the residents who live there, and we like to be community members. If anyone ever has questions on how we actually run soccer and what it looks like, we're happy to talk. You can email me directly or anything like that. And the main thing is we just hope that this park goes through. We hope it's done in a way that mitigates, a lot of the concerns, alleviates the concerns, to be good partners. We don't like to play soccer at 9 p.m. We play in the winter, it's really cold. So, from the soccer side, that wouldn't be as much of an issue. So anyways, we really hope and urge you to approve this process and continue on. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Larry.
Larry Rolla from Diamond Springs. No doubt a community park is really needed. And so I've gone through the EIR, and I've got a couple areas of concern. First of all, the description section calls this a community park. Yet in the impact analysis, it's clear that it's going to be more of a regional park. We want to draw people into this. There's going to be a large 8 to 10 times a year, they're going to have tournaments here. So I think we need to designate this a regional park if it's really a regional park. We need to call it what it is. The concern I've got is 8 to 10. If one tournament comes in here and we have gridlock traffic, what are we going to do? What do the residents do of Diamond Springs? I live in Diamond Springs. I live by the park. I'd be using the park. But if it creates gridlock traffic, we've got to have a way for the residents to be able to throttle this thing back, or throttle it up. If we can do 24 tournaments a year without any traffic impact to the area, great. So that's one area that I think we really need to look at. The other concern I've got is that Diamond Springs is designated a high density area for housing. So we've got Dorado Oaks, we've got Piedmont Oaks, we've got El Dorado Senior Center, and we've got the Diamond Springs Village Apartments. Nowhere in the EIR did I see Caltrans come in with modeling exercises with these developments yet to be built factored in. And so we don't know what the traffic impact is going to be once all of these projects are built out. So that's another concern I have, is that we really need that modeling data from Caltrans with Highway 49, the state highway, so that we can better understand it. What else? So I too echo the cost around this. The $1.5 million traffic light and all the traffic improvements that need to take place as a result of this. What's it going to cost us taxpayers? This is all taxpayer money. Yes, we could get some from the local clubs, but I think the majority of it is going to come from the taxpayers. So I think we need to understand that before we really approve this and go forward with it. And then finally, the thing that I think really bothers me, not the most, but it bothers me, is that we have things like the advisory committee, Diamond Springs Advisory Committee, who early on in the project identified the one way in, one way out. And yet it has been not ignored, but it's still not part of the plan. And that's a real concern. And so we've spent $440,000 taxpayer dollars to do the EIR, knowing upfront that we had this big issue. And as a taxpayer, that bothers me. That's not the way I would approach a project. And so I think we need to get smarter about the way we're spending our money. And so with that, I think we ought to put this thing, kind of take a step back, breathe a little bit, and better understand it before we go forward. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate them. Good afternoon, Sue.
Good afternoon. Sue Taylor. So initially, this was about buying a piece or having a piece of property donated to the county. And a few of us were here when that came up. And we knew that there were some issues with this property and we asked that you look into it. We didn't expect you to do a $440,000 EIR to come up with the answer to that question. It had to do with the soils and the traffic. And we were hoping that would be addressed. And after spending all this money, I don't see where it's still been addressed. And I don't know why the county always has to do something that's impacting on one community versus the other instead of making things compatible. And there could have been a lot more done with this project. It's like we're whisking it through without even determining the two things we asked about. So everyone loves a park. I mean, I had two boys that played Snow Lane Little League. Great. Pollock Pines. Now we're fighting seniors to take it over for bocce ball. I don't know. But I don't even know if basically the question was whether you buy this property and take on the liability of it. And that's number 4 in the middle of this huge EIR that you've already approved the project, which you don't even own the property. So I'm not sure how you do an EIR on a property that you yet don't own. So we know that historically this was a mill site. We asked about that. It has toxics in its soil. Someone said, I didn't see where it was addressed. And when you brought it up, there's been some stuff done. I looked and the report under Geotexas has been vacant since 1946. I think you were on that on that site when it was a mill. Were you alive in 1946 when they said?
1847.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Well,
His
actually,
cousins were. No.
yeah, actually, it's, it belongs to the Farnsworth is what it was. Alonzo Farnsworth is my brother-in-law, for
We know that
example.
there's toxics on that
And,
property.
and I know a
This
lot
is
about
my
that.
time.
deal.
This is
Hold
my
on,
time.
Wait,
I was
let her
finished.
talk, let her
Yeah,
talk.
she's
Give
on
her
her
3
time.
more seconds. Results of sampling, when you dig through here, it says that arsenic was detected in all samples above the ESL, which is the environmental screening levels, but within the range of background concentrations for El Dorado County, which El Dorado County lets you build on anything. Our sheriff's department was on a super waste site. So I'm not comforted by these words. And then there's some other weird chemical that they detected on that entire property. We ask you to look at these things and you still haven't. And then since I only have one last thing I have time to say, most of this EIR is boilerplate, meaning you're not mitigating anything. You're just saying in the future, while you're doing this, look at this. And one of them says, 2, 3, a requirement of new development. The applicant must demonstrate that adequate access exists or can be provided to ensure that emergency vehicles can access the site and private vehicles can evacuate the area. This is a major artery for fire exit for a numerous amount of communities. Again, make it less regional. Make it a community park.
Thanks, Sue. Appreciate it.
And turn off the lights after 8 o'clock. Okay.
Thanks for your comments. Hi, Mindy.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Mindy Navarro, and I am the Executive Director of the Marshall Foundation for Community Health. And I wanted to applaud your due diligence in this project. I'm proud to have taken the helm in February of the Marshall Foundation for Community Health. And this is a project that is really near and dear to all of our hearts at the foundation. We all know that there is an epidemic out there with mental health crisis for youth. This is your opportunity to mitigate that. Children need a place to go out to play and to be outside. I understand that I'm echoing a lot of the sentiments that were said earlier. And as I said, this is a wonderful collaboration of many organizations within our community. But I think it's very, very important that there is a place for the youth and actually everyone to go outside post-COVID. We are all reeling from those effects. And this is an opportunity for us to mitigate that by constructing a park that will meet the needs of our entire community. And the location is ideal because it is central to our county. So I just wanted to applaud this group for your due diligence, for your collaboration, and just share that the Marshall Foundation for Community Health is very proud of this project. And I really hope that we can see it move forward. So thank you all.
Thank you for your collaboration with us in this. Thanks. Hi, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs.
In late 1980s, early 1990s, Bob Smart, John Taylor, and others, myself included, created what was called the Friends of Diamond Springs El Dorado Community. The idea was to have a recreational CSD. We took a lot of time, probably close to 6-7 years, and found out it was too expensive for us to do it at that time. We just didn't have the density, we didn't have the population. I have $500 in an account with Wells Fargo that I'm still carrying from that time period. And they keep telling me, we want to close the account. We want to close the account. I said, no, we still feel it's important.
So that means we have $500 for a park?
Yeah. I'm just telling you, I'll give you the $500 for this park. Let me go on.
You bet.
Okay. As you know, Chair, you and I have talked many times about our community and how important it is. We got to recognize that this is not a rural region. This is a community region that is on equal with El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Shingle Springs. It's equal. And therefore, it should be getting this park. Now, in what form should this park be? Well, it's a community region. It's got the density. It's on a good corridor, Highway 49. Accessibility, and at least in terms of egress, it's there potentially. It needs work, and we can do that as part of this project. Did we not just build or we're about ready to have a dog park? And where? The town of El Dorado, out where the railroad is. It's called the Railroad Park. It's a county park. Dog park is going to be there, right? A little park for kids going to be there, right? And we have flush toilets there. So what do you think about that?
I like it.
I'm just saying, we're ready in the Diamond Springs El Dorado area with money, with ideas, and we can be successful. Just give us a chance. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, guys. Brian DeBerry, El Dorado County. And I've listened to this all afternoon, and I have some reservations about this whole thing. The priority now, why now? I've lived in this county all my life. And why now? You've turned down bowling alleys over the last 30 years. You turned down not your boards, but past boards. What is the impetus right now to do it now? Why do we need it? We have people still up in Caldor that need help. I think it is terribly wrong to those people, because I think everybody in this audience goes home to a warm bed at night. And I think to be talking about this is improper. Put it on the back burner. We have a Missouri Flat Road that is torn up. Who knows when it's going to be finished? It's a death trap at night because you can't see the lane lines. And I think this really needs to be put on the back burner. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good afternoon, Lori.
So to say that I'm wildly enthusiastic about this program would be an understatement. Both my grandparents and my parents lived in Diamond Springs, grew up in Diamond Springs. This is so desperately needed. Everyone has made so valid points. We need to get kids off our screens. We need to have someplace for our kids to be. We need to have someplace for our adults to be. I mean, it's not just about the kids, although I would like to point out that these children that are going to be served by this park are going to grow up. And they're going to be part of this community, and they are going to be supporting this park because their children are going to be playing in this park. So that's probably the reason I feel passionate about it, is because I think that the community is not static. It's not what's happening right now. It's what's in our future. And to me, this park for our kids who grow up to be taxpayers here, who grow up to love the community like I do, this is for them. And this is not just for me and not for me to take my grandkids to. It's for the next generation to grow up and support it and be proud of what we've accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Hi, Larry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Larry Patterson. I support the park. It's great. It just needs to allow a future through road. Please refer to my letter. So I wanted to add some things. I designed the roadways westerly of Patterson Drive as shown on figure 4, which you put up on the screen before and referred to as a circulation plan. Those are my designs. Prior to designing those roads, many studies were done that included a biological study and a cultural resource study. The sensitive cultural sites were shown on that study, identified, and were avoided by that roads shown on that portion of the circulation plan that I designed. We did not have to run over the Indian grindstones that I've played on since I was a boy, but we could do a road. So I assure you a roadway going easterly through the park can be designed to avoid those sensitive sites. That's not what's being asked of you. You do not need that easterly portion of the roadway at this time. You do need to allow for the extension of the roadways through the park in the developed areas to provide for that connectivity in the future. So all I'm asking is that the roadway along Charles Brown School be provided as a road and a section put in going towards the lift station that could connect easterly in the future. That will allow the extension of Argonaut, Griffith, and all the roads to flow through the park as needed to access the Charles Brown School site. All the kids in Deer Park, my kids, went to Charles Brown School. With this design, you're forcing them to go out to 49, down 49 and back into the school site. It's already congested and it makes no sense. This is a community. We want our kids in Deer Park to ride their bikes to the park. I don't want them to have to go out to Highway 49, and I don't think you should. So please consider that. I think you can. It just needs a slight modification. While it's gone this far without that, I have no idea. The Community Advisory Committee, numerous citizens have pleaded with you to provide this connection, and we're just get a deaf ear. So please consider it. Your general plan calls for circulation. And I think that if you approve it without this, you're not in compliance with your general plan. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Thanks, Larry.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Shannon.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Mannering, and I'm a property owner in Diamond Springs, and I've been a resident in El Dorado County for about 38 years now. And I love our community, and I share the enthusiasm about this park. And on the same theme as Larry's comments, I would like to address the road circulation concept, also referred to as the roadway connective alternative. Pleasant Valley Road is already congested and overwhelmed with our current population, especially during school hours and events. And the addition of the community park will, of course, increase the number of cars and the people in the area. And with hundreds of undeveloped acres behind the park, adjacent to the park, on the same corridor as the park, it will only increase over time as our community grows. My primary concern is establishing emergency ingress and egress, not only for the situations which may occur at the park, but also in anticipation of the overall safety of our future community. Wildfire being one of our county's most recent experiences, the planning stages of this project is the time to include a road which would connect to adjacent parcels, creating a collective long-term vision for the future of our community. Making changes after the fact would be an expensive, problematic, and cumbersome undertaking, to say the least. The requirement of this design element has been a requirement for other projects in the area, and not making a requirement for this project is in conflict with the general plan's collective long-term vision of the future of El Dorado County. This topic has been brought up in meetings as well as in letters and emails by multiple sources since this project was proposed. And the community wants the park. We all think it's an exciting endeavor, but the community needs to have the connection established to existing and future neighborhoods so that both can be obtained at this stage of the game. It's early in its planning processes, right? So my question for all of you is why would we ignore adding this element of safety and access to the future of our community?
Thanks
you
for your
time.
comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Carl Warfield. I'm retransit back up here. I left El Dorado County in 1969 and traveled the world with the U.S. Army. I'm listening to this about all the kids in the community park. This is the first time I've ever been up here talking to you people. I think the community park's a good thing. I think it's great for the kids. The only problem is I have not heard anybody mention anything about the community park and senior citizens. You've left them completely out of the ballpark. Not one thing about senior citizens going to this park. I think that's atrocious. Without the senior citizens, you've got nothing in reality. Like I said, I left here in 69. My family brought me up from LA area in 1966. And I've been gone off and on for the last 40, 50 years. I'm 73 years old. I'm fully retired. I've got probably more pensions than I should have. But I didn't come here for this particular thing. I came here for something else that hasn't been heard yet. But I think you all need to start thinking about senior citizens too. You're calling it a community park. Where's the community park for the seniors? What part is going to be for them? And I hear nothing. Not one thing. And I think you need to put that in there. I really do. I think it'll go over better. I think the seniors would like it. And put everybody in it. You're calling it a community park? Make it a community park. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate your comments. Hello, Bud.
Bud Zeller, resident of Diamond Springs since 1964. You have a letter from me, and I hope that you've had a chance to review and study that. I do support the park, but I think there's still a lot of issues that need to be addressed and followed up on. And I've identified many of those in my letter, and I've got a few more. Number one, I wanted to thank Vicki and Supervisor Thomas for all their hard work on this. Also, during the hearings in 2022, David Campbell was very, very helpful in putting together those sessions. I think there were 3 sessions at Charles Brown that brought together a lot of the park information. That led up to the scoping situation in June of 2022. After that, the Board of Supervisors action was taken to require a road circulation plan as submitted from a letter from the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee. I don't think that's really been followed up on as some of the issues in my letter. For decades, the circulation problems around Diamond Springs, El Dorado, especially to the south of Pleasant Valley Road, have been ignored by many Board of Supervisor administrations, going all the way back to the original one in 1969, which I was involved in. During these decades, it seemed like the transportation plan was just kind of kicked back and forth between El Dorado and Diamond Springs. Nothing's really been done, again, in the area to the south of Diamond Springs and El Dorado. I find it interesting that this final environmental impact report came out just a few days ago. It's dated December 2023. Here we are on the 12th, and you want to finalize it. I think there's been not enough information out there from people in the community, some of the stakeholders,
What about hearing from the Deer Park Fire Safety Council, the Diamond Springs Fire Safety Council, the Diamond Springs Fire Department, citizens? There's been no public hearing since this environmental impact final report came out the first part of December.
Thanks for your comments, Ben. We have gotten your letter and appreciate all of your work on the community. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Michael Cook of Hefner Law on behalf of Lake Oak Investments, which is an affiliate of Larry Patterson. On behalf of my client, want to make clear that they support the park project. Happy to see it. Think it will be an amenity. Their entire concern, as evidenced by Mr. Patterson's comments, a couple letters that were submitted and letters submitted by me as well, is circulation and the need for a through roadway through the project. We would submit to you that this project is not, and is not consistent with the Diamond Springs El Dorado circulation plan, which we believe is important. I'll get to that issue in a moment, but could be very easily. And that finally, IR at least alluded to the fact that to become compliant, you would have to extend a roadway from the east side of the park site all the way out to the intersection of Patterson and Argonaut Drive. That's not what we're saying at all. What we're saying is the circulation plan requires that projects as they develop accommodate connectivity through other projects such that the developments south of Highway 49 can get to one another without accessing 49 and then coming back. Earlier in the hearing, I think Supervisor Thomas, you said our park project, though it doesn't provide for connectivity, doesn't preclude connectivity. And Mr. Oates said, as discretionary projects come in, those types of improvements will be required. Well, that's what I do for a living. I don't like opposing anything. We're not opposing this. We're suggesting that there's an element missing here. If this were a discretionary project by a developer, it wouldn't be good enough for me to say, well, projects that are coming behind me will provide that connectivity. You'd say, no, you're going to provide it. And frankly, it's 24-foot wide roadway, or frankly, reservation of a roadway easement just to allow future connectivity. And we think that that should be included. The EIR gives it very short shrift and cites to CEQA guidelines that say you must discuss consistency with the general plan, specific plan, or regional plans. That's a mandate that you must discuss that. It's not an exclusion that you don't discuss other things. And the circulation plan was adopted by your Transportation Commission. It came before you. You directed it to staff to measure projects in compliance with that circulation plan. I submit to you, your project is not consistent. It can be pretty easily, and I'd suggest you send it back to staff and say, include the connectivity that is required. That's all we ask. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. All right, well, thank you all. Appreciate your comments. And let's go online. Kim?
Now taking public comment from Micaiah Hauser.
Good afternoon.
Micaiah, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you for your patience. I've been on here a couple hours. Just wanted to speak out in support of this project. Director of Coaching with Sierra Gold Soccer Club. We, as Justin mentioned, have trouble finding flat land. It's not the most conducive to advanced soccer players to play on little gopher fields. It's tough to keep talent up here. We have heavy attrition in the older age groups. They go down the hill. We'd love to see those players and families stay here. Keeps kids out of trouble, keeps them off of screens. Yes, there will be some impact to noise. Yes, there will be some impact to light. But Sierra Gold will certainly do everything we can to help you guys manage stuff. We absolutely will be good stewards of that place. We will do a lot of volunteer hours, and we've got some money. So happy to help and appreciate you guys.
Thanks for hanging on with us. I appreciate it. And Maya will be the last caller. Kim.
Pardon me?
Maya will be the last caller.
Now taking public comment from Kelly and Eric.
Good afternoon.
Can you unmute yourself?
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm a Sierra Gold soccer coach, and along with that, I'm a cheerleader, youth advocate, mentor, and parent. And we need to do better for our youth. They need and deserve better fields. I know Justin and many folks have, Micah hit on, we don't have a lot of options up here for land. And like Micah said, we're losing kids to go down the hill. I coach spring soccer, and we tried to do some inter-district play, and other clubs refused to come up here unless they would not play with us unless we would play on their fields. Which is insulting, As a coach, I feel bad, and the kids, they're getting ripped off. They need a place to play. I think better, I've got kids sustaining injuries that they would not otherwise sustain if they had a good field to play on. So in some cases, they're playing on dirt. So I'm here, I'm cheering for the kids. I will always be their voice as their coach. So please consider that moving forward with this project.
Thanks for your comments and for all you do for our kids.
Now taking public comment from Maya Schneider.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for being with us.
Absolutely. Thank you, supervisors. Madam Chair, I especially want to express my gratitude to you for your leadership. And my name is Maya Schneider. I'm the Executive Director of Business and Strategy for Marshall Medical. And I just want to extend our support for this project. It is exactly the kind of collaborative approach to community benefit that we find just so wonderful in El Dorado County. And we're glad to be a part of that, along with Mindy's Foundation. Just really excited to see this go forward. So our support in favor of the project. And we also wish all of you a very happy holiday season and a healthy new year.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your part in the facilitating the land transfer. Appreciate all your support. All right. So with that, thank you all. You've excellent comments, and we so appreciate you walking through this with us. And we've been at this a couple hours, and I know we have a really big item coming up. So want to finish this up. And I do have, I have a few questions that I heard that I would like addressed. So Vicki, there were concerns, and rightfully so, from the neighbors about the fence and the lights. And can you help the community and let us know kind of where we landed on those issues, that we certainly heard those concerns loud and clear in the design of the park?
We did. And the fencing, we were open to doing security fencing along where the mobile home is. We've also given the option that when we put the fence in, we could also put a gate to where the seniors would have access, only for them, a special gate that they could have access to. The walking trails, we did ask for seniors, what did they want? The main thing they wanted was walking paths. I think that some of them wanted the pickleball. So they were asked, and I don't think we ever landed on anything from that mobile home park as to what their final needs were. Some wanted it, some didn't. I heard both, and they didn't have a homeowners association, so I didn't get like an answer of this was the vote. So I think it would be something we would still negotiate in the final design as the construction documents move forward.
So, but we'll have a security fence, and then we'll work with Lake Oaks on a gate that's locked that maybe just the residents have access to.
Yes.
Yes. And the park, once again, was designed for all people in mind.
Absolutely.
Kids, seniors, everyone. There's passive and active recreation. And so that was absolutely taken into
senior
consideration.
age, so I'll be there too.
Yeah, me too. Okay, great. There was a question on, given that there are some housing development applications going through the process in the Diamond Springs area, Dorado Oaks, Piedmont, Cokie Lane was noted. So how were the proposed developments taken into consideration in terms of the traffic? Can you just hit that again, Zach? Because I know that's an important consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach Oates with DOT. So the way our travel demand model works is once a project is approved by the board or the planning commission and receives their entitlements, the traffic volumes from that project are input into the model, and any future project that comes in and does an analysis, those volumes are accounted for, and they are included in the future cumulative volumes for any subsequent project that comes in. So with the exception of Dorado Oaks, since it is not yet approved, those volumes aren't in our travel demand model. However, for the EIR and for the supplemental analysis that analyzed the future connector, the east-west connector south of the park, we did include trip generation numbers from the Dorado Oaks traffic studies in those analyses so that those volumes were accounted for also.
Okay, so the projects that are in the works that have been approved, they are into consideration, and that is also reflective of the mitigation measures that
Correct.
we'll need to take.
Correct.
Because of that. Okay, great. Thank you so
Yep.
much. I don't. Oh, and then one more. Maybe Vicky, maybe you, Zach. How have it's in the EIR, but there's a lot in there. Can you just briefly touch on how the alternate access in the site was addressed, as far as it was noted it's one way in, one way out, mainly off of Oakdale, but talk about the Snoopy Lane connector and that emergency access piece.
Yeah, that might actually be a better question for Brian for the emergency access off Snoopy Lane. I believe that's just emergency vehicle access only, but I might leave that for them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you again. As we discussed a little bit earlier, yes, Snoopy Lane would be improved as a secondary emergency access. It does go all the way down to the high school property where that opens up. And ultimately, you know, following that roadway circulation, it can get all the way out to Koki Lane. So it's not just having to rely solely on 49 as the secondary access.
Excellent. All of our emergency vehicles, you know, it will take into, it will handle all of those emergency vehicles, and it's all been vetted. Perfect. That's all we needed. Thank you. All right. Before I do my final comments, I see Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of kick off the supervisor's conversation about this. I know that the population of this area is about 15,000 people. And just to put that into a little bit of context, up in the Tahoe Basin, we're a population of about 23,000 people. I was writing down some of the infrastructure that we have up there for outdoor activities, and I think it's just, in comparison, it's quite astounding. We have 3 football fields, which can also be converted to regulation length soccer fields. We have 4 softball fields, 6 baseball fields. We have 7 elementary schools that we have interactive contracts with, that we can use their land when it's not being used by the school. We have Frisbee golf, bike park, dog park, skate park, 4 tennis courts, which are now 8 pickleball courts. We have, in the unincorporated part of the county, we have a small lake. We have tennis and pickleball courts, barbecue area, community gathering area. Not to mention the fact that we have this fresh body of water that's about 22 miles long and 12 miles across, but I know I'm bragging right now, I know. But I just want to say, I look at this community and I think, wow, you don't have but 1 ball field yet, but 1 park. So on the big picture, I think this is long, long, long overdue. I'm so proud of the efforts that the community has put into this, that our El Dorado County staff have put into this, and certainly to you, Madam Chair, for your efforts. And I'm fully supportive of figuring out how to make this work. If that means to my colleagues that there has to be some tweaks or some more work done on the EIR or VMTs or any of those kind of things that I know very little about, so be it. But, you know, we have, should not be overlooked, but rather underscored, this generous gift of land from an anonymous donor. I mean, that's incredible in and of itself. So we know that outdoor activities affects one's quality of life. And so this is just going to be a huge asset. So let's figure out how to make it work.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Supervisor Lane.
Thank you.
All right, and I would like to finally address the circulation concept and the alternate access that, you know, many people brought up, and it's something that we have been working through. And I think it's important to recognize that, once again, this was a circulation concept that was never adopted by the Board of Supervisors. At the time, there was not community support for it, and that's why it was not adopted. That's important to recognize. That community, that circulation connector was developed in conjunction with new residential developments that were at the time that were in the works. They were identified on that map. And it's important to recognize that at the time this connector was conceived, there were 451 residential lots proposed. There were 155 acres of additional residential development in the works or proposed. And the connector was in response to that. Those are no longer active applications. Those projects are not in the works anymore. And that equated to 451 lots to 155 acres of residential development. Can you imagine what the Diamond Springs El Dorado community would be saying today if we were proposing 155 acres of residential lots? It'd be coming in glued. And so I think that's an important context that was not brought out. Additionally, this park site was originally supposed to be 40 acres of homes. It was going to be 109 homes. Do you want 109 homes or do you want a park? So once again, now that I am not belaying the importance of traffic and circulation, because I know that we are all very concerned about wildfire safety and evacuation routes and the ability of our residents to move around our community, especially in times of emergencies. I understand that. The connector concept will still work. This park does not preclude east-west connections. And that's important to recognize. We did look at, could we have an easement through this park? We worked with our consultants. We worked with our design team. We worked with our county staff and really dug into that. And what that would have meant is an easement or connector road in the future would bifurcate this park. It would be having ball fields and soccer fields on either sides, and our community's children playing, on playground equipment and an indoor gym with a big road running through the middle of it. It's a public safety issue. It would also have greatly diminished our capacity to have recreational facilities. So that is why it is not a part of this plan. It's not that we didn't ignore it. It's that it didn't make sense for what this can be for our community. And once again, this park does not preclude other connections if the community should decide they want, it'd be 140 acres of residentials. So I just think that's important to understand the context of that. Once again, this park accomplishes the goals identified in the general plan. With the improvements, it enhances egress and ingress and enhances the operations on State Route 49. It expands our emergency support services, as so well referenced by our OES and our sheriff. It improves the fire safety in this area. This park is not growth inducing like a residential neighborhood would be. We will improve traffic operations on State Route 49, and it will be an economic driver for our local residents and businesses. And mainly it's about making room for our community's children and their families. And when they have sports tournaments, we will be able to invite families outside of our area to come 8 to 10 times a year to El Dorado County to spend money in our county. And so for the sake of time with that, I would like to move. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to put a motion on the table and move approval of item number 51.
I'll second that.
Okay, and now further discussion.
You want to go?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You first, Tom.
So I heard several things that were brought up, and I'm looking at the mitigation measures in the EIR. And one of the things that concerns me is relative to noise. When we get down to the dirty stuff, it says the project shall include a community complaint management plan that will provide the county or its delegate a means to respond or receive community noise complaints, investigate their validity, and likely cause and document any implementation of on-site noise reducing means or the resolution of the complaint. I can tell you the county has a terrible time trying to enforce noise complaints everywhere. So I don't see that as a viable mitigation, because noise is a significant concern wherever you have recreational facilities. We've heard from Cameron Park CSD. The pickleball itself creates a lot of noise for adjacent neighbors. So we have to be respectful of that part of it, but I don't see this as an effective mitigation measure. I think we need to go back and consider what would be an effective mitigation measure for noise. The other thing I've heard is there hazardous materials that were on the site. I look at the EIR, I see no reflection of any of that. So I'm always struggling with where's the truth in this? I mean, we have to have reports, we have to have analysis, but to say there's no hazardous material history here and to be told there is kind of like, it's incompatible. Why are we not seeing things if in the report, if there were truly a history of hazardous materials? So I just question the degree to which we went to the depths of looking at those things. I would like to see a little bit more analysis on this personally before it gets approved, because we didn't have the planning commission review. I still think that there's a non-intrusive way to put a road through, an easement, not a road through, an easement, let's be clear, that would be compatible with what you've currently got designed. But I'm not out on the property walking it or anything else, but I'm not sure that was fully considered.
It was.
Okay. And everybody in the audience would agree with that?
I'm sure there's different viewpoints.
Okay, all right. So, and some of them are civil engineers, so, you know. But so I have some concerns with some of the major things that were declared in the EIR as being mitigated or less than significant. If we don't really have the depth of analysis that says that's true, I don't want to come back with another problem like we saw with the Diamond Springs Parkway, right? We really need to know if there are environmental hazardous materials out there, why weren't they detected? Why weren't they recorded? Why don't we know about them? And if we have a clear record, we need to be able to present that to the public and make sure that that's a known fact. Because we don't need issues with water contamination and other things that can happen if a site gets developed and there's runoff with sports fields, water, all those kind of things. So I'm not prepared to approve this today. I'd like to see it go back for a little more work. I'm not saying extensive, but 2 or 3 areas that we kind of focus on to just make sure that we've done everything we need to do there.
Well, let's get some answers to some of your questions.
Okay.
Can someone address his concerns? Talk about our noise mitigation plan perhaps, and then once again, how was the analysis done on the potentially hazardous materials on the site?
Sure. And excuse me, Steve Peterson with Kinley Horn. To answer your question, the mitigation measure related to the complaint line is largely to make sure that there's a conduit to provide that information to the county staff to share with the activity groups, that is the soccer groups, the Little League groups, those sorts of folks. Because absent that sort of connection, there's no remedy for folks who have complaints. I understand that that's challenging in a lot of situations. I think in this situation where you have leagues that are invested and you have folks that are tasked with being managers of that site, I think it's a little bit different. The noise analysis was conducted using values that are attributed to that intensity of recreational use. And as you might see in the graphics, there were a number of sites that were used for modeling, 24-hour modeling, and then with that brought forward. The primary area of concern obviously was the senior community to the north or the northeast. But with that, those quantitative values, and you can also see the noise contours that were generated, and those fall within the county's ordinance and the standards employed by the county. But that mitigation measure was not a standalone element. It was intended to provide communication to do adaptive management if there are problems.
But the issue comes with complaints. So I understand where you're coming from.
Okay. Yeah. Did that answer that part of the question?
It does. We've got into issues with residents being asked to pay for noise studies to determine, what the sound level is, so you can get the proper mitigations to be consistent with the county noise ordinance, and not getting resolution of those things. So there's any number of examples. I don't want to belabor that, but noise is seriously a concern. And if you think that this is adequately addressed, I guess that's what we have to live with. But I don't think it is personally. I think there's things you can do in sound walls in certain areas that do prevent noise penetration, but it depends on where that noise source is compared to the receptors, the sensitive receptors, the people that are in that area that are going to hear it. So without really studying it in detail to determine where the primary noise generators and where are they going to go, because I do know pickleball can be pretty noisy. There's other sports, particularly when you get kids around screaming and yelling. It's great. Everybody enjoys that. But sometimes you have to consider noise reduction measures within the property to make sure it's compatible with the neighborhood.
Actually, Bobby, can I address that? And
Sure.
It's a shame that, you all haven't had a chance to be in these design meetings,
Oh.
because we talked, we've talked a lot about that. The way the park was designed, we did not do the full program, which put ball fields up against Lake Oaks. They were brought down. There are no lit courts, lit fields around Lake Oaks. We moved the lights, further down into the park. There's now a buffer of a walking trail and trees to buffer that. And so the whole design of the park was done thoughtfully to address the noise issues and the light issues and to be a good neighbor. So once again, this park could have held a lot more recreational facilities, but we didn't do that and buffered it with passive recreation sites that were not noise generating to cut down on that. And that was all analyzed in the EIR.
All right. And so the community knows all that, so they're content.
It
with
was
that,
a
I
big
guess.
part of all of our design meetings. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's address the hazardous materials
Sure.
and why it's not popping up.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Actually, that's within the phase 1 environmental site assessment. And Brian, what was the Appendix F is where the additional sampling, the results of that were brought forward. And that basically concluded that while there was arsenic identified as one of the commenters mentioned earlier, it's well within standard. And so it's not seen as a health risk at this location. So Appendix F is the area of the document that actually quantifies the values and identifies all the materials found.
And that arsenic is water laden, or is it just within the soil? I mean, where is the source of the arsenic? So I just understand that.
That I don't know.
Okay.
It could be, with arsenic, it can be naturally occurring. And
Right.
also, as you know, it can be used as an auriferous material to separate gold back in the gold rush. So those are the two primary sources, but I can't answer that question. I
Okay.
don't know, but I guess the operative piece is that it is within standard and it's not seen as a health risk for development.
Okay, thank you for that. Those two have been answered. I still think the circulation thing needs to be looked at.
So
Go ahead.
I
Supervisor
just want to
Turner.
say one of the things I think.
Raphael's one more thing, and then we'll get to you, Supervisor.
Okay.
Turner.
I'm going to talk to him in a minute.
Okay,
anyway, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. You keep on saying this, and I keep on cringing over there because you keep on saying that the circulation plan, although it does not conform with the Diamond Springs circulation plan, it 100% conforms to our general plan and our level of services. Okay, the traffic does function. The only and the significant reason why the traffic was only providing a fractional percentage of a delay to the already existing level of service, FAT 49, is the fact that traffic patterns for parks are different than that of traffic generating entities such as homes, retail, and commercial. Those provide heavy traffic during the AM and the PM portions, whereas how we measure our general plan traffic delay impacts is AM and PM. Parks typically generate them during the weekends when the traffic volumes are 50% that of the typical weekday AM or PM traffic. So that's why Supervisor Parlin's comment, she made a very good point. How come the VMT is working here? And that's because for parks, it's different. Parks is on the weekends. And so then you're not having the same impacts as you do when you have a residential community, or you have a retail, or you have commercial, or you have a business, which attracts exactly at the times when we're measuring our level of impacts in the AM and in the PM as well. So, and for the 49, I can tell you right now, Caltrans and El Dorado County are heavily pursuing grants, SHOP, LLP, ADT, for improvements at that location. So it's not like we're not trying. And Supervisor Thomas is correct. We are going to heavily persuade any development that is going to be coming into that area to provide that additional circulation through the east-west underneath the development, as well as connecting to Union Mine Road that is to the west of the project. So all of these are aspects that the Department of Transportation is looking into. We have confirmed, and that it is conformant with our general plan.
But
So-
Kim, can you pull up, I'm sorry I slide on the presentation number 24 of 27 again, and let's just leave that up there since that's kind of the primary concern.
Yes.
So folks can take a look at that and see what our Director of Transportation is talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, closing the public hearing. Sorry. Thank you. Oops. Okay, so I don't know if you can zoom in
So-
on that, but so once again, Raphael, help us, the pink road that is going through 12 that bisects a little bit into item 5. 5 is the park, the blue
Yes,
edged.
yes,
Once
yes.
again, this development is not, it's not an active project right now.
No, it is not.
So that road could be realigned to
That-
skirt the park
100%.
and connect down there. And we are providing pedestrian access to all of that undeveloped land. So there
Yes.
will be pedestrian access and bike access.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And so then, as Supervisor Thomas said, all those projects are right now imaginary projects. They're not on the books right now.
Right.
What we have in our general plan circulation, those traffic volumes do not exist. If those projects were to come in, the Department of Transportation would be immediately on them to make sure that those connections were provided so that we can provide additional east-west connection to the area southerly of those developments as well as the park itself. And there are going to be improvements at the intersection of Del Oak and 49, as well as improvements to Del Oak itself. So yes, and we have verified those traffic volumes in the AM and PM during when the peak hours are, and they do conform with our general plan.
Because my other concern is in a point of evacuation, if we're going to use this as a safe site for evacuations, I've seen, people pulling trailers and campers and everything else trying to get in and out of things on Highway 49, which is already busy in the form of a Caldor type evacuation.
Right.
I think we're asking for a lot of trouble trying to go in and out on one roadway. Should we use it for that purpose? So maybe that has to be staged to a later point in time where there is adequate circulation, i.e. not a single entrance and exit.
That is a good point, although I don't know if you saw the fairgrounds during Caldor. It was a mini city with the very little circulation that it had coming in and out of there. It is accommodated. It can be accommodated, and especially if it's something that we have been working with the sheriff and emergency evacuations services.
So one final question, will this future connection point be recorded on a map? From the standpoint of, you show the pink, where the pink road comes in, is that going to be designated on a final map so that it's preserved and somebody can't say, oh, we want to move this over here, and all of a sudden you lose that connection? How do you create a future easement connection or whatever?
We would have to we would have to have an amendment to our general plan, or when these projects come in, it's the department, it's planning, it's DOT, it's the CEO's office, making sure that we hold accountable any of the projects that come in, because right now it is not in our general plan. So all it is if it is a preferred additional alternative to circulation if those projects were to come in, but those projects aren't here right now. So that's what I'm trying to say is when those projects come in, they're not going to be able to function without it. I can tell you that right now. They are not going to be able to function without it. You're looking at adding an additional 300 trips. That's 300 homes. That's an additional 3,000 trips. There's no way they can accommodate that into that area without adding additional circulation. So that is going to be a mandate to conform per our general plan standards.
And the community would have to support that kind of.
And the community would have to
residential
support it.
Yeah.
And I can tell you right now, it is true. We had meetings with the applicant, and we sat down and we attempted to force a road through their project. But what happened is, Supervisor Thomas was correct. It then bifurcated the project, and now I have facilities on either side of a roadway that then was going to be an unsafe situation, and I can support a project under those circumstances. So instead, I proposed that yes, if and when these projects do come in, that they go further south and then connect with Union Mine Road down below the high school to provide that additional east-west connection. And that would be my commitment, my staff, as well as plannings moving forward, if these projects were ever to come in.
And you're satisfied with the Snoopy Road being an aggregate base road for the
Yes, we are.
purposes defined, okay?
Yes,
All
for
right.
emergency, yes.
All right, well, thank you for that response.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Still need Raphael?
Yeah.
Okay.
Raphael, did we ever look at maybe extending that from Patterson, that middle lane from Patterson to this, to the high school?
100%.
Because we already got it right now just to Oakdale,
That
to
was,
there, so-
that's the first thing we wanted to do. But now I'm telling that's like telling my neighbor, hey, put a drainage pipe to fix my drainage problem. I can't force them to do that. If that development was to come in, we would be telling them, you need to provide that access, 100%.
The biggest thing is in the south side of the entrance of the park and exit of the park, what I have a question is, and I'm talking about, that turning left, especially the seniors getting out of their, their park and stuff, like turning left is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
So with that center lane, it would probably help a lot.
It's
And
gonna
that's
help.
what I think we need the issues. And
Yes.
one of the biggest thing is, and like Larry was talking about, to intersect in the backside of, with Crown Point and also Griffith, is if we can use that access too, because this is a high fire area too, and there's a problem there. But not only that, I grew up there. My mom and dad's house was on Justine Avenue.
Yeah.
And I remember playing out in the streets,
We would love
football and baseball and things like that.
We would love
So-
nothing more to have additional access. It's part of our fiber to add more connection points to anything that we can, because it relieves the pressure of any traffic congestion. But the problem is, right now, there is no nexus. There is no need, because those additional homes aren't there. Once those additional homes do come in, then yes, it is 100% game on for us to justify and require those developments to provide those connections from Patterson, Argonaut, and any of the other developments from below to come and connect to that area, and then across to Union Mine Drive.
Well, the biggest thing is for kids to be able to access that park instead of going down to 49 and coming down and access
For
it that
Charles
way.
Brown, for
This is-
Union Mine,
this
for
is
Union
something
Mine,
needs to
for
be
Diamond
addressed because
Springs,
there's a lot
100%.
A lot of kids that
100%.
live in that particular area.
I agree.
Vicki, can you talk about just briefly the access into the park, the pedestrian access into the park? We've talked about that, a future pedestrian access.
Yes.
Just briefly, Steve?
Yeah.
I know we got to move on here.
Steve
Oh,
Peterson.
no.
Steve Peterson, Kimley Horn. Yeah, that's one of the basic precepts of what the design tries to do, is to both anticipate future development and also to provide pedestrian access from the adjacent areas, and also connectivity to Union Mine and using the existing pathways there. So the intent is to get people out of cars, get kids out of cars, and get them walking. And so that's why this park is intended to be permeable from the standpoint of trail access and connection to future developments. And also, as Vicki mentioned, there is a great potential to serve the community to the north, if that's something that they would like.
Yeah, so we do have those
Yeah.
in the
Well,
park
that's good.
design, those ability to access the park.
Right.
Yes.
Thanks
All
for
right.
addressing
Thank
that.
you
I
so much,
appreciate
Steve. All right, so with that, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make a clarifying statement. It was said somewhere in all of this that parks aren't used during peak hours of traffic, which is when we do our, counts and stuff. And my recollection when I was a sports mom, because I've been a sports mom, was that you're rushing around after work during peak hours to get to practice and stuff. So I think that there are traffic impacts during peak travel times that need to be included when we look at the traffic in the area.
Okay. All right, well, thank you all for the rich discussion. There's motion and a second on the table. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries
And
forward.
I'd like the record to reflect, since we've been asked to do that, that I think that we need to be cautious. The county needs to live within its means, and we need to clearly address the community's concerns. And I don't think we've done that today.
Thank you all for being with us on this item. Really appreciate it. And Vicki, thank you for all your work on this. Wonderful. Let's take a 5-minute break until then we'll Can't find it.
Yeah, sure. I can bring it to you.
Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and get started here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, that'd be good.
All right. Well, thank you all for bearing with us on that lengthy but important community discussion. We appreciate it. This is another important community discussion, so we thank you for being with us. Before we move into item 52, we have some adjustments to the rest of our agenda. So our CAO, Tiffany.
Yes, Madam Chair, I was reaching out to departments as our meeting was going a little long here. So I requested that items 53 and 54 on closed session be continued to January 9th.
Wonderful. Any opposition from the board?
Oh, I really wanted to hear
Right,
this
yeah.
today.
All right.
Okay.
I'm hearing unanimous consensus. All right, sounds good. So with that, Kim, let's please hear item 52.
Item 52 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, recommending the board consider the following. 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 8.09 of the El Dorado County Code of Ordinances entitled Hazardous Vegetation and Defensible Space. And 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to January 23rd, 2024 for final passage, second reading.
All right, and actually, let's have some, Sue, are you leading us off here, or Tom?
Yeah, I'm just gonna start off quickly, if we can get the presentation pulled up. Kind of a team effort today. I don't know. Do you have the presentation?
And actually, while we're waiting for that presentation, just want to have some initial thoughts here, because you've all, there's been a lot of concern and thoughts around this. And so appreciate our professionals that have been working on this. There's a lot here. There's a lot that is state law, and there's some things that we have under our jurisdiction, and yet it's really hard sometimes to know what is state law and what's mandates and what is our county regulation. I've had a lot of meetings on this, and I am just finally beginning to understand what this vegetation ordinance is and what it isn't. I think there's been a lot of misinformation, a lot of fear in the community. Acknowledge that, because I've had a lot of misunderstanding about what this is and what this isn't too. And so I'm just going to give a little teaser that I am thinking that we put a pause on any action today. And so I kind of want to let the community breathe a sigh of relief here a little bit. I'll have some other comments following our presentation, but take this as a public education session, kind of take the pressure off a little bit. And we'll talk about this a little more after the presentation, but I'm thinking let's just take a pause and not be forcing any action by the board today, so we can all have a really good collaborative discussion. So with that, Sue, take it away.
Okay. Good afternoon, Sue Henneke, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer. I have with me Tom Meyer, our Program Manager, and a bunch of folks in the audience with us who have been working on the team. I'll introduce in a little bit. If we could go to the next slide, please, Kim. So just a little background on defensible space. Before the ordinance was adopted in 2019, we were subject to state law in California. So Public Resources Code 4291, which many of you may have heard those numbers before, was enacted in 1965 to protect the watershed mainly and the wildland from wildfire risks presented by development increasingly in the wildland urban interface. And this outlines the criteria and responsibilities of property owners in creating, maintaining defensible space around structures. As we've seen, we've got, we can put it up a little later if we'd like, but just in the last 5 years, if we look at ignitions in El Dorado County, almost 80% of those occurred within the state responsibility area. So that's the built environment where we all live. And only about 30% occurred out in the forest. So we also have California Code of Regulations, Title 14, and that builds on the PRC 4291. And that's where the regulations are that have the force and effect of law that kind of get into more detail about what exactly defensible space is and what's required. And then we also have the California Civil Code. So this Civil Code section discusses disclosures that are required upon during real estate transactions. So we do have some provisions in there that are required, have been required, such as disclosing that you're within a wildland fire hazard area. And with our ordinance, we are building in additional new state law as of 2021 with regard to those real estate transactions. So that's all state law. If we didn't have an ordinance, this would all be effective for everybody here. But government agencies can adopt local ordinances, and they just can't be less restrictive than state law. Next slide, please, Kim. So in 2018, the board appointed an ad hoc committee to look at code enforcement in the county. And actually what they did after several meetings was realize a very common issue that came up was vegetation, hazardous vegetation growing on people's properties. And so understanding that code enforcement, there were a lot of other more complex issues that needed to be dealt with in code enforcement through kind of more in-depth study by the department. The committee came back and recommended that we go ahead with a vegetation management ordinance, as it was called at the time, to address those issues separate from code enforcement. So at that point is really where this was taken out of the realm of code enforcement, and it was really put in the chief administrative office. And as I think we were discussing earlier, there are good reasons for having an ordinance that sort of mirrors state law, because there's a lot of different places for residents to look to try to figure out what they're required to do. If we put those all in one ordinance in one place, it's a little easier for everybody to understand what's required of them. Also, there was concern at the time in 2019 that there really wasn't any consequence for not doing defensible space, for not having defensible space. So there was a desire for, in those very egregious circumstances, so an abandoned property, an absentee owner, to have some enforcement mechanisms. So in 2019, when the ordinance was adopted, it did provide for fines and penalties and things like that, and which we have never assessed in the 4 years since that ordinance was adopted. So that ordinance was again amended in 2020 because that is how we approach any policy ordinance that we do here locally. It is, we study it, we research it, we implement it, we study it, we research it, we determine where we have gaps, where we need to improve on it, where we need to make things clearer. So we did that in 2020. We cleared up some definitions. We cleaned up some enforcement language to make it more understandable for folks. And we continue to implement the vegetation management program. So in September of 2021, following the Caldor fire, the board directed the CAO to convene a vegetation management and resiliency working group. And one of the charges from that action by the board on that day was to initiate a robust community-based resiliency and vegetation management program that would accelerate the current county efforts. So that working group, taking the charges from the board very seriously that day, convened a defensible space working group, a subgroup. And we pulled together fire prevention officers, fire safe councils, both cities, the planning and building department, county council, to really look at the whole vegetation management program, including the ordinance, and make recommendations.
So I'd just like to add, relative to the Vegetation Management Committee, we talked about what do we do to make sure people get the message? And we actually went to the extent of sending it out a message with the taxation rolls, right?
Yes.
So when people receive their property tax base, they should have been able to read and understand what the intent at a very high level of the vegetation management ordinance was. So for people who said, I've never heard anything about this, I've never seen this before, why are you imposing this? I guess you're not getting tax bills or you're not reading that literature. But we did make what I thought was an extraordinary attempt to communicate with people effectively. And we'll do that likewise with this gets approved. I'm presuming that we'll try to do every measure we can to make people aware of it.
So the first 3 years, we did send out notices in the tax bill.
Yep.
In addition, when we do inspections in the community, we do those in targeted areas.
Yep.
And we send out notices to everybody in the area where we're going to do inspections. We put up signage and we hold public meetings. So in the first 2 years of the ordinance, there were over 10 public meetings held as in addition to get the word out. And to the intent always, and there, I should mention too, there was also a grand jury report in 21-22, and the board, there was a recommendation, we look at the ordinance and look at the enforcement provisions, and the board, in its response to that grand jury report, re-emphasized what we've said all along, which is the grand jury was actually being a little bit critical that we haven't fined or penalized anyone. The board's response at the time was to reiterate that our focus is on education, outreach, and voluntary compliance. And even though we had done 1,150 inspections in that time without assessing one penalty, we saw on average compliance go from 35% in an area to about 80% in an area. So we feel that strategy is very, very effective, and that's what we plan to continue. So next slide, please, Kim. So I'm gonna stop and then let the chair of our Defensible Space Working Group get up and speak, but I want to just recognize the group here. We've got, you can see a lot of the blue uniforms, and then we've got our non-blue uniform people. We've got, we've got our volunteers from the Fire Safe Council, and we've got, Chief Phillips, who was the previous Defensible Space Working Group chair. We've got Richard Galvin, who is our senior defensible space inspector. He's in a uniform, it's just not blue. Chiefs Cordero and Johnson, and I think we've got we had Chief Blankenheim here, and we have Captain Goldberg from South Lake Tahoe. We have all of you guys have been just awesome. And we've got our CAL FIRE folks. So a lot of hard work. This group has met every 2 weeks for the last 18 months. We've had a lot of involvement from Office of State Fire Marshal, especially helping us out with understanding the new requirements in state law with regard to real estate transactions, which we'll get to today. So just want to really thank that group. You can see what they worked on. And so really the last thing that for what I want to say before we hand it over to Captain Shepard is that the ordinance is the ordinance. It in and of itself is nothing without the program around it. And so that is, this working group is going to continue because their charge was to look at the whole program and how we implement this robustly throughout the county. So we will be working on all the other aspects of the program, as well as what we call a guideline document, which is, you need the ordinance because that's what states the law, and then you've got the guideline document, and that's what we give out to all the inspectors and the people in the field to give them sort of the intent of what we're trying to do, and to provide some guidelines to have uniform inspections so everyone gets treated the same across the county. So this group will still continue. There's still more work to do, and this ordinance is just one piece of the whole program. So just keep that in mind today, if you would. And so with that, we'll turn it over to Captain Lucas Shepard with El Dorado County Fire.
Thanks for being with us, Captain Shepard. Appreciate it
pleasure.
and all your work on this.
Well, it's definitely a group effort.
It certainly is.
It's neat to see the collaboration of different agencies. So thank you guys. Like Sue said, my name's Luke Shepard, Captain Prevention Specialist with El Dorado County. We can go to the next slide, please, Kim. And I'm going to kind of take it from here with some of the the details of the ordinance update. So what is defensible space, right? I kind of want to start with what it's not, because we can read the definition, right? It's a buffer, it requires responsible persons required to create on their property between a structure, plants, brush, trees, and other items surrounding the structure that could ignite in the event of a fire. So that's pretty broad. And that's a hard thing to kind of wrap your brain around, unless you can envision the world on fire, or you've got experience doing these things. And so I think it's important to talk about what it's not. And it is not moonscaping. It is not every tree on your 5 acres gets removed. I live in this county. I don't want to live in Roseville. I don't want to have a concrete jungle, but I do want to be safe. And I certainly want to adhere to local ordinances and state law if those aren't in place. So when we talk about defensible space, I feel like the what it's not is almost more important, because there's this idea that if I have an oak tree within 30 feet of my house, we're going to come and make you cut it down. And that's candidly not the case. It's not the case on paper as the resource or as the ordinance read. And it's not the case in real life when our folks come around and tell you, how this could be improved upon. So take that, I guess, as a big part of our intent is not to get rid of all of the vegetation. Management isn't removal of everything, right? It's strategic, it's intentional, it has science behind it, and it has folks with years, if not decades of experience helping homeowners achieve this goal
of having defensible space. That's both for their structure, their well-being, their investment, but also for firefighter safety, right? So when we're looking at homes and we're assessing if this is going to be a good idea or a bad idea, what kind of a head start has the homeowner already given us so that we can safely do our job and beat feet if needed in a safe way, where we're not dragging branches across our engine and trying to navigate, tight spots in a fire engine when it's smoky and dark and radio traffic's going bananas, right? It's for everybody. And we want to make sure that message gets across. And for the folks that are worried about a $10,000 defensible space inspection, or we're going to fine you and put a lien on your house, very rarely have I ever told someone that tree's got to go. And honestly, if ever. I say rarely because I don't like to do always endeavors. It never ends up well. But the intent is to stop fire progression. Okay, so if we can limb that tree up and we can decrease those ground fuels, that's going to keep it a ground fire. Okay, instead of the ladder fuels allowing it to progress into the canopy and then off to the races she goes. So, the type of works that we see are most needed is roof getting blown off, gutters getting clean, pine needle removal, things of that nature, light flashy fuels, right? Ladder fuel removal and ground fuel reduction. That's 90% of what gets, caught, identified in a defensible space inspection. So if that tree has to go, it's probably because it's going to fall on your house or it's not healthy anyway. So you're kind of already in that spot. If it's not for fire danger, it's for the health of the tree and the safety of your family in the house, or your ability to access your driveway in an emergency, things like that. So we're talking about mostly light maintenance, yard work, things that are going to improve the integrity of your home. You're not having mildew, certainly not a light flashy fuel hazard when ember casts hit your home, and large wildfire, they will. So
I got a question on this.
Yes, sir.
The biggest thing, because I've had some complaints from a lot of the residents that, in my district. And one of the biggest issues, the insurance companies, because the insurance companies are saying something different, because they're saying that these trees have to be completely taken out, even though you're saying it doesn't have to be. So the biggest part of the problem is if they don't do it, then they don't get any insurance. It's very, very critical in our county right now. And these residents, they had to remove these trees, even though the ordinance says you didn't have to because it was in a certain amount of feet. But if they didn't remove them, they didn't get any insurance. So they had to do that. Plus it was oak trees is what it was. So then they had to go through the county. They had to go through the oak tree ordinance and try to get somebody out there, an arborist out there to actually survey it. And they only had a certain amount of time, or they didn't get any insurance. So this is my critical thing, that we have, especially when you're saying something different, insurance companies are saying something else. And this needs to be addressed, because now with it getting insurance in our county, especially in the rural area of the district that I'm at, they have a third party that comes out and inspects these homes, is what they do. Not you, but the third parties do it, is what it is. And they address these problems. And that's my biggest concern. And one of the biggest things that I have, we're putting everybody in compliance when we can't even get the Forest Service and the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, to come in compliance. So it just bothers me. It really, really does. And then we're going to end up penalizing people, especially when it violates their Fourth Amendment rights, especially accessing their property. So I've got a lot of concerns with this. And when they can't step up and do their due diligence, and then we have to put this on the residents, the state does, when the state can't even tell Bureau of Land Management to clean up their property, or the Forest Service, we got a problem here. And anyway, I'll let you go on.
Well, let's make it clear, the problem is not with the county.
I totally
So we need to
understand.
draw
I totally
boundaries.
understand, John, but
Okay,
it's a
all right,
state
let's-
issue, a state mandated
I
issue.
agree.
Thank you. All right, thank you for your comments, enthusiasm, agree with your sentiments, and
We all do.
Oh, I just
continue.
get
Yeah,
so mad. I
we
just can't-
continue. We agree with your sentiments. Let's let
And
Captain Shepherd
Supervisor
continue.
Turnbull, I am happy to have a sidebar conversation outside of this presentation to
Okay, sure.
address some of
Yeah,
those
go
things,
ahead.
because
I'll
we're on the same
hold my
page.
comments till later.
We're on the
so.
same page.
You're preaching to the choir.
All right. Next slide, please. So when the Defensible Space Working Group kind of got together, we said, well, what are we looking at, right? What's the volume, and how can we accurately identify what it is we're, gonna take on? And so from the El Dorado County Assessor's Office, we were able to kind of get a, good round number. I don't think this is surgical, but we're roughly looking at around 88,000 structures in the county that would, by definition of having a structure, qualify for the ordinance to be applicable. And so what do you do with 88,000 structures? And you don't have an army of folks that are trained and ready to go. The initial answer is you do the best you can with what you got, and you make a plan and you start making progress, because it's not going to be perfect tomorrow. If there was a golden pot of money and an army of defensible space inspectors, I feel like we would have found them by now. So we're kicking around ideas because that's our job as a working group. It will ultimately be up to the Board of Supervisors and the public what it is they would like to see as a resource to tackle this, for lack of a better word, task. Initially, big round numbers, we could probably tackle a 7-year cycle, depending on our workforce. We do have, when I say do the best you can with what you've got, we do have tools in our toolbox. We have CAL FIRES doing defensible space inspections. We have inspections that are being performed by local districts such as El Dorado County Fire, El Dorado Hills Fire, with the implementation of Assembly Bill 38 for real estate transactions. We've trained over 70 defensible space assessors through our fire safe councils. What a great volunteer resource those folks have been. I'm on that cadre that teaches those, and they get a phenomenal class to the state fire marshal level without the operational components. They don't need to know how to work a radio and do some of the other fire guy stuff, but they are absolutely getting in there on home hardening, defensible space, fire behavior, mapping fire rated severity zones, state law, local ordinances. They dig in. So that's a great resource as well. And then the county is facilitating defensible space inspectors with the cooperation and partnership of El Dorado Hills Fire District. So we are doing something about it. We're not hitting 88,000, and we're certainly not doing that annually, but just to kind of add some context or provide some, big broad strokes to what this program is going to be looking to accomplish. And then, of course, what resources are we going to throw at that? And is that an acceptable range, right? If we have one guy, it's going to be a 37-year plan. So kind of keeping those things in mind. But this is the depth that we, drill down to make sure that we're doing our job and not just sort of haphazardly throwing out a program where we try hard, best of intention. So
we've also started with the highest fire severity index regions, right? We're really looking at where is the highest risk and trying to address those first and then progressively move through. So
yeah, there's actually a broad range of criteria that we've sort of eyeballed and highlighted, everything from where are you really dense and have vulnerable socioeconomic demographics. What are your one way in, one way outs, right? Mm-hmm. Fire history, where have things burned, where have they not burned that we know. We've been lucky, right? But to your point, it's not going to be a start at the up left and just work our way, and whatever gets hit gets hit. In fact, on Thursday, we're going to partner with CAL FIRE in our working group and identify the next inspection emphasis areas based on some of those criteria that I discussed. So it is very intentional, and it's organized, and it's across the board, multi-agency, sort of approach, because we're too intermixed, right? Just like our homes in the wildland environment, we're too intermixed. The agencies are too intermixed to be doing their own thing. So we absolutely need to be, on the same page and working together towards those goals. Next slide, please. So throughout this working group process, we came up with recommendations, and that's what this is intended to kind of highlight, not go over the entire existing ordinance, because we don't have time for that. So we recommended some administrative provisions. One of the big things that we really looked at was definitions. When I think, to one of the supervisor's points, when folks read this, they really need to be able to understand it. We jokingly call ourselves fire nerds, and
we're not.
Words matter. And if you can't convey what a responsible person or a responsible party is in your ordinance, who do you know is on the hook for this thing when it goes down the road of either a citation or, hey, you're responsible for taking care of this? Either as a property owner, if I'm the renter and he's the homeowner, how does that work, right? So defining things like that, and we'll go over that in a little more detail, but we really focused on the definitions to provide clarity, not add prescriptive measures to the ordinance to make it more difficult for people to adhere to. The goal was to make it understandable and practical, because frankly, firefighters have to be able to read this thing too. So we went through the due diligence of our findings, including things, major fires, infrastructure loss, and the risk to infrastructure. These things are not addressed in Public Resource Code 4291. And so it's an opportunity for the county to be more restrictive and protect these things that are vital to the incident not going terribly bad and the rebuild process if our critical infrastructure isn't lost because it had a fighting chance, rather than just sort of hoping it doesn't. We have some state law updates. Assembly Bill 38 in 2021 came out a year after the last 5101 ordinance update. And so we have a local ordinance, which the state assembly bill addresses, but we were silent on a lot of the features that are in AB 38 because it didn't exist when we last updated this. So as an example of some state law implementation into our ordinance, that was something we felt was very important so that the county is in compliance with state law. So, and then the enforcement procedures, Sue had referenced the conversion from code enforcement to the CAO's office. I know there's a lot of angst about the code enforcement and the language and the potential. Honestly, I've heard both sides that it's too onerous and it's going to get people in a spot that already are in a spot. And how can you do that? And then I've heard the other side too, where we do our part. I spend, dozens of hours every season getting ready for fire season and I do my part and my neighbor doesn't. And all my work is for naught if his house makes this whole thing worse and fire spreads into my area or the ember cast from that, out of compliance situation or structure. So the goal with our enforcement procedures, and I think you guys are going to hear it a handful of times today, is education and voluntary compliance. Our goal in prevention world is always compliance. I have a red tag. I can slap it on most times pretty easily, but that doesn't fix the problem. And it doesn't help that person be safer, right? If it's a business that wants to cook hamburgers, they just want to make hamburgers and do it really well. I want them to do it safely. Shutting them down doesn't help either one of us, right? And it certainly doesn't educate them or get us to comply. So for the homeowners, if we can come out and show you the things that are going to make your home more defendable and salvageable and meet either state law or a local ordinance, that's a step in the right direction. And if we're doing that and have an opportunity to facilitate resources for that, the elderly gentleman who really ought not be on his roof, right? I don't want to fly you out of here in a helicopter in a week. Here's some resources, right? Fire Safe Council resources, grant funding, things that the fire folks know about. And if you're not connected, you're never going to know about these things. I don't know how you get connected until I show up on your doorstep or your property or meet you at a town hall or a Fire Safe Council meeting or a national night out. This is a vehicle to be able to have those conversations, make those introductions, relationships, share the education that these folks need. If they knew it, they'd probably be doing something about it because they don't want their house to burn up either. So whether that's facilitating help or educating on the ways to be compliant, our goal is compliance, and we're going to work with you to get there in probably the most friendly way that an ordinance can. And we'll cover some of that later. Again, we've had zero abate and lien cases for that $30,000 tree bill that everybody's worried about. I love the what if game. It's super fun, critically thinking and all the things, but the data and the history shows our intent. And I guarantee you there are houses out there that have gone through the process and could absolutely warrant a valid citation, but that's not our goal. And that's not what we do. We don't do it in my agency. It's not our go-to. And I don't see this being any different. And again, we're all collaboratively working, and there's going to be some checks and balances with that and some guidelines and working group documents that come out of that. And you guys are going to see us again in a year or 6 months or whenever you tell us to come back. And if it's going very poorly and we all just bald-faced lied to you and the public, we're gonna have to own that, because we're standing up here saying our goal is not a money grab, and it's not to see how fat I can get my ticket book. I don't want to use it. It's not a fun day for anybody. Next slide, please. First thing that we looked at was the title. We felt that the vegetation management sounded more like landscaping design, and that's not what we do. So we changed it to hazardous vegetation and defensible space. So if you have purposeful, intentional, healthy green landscape that is, not grown into your eaves and not under your propane tank, then that's hazardous vegetation that we're going to address, not your favorite maple bush that's maybe going to get you divorced when you cut it down because the fire guy told you to, right? That's not our goal. Next slide, please. There's some administrative provisions that we went through, kind of the formal process of these with the findings. We've had 4 new findings, 2 modified findings. These are all in the update track sheet, I believe, that is in the packet. We added 9 new definitions, again, to provide clarity, not convolute it more. You guys would be amazed at the words we argued over in these biweekly meetings. It was intentional and it was helpful, but my goodness, did we dig deep. And then we modified 6 definitions to be more up to date, either with state law or to make it easier for the normal non-fire folks to read and understand. Next slide, please. One of the biggest definitions that we updated, and we chose to highlight it with this, is responsible person. And wouldn't it be nice if we were all responsible, right? But what it means is we revised this to include local government agencies. Yeah. There's nothing worse than me showing up and telling you to do something that I'm not even doing myself, right? Whether that's personally or professionally, it lacks credibility, and you're gonna get nowhere fast. And so, unfortunately, 4291 didn't include state or local government. Wow. Supervisor Turnbow, to your point, I would love to tell the federal government what it is they ought to be doing.
I'd like to tell them too.
But working at the level that we can function at,
They won't listen.
working at the level that we can function at, we can absolutely capture local government. So county buildings, fire districts, right? There are some exemptions that, again, we can't change. One of them is public school districts. Neat thing about all these different codes and rules floating around. Public schools are Office of the State Fire Marshal state mandated inspections that get captured by each local fire district or the state fire marshal's office if that district isn't able to complete those inspections. So they are getting looked at, they are being evaluated. It just wouldn't be under our ordinance. And it does not apply to federally or state owned lands. I don't want to take a ton of time, but trust me when I tell you that locally in this county, I have firsthand experience of the federal government and the state government, but specifically the federal government working with property owners in the Strawberry area for the FRA, the Federal Responsibility Area lands behind a tract of homes that they were concerned about because of the distance where the dead and dying trees were, where brush piles had been cut down and trees had been limbed up, but the debris was still there. And I was out there with a division chief from the Forest Service, walking that property, taking measurements, meeting with those homeowners to update them on the distances, the plan, the fire behavior that's going to threaten their community, and doing a deep dive into that specific complaint. I'm very pleased with the cooperation between the feds and the state and local jurisdictions in this county. Caldor was an example of dropping some of those perceived differences or boundaries, and red versus green and whatever. It doesn't have the same tone here in this county. And when we come across things that absolutely need to be taken care of, I feel very good about partnering with the state and federal agencies to address those. It's not going to be at a national level, and it may not be at a state level, but in this El Dorado Amador unit, I have a lot of faith and good experiences in working with those folks. They get it. We all fight fire together. We show up on the same scenes. The goals are the same. So just a side note on our ordinance doesn't apply to them, but there is a way to get things done when they need to happen at a local level. Next slide, please. Definition of a structure. You'd think it'd be simple. We had to skirt around to about 2 or 3 different codes to get a final answer on this. Different uses of different structures can be confusing, right? Because a barn isn't a house. Sometimes in this county, they're the same. You do have ADUs in what looks like an ag barn, whether it's permitted or not, it doesn't matter. But there's a lot of different versions of structures in this county. And when firefighters roll up and they see a structure, they're gonna defend it. Okay, and so if it meets the definition, right? We revised it to clarify, not change or make more restrictive, but to clarify. It includes accessory buildings such as barns, detached storage buildings, and that's per state law. So that's not something that this working group got together on and said, how can we, get more things to look at? Because 88,000 was plenty. It's state law and we can't change that. And that's clearly defined. And anything that's over 120 square feet in area gets a permit. So that's your really big chicken coops, your tough sheds, all the way up. So we really wanted to provide that clarity and updating the definition to be consistent with state law. Again, when we show up, our tactical objectives are life, property, and environment. And if I can't tell you nobody's in that house, I'm going to assume somebody's in that house because I don't want to find out the hard way that we guessed wrong. So these structures, even though it might just be a barn or whatever level of value you give to it in providing defensible space for it, there's a tactical consideration on our part that is both legally valid and operationally valid. I don't want people burning up, and folks don't need their equipment burning up. I know we've talked with the Ag Commission. If you've got chemicals or you've got feed or I don't know what a tractor costs these days, but say $100,000 contents in that barn, you don't want it to burn up either. So the defensible space requirement might seem overwhelming, but there's value to it. And certainly with insurance rates, the more loss we have, the bigger that problem is going to become or stay or grow. So we can definitely work on that and contribute to a decrease in our overall loss. Next slide, please. One of the areas that Public Resource Code 4291 does not address is critical infrastructure. So we made sure to clearly, as well as we could, define that. So you've got your essential service facilities, your at-risk population facilities, and hazardous materials and solid waste facilities. We'll get into a little bit more of some examples on that. But as far as the definition goes, if the state doesn't say something about it, we want it to. We don't want to lose those resources. They make incidents harder to mitigate, and they certainly make rebuilding and repopulating areas extremely difficult and expensive. And it's just another hardship on top of a hardship for a catastrophic fire. So next slide, please. We didn't like the definition of fire hazard. It can be subjective, right? Where folks think that an oak tree is a fire hazard, can be. So it can also not be. So how do we effectively and consistently address those things? And so you also want the flexibility to use your common sense and practical experience on these so that it's not cookie cutter, because I would say, aside from a small percentage of areas, there's no two homes that are the same in this county. Even the landscaping can be different in a subdevelopment and where they're choosing to store things. And so we want to have some flexibility there. So we kind of defined it as it increases or may cause an increase of hazard or menace of fire to a greater degree than customarily recognized as normal by persons in the public service regarding engaging in preventing, suppressing, or extinguishing fire. So kind of your subject matter experts, right? If you as a lawyer tell me that you're on shaky ground here, I'm not a lawyer. I'm going to take your advice. And so if I, as a fire guy, say, hey, this is going to get bad quick and here's how, explain the why. Ladder fuels are always a great example. I would hope that you would yield to that subject matter. I don't like saying expert, it sounds arrogant, but we see these things, we deal with these things, we've taken classes on these things. So when we identify it as a hazard, then that's kind of, I don't want to make it sound like because we said so, but there's going to be a reasonable explanation. And we're all firemen, firefighters. It can't be that hard, right? We've all built campfires. I can explain to you how pine needles can get your house going. Not at first, but it'll happen, and explain that process. And my goal is to get people to push the I believe button so that they get it. And then they can take that same example and apply it all throughout their property. And really by the end of it, they can do my job because they can tell you how fire is going to progress. So the other part of that is it may obstruct, delay, hinder, or interfere with operations of a fire department or the egress of occupants in the event of a fire. Again, we want you guys to get out so we can get in and do our job. And if a driveway with overhanging limbs and a gate that's chained shut is going to make that harder, we want to make that better. Not to infringe on anybody's, amendment rights, but as a practical application of a safety measure. You don't want the fire department trying to defeat your gate when someone's not breathing inside your house. And I don't say that to be dramatic. I've been on those calls, and that's time that your brain really needs that oxygen. So there's a wide array of reasons that access and safe ingress and egress is super important. Next slide, please.
So before you leave that, one
Yes,
of the
sir.
things I hear all the time is landscape isn't necessarily a fire hazard, right? So distinguishing what landscape can be a fire hazard and which generally is accepted as not being is part of the determination of what that fire hazard is with that particular plant, shrub, or whatever. So it is subjective from the standpoint, the average person who's landscaped around their house may not understand that 20% of what they put in should probably be removed, but the other 80% is probably okay.
Yeah.
So I would encourage people in that mode to contact their local fire safe council and have those kind of inspections done. Free, easy to do. It's one of your neighbors. I mean, that's one of the primary benefits I see of that service.
You nailed it on the head with community and education. And if your neighbors don't know, or you don't know your neighbors, call your local fire department. And if they don't know, we'll get you to a fire safe council member, a county funded DSI inspector. Like, that's our jam. That's what we do. Come out and help you. And if you have existing vegetation that you want to keep, and I tell you it's a hazard, let's work on a way to make that less of a hazard or not a hazard, right? What if we decrease the horizontal fuel continuity and the BTUs presented to your window are drastically decreased, and the bark that's going to put off 18 inches of flame length oriented up against your T111 siding, that's going to be a bad day. Let's think about some gravel or pavers, and it's easier to maintain. I hate raking under bushes. I would rather blow over rocks, and life is good. So again, I want you to push the I believe button, not because I'm selling you on something, but because you truly believe that what I'm saying makes sense. And it happens to adhere to local ordinance or state law, and you're not going to get dropped on your insurance as quickly if you don't have a jungle growing up into your house. And insurance is a touchy thing, but it's real. They look. You next slided me already. Thank you. Nope, sorry. Back one. Apologize. You did good. You were ahead of me. Thank you. State law update. So again, we at the local level can't change state law. AB 38, as it's referred to commonly. I don't like that because now there's another AB 38. Couldn't tell you what it is, but we're in 23. So we're trying to identify this as residential real estate transactions for future moving forward. But if I slip up and say AB 38, is what I'm talking about. So it came in effect July 1st, 21. Again, our ordinance was silent on it because we had already updated in 2020. So we didn't have a whole lot to go off of. And the meat and potatoes of this says if you are in a high or very high fire rated severity zone, that you produce documentation that you are in compliance with either state law or your local county's ordinance. If your local county does not have an ordinance, 4291 is your document. We do have an ordinance. We've had it for 4 years, since 19. So that's the documentation that the Assembly bill is requiring to be produced before the close of escrow. Certainly there's things that happen, right? Didn't know, couldn't get it, pick a scenario. There is no time frame stated in our ordinance because we were silent on AB 38 or real estate transactions. So there was no time frame for us to refer to that says you have to have it done by this time. Okay. The Assembly bill does address how early you can get it done, which I think is fantastic. I love being prepared rather than reactionary. So you can have your real estate inspection documentation showing compliance good for up to 6 months, which I think is kind of generous considering how things can grow in 6 months. But if you get it in January, you're good until June 30th to sell your home and have that document meet the intent and requirements of the real estate transaction Assembly bill.
I want to say something on AB 38. Right now, we have a few state senators and some Assembly members are trying to repeal that AB 38 right now. They're
Okay.
trying to address it and appeal it. So I just want to give you a heads up on that.
No, I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah,
There's
you're welcome.
there's a lot of activity around that.
I know.
So,
Yeah. Not having
um,
read the bill, what does it include for enforcement? Where did the state legislature decide AB 38 enforcement is going to be committed?
so when you say enforcement, you're referring to either 4291 or the local ordinance?
When the real estate property isn't properly certified, I mean, is that supposed to be at the signing of escrow? Is that the title companies is supposed to do it? Where does the enforcement come from in that particular
Sure.
AB 38 provision?
So I wasn't a huge fan of how a lot of this was written.
Yep.
That being said, it's by the close of escrow. And I would imagine then that your real estate agent would need to provide all of the legal documents that are required at that time. I don't know if there's AB 38 police out there monitoring MLS listings that do or don't have this documentation in there. And honestly, I don't like finding out the hard way that I didn't do a state requirement on the sale of a home. I would be very concerned if I was a realtor and I've been selling homes without adhering to this because of my licensing and all of the things. I like gold stars on my chart, not demerits. So it states specifically that the enforcement of the ordinance is within that ordinance. So if we have a county ordinance, that's what we go off of.
Okay.
As far as the adherence to the assembly bill, I'm not sure at what level that functions at. If there's somebody smarter in the room than me, I'm sure there is. Chief Hogue?
Actually, if you have something to say, please come up
Please
to the
come up forward.
microphone
Please
so
come
we can
forward.
capture.
This gets important because I want to make
much.
sure the county recorder's office is not accountable for any of these things when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jeff Hogue. I'm the battalion chief for the Wildfire Resiliency Program in Amador, El Dorado. So in answer to your question, just real quick, that transaction is under Civil Code 1102.19, which is required during a real estate transaction. So it is the onus of that is on the broker, the real estate agent to actually go ahead and do that. Just like you do when you have disclosures, car forms and those types of things when you go through the transaction. Like Captain Shepard said, there's nobody out looking for that. It is a piece that liability lies on the broker.
Okay.
Thanks for answering that. Appreciate it very much.
No problem.
Thank you.
I think you got it.
Can't get out of it that easy.
We're always happy to share the microphone. So if this can't happen, because that absolutely is a scenario that we've discussed with the realtor groups. If documentation cannot be obtained prior to the close of escrow, the seller and buyer may enter into an agreement for the buyer to obtain that documentation of compliance. So, hey, I didn't mow my lawn, I didn't do X, Y, Z. You're aware of it? Are you good? And they say, yep, we'll take care of it. And that's how that works. When that gets checked up on, because obviously we know about it, we need to do something about it. That something isn't come write them a ticket. Welcome to the neighborhood. Here's code enforcement. Have a great day. Our goal is to check back in with those folks after a 90-day period and see where they're at. What do you need? What's your plan? Are you aware of it? Was the buyer even involved in the initial inspection? Or did they sign about 1 million documents that morning and cruised right through it and have no clue about our ordinance, our fire hazard, and what they need to be doing to protect themselves, their home, or their community, things like that. So if you have 6 months before you're going to sell your home and the new buyer assumes that responsibility and they have 9 months, 90 days, that's 9 months of out of compliance when 4291 or 5101 is applicable year round. We felt like 90 days after with the exposure and the education, the realtors are very well informed. We've had a lot of candid discussions about this. I know they want a different time frame, but that's up to folks other than me. We felt at the working group level that 6 months before and 3 months after got us into a whole nother fire season. And that was adequate time to adhere to something that's applicable year round anyway.
Refresh my memory, Captain Shepard. I've read through the ordinance, but I don't remember it in there. So then do we monitor close of escrows and approach new buyers, or how does that happen? How does that outreach happen in 30 days or whenever we decide that length of time should be locally?
Sure. I would imagine that the process would be kind of at the local inspector level. He's going to have contact with that real estate agent, find out when close of escrow is, and throw a note in the old calendar 90 days out, check back in with, 1,100.
So once he does
Cedar
the
Ravine.
inspection, then he circles back around.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right now, if you don't have an ordinance, and again, we do, but if you didn't have an ordinance, The Assembly bill gives a year. I'm sorry, but in a year, who knows what is going on with your schedule and your retention? You know, how much has that property changed, right? That to me is too much time. And that was one of I'm not a fan of that, coming back a year later. Hey, remember me? Or a new person because I got fired, right? There's a lot more time and growth and lack of compliance when we're trying to be proactive, not passively reactive and doing kind of the same old business. So we felt 90 days was enough time. And that's 90 days. So we come back and say, hi, I'm Luke. I'm going to help you out with your weeds or your limbs or whatever. Not come out with a ticket book and not be like, you were told 9 months, 9 months ago when they got the, no, that's not how we do it. So that was kind of our thoughts on that, and felt it was prudent and reasonable and effective at the same time at a boot level and a policy level. Next slide, please. There are instances where a greater distance than 100 feet would be required. And one of the things that we realized in Public Resource Code 4291, there's no limit. They didn't give you a max. And not that they'd come out and say, give me a mile, but we wanted to provide clarity and realistic, expectations or possibilities for folks. We limit it to 300 feet. So an example of that would be, not just because I'm having a bad day, if you're on a steep slope and you've got heavy fuels with no fire break, that fire is going to run up that hill in much greater intensity than if it were on flat or, at the bottom of a slope. Just the way fire behavior works. It's going to preheat the fuels ahead of it and exponentially run on you. So those flame lengths, those radiant heat, and those ember casts are going to be markedly different than if it were flat. Just nature of the topography, fuel aspect. If it's preheated already from the sun, things like that. Southern facing exposures are always a bit more volatile than the north face. So that would be an instance where we would recommend a distance that is practical given the factors that we're looking at, and explain that and get a plan to work on those things. So we didn't like that there wasn't a limit. We wanted to give folks kind of a worst case scenario. 300 feet is a long way. You'd have to have a pretty special spot to need 300 feet, but that's why we set it there as kind of that. If we're going further than that, we got bigger problems, and maybe we're not looking at this through the right lens. Right. And there would be a practical checks and balance. Just because I say 300, there's always a meet and confer and appeal process throughout this process that if I'm just bad at my job, you have somebody else you're going to be able to talk to at the CAO level and get some additional clarity or recommendation or requirement with a second inspection set of eyes to kind of validate what that initial recommendation was if you really didn't agree with it, if you felt it was egregious or cost prohibitive. So trying to be thoughtful about those things as well. Next slide, please.
All right, my screen is frozen.
It's all right.
There we go.
Perfect. So like I mentioned before, being able to get into someone's area, whether that's a driveway or a road, community, and for those folks to be able to get out is super high on my priority list. If we can't get you out, we have a really big problem. If we can't get in, it's even a bigger problem. So one of the things that this section addresses, it's back one, sorry. Yeah, if you could go to the ingress egress routes. You'll notice that designated is underlined. We do not want to give the impression that the code enforcement tree cops are going to be cruising around the county, writing everybody a ticket for their road having vegetation adjacent to it. We want folks to understand that and currently 0 roads are designated as an official evacuation route. That if it is designated, some areas come to mind that that's a little tight. We're going to want some extra space in there. That has yet to happen. But if it is designated, that you give us 10 feet on either side and 15 feet vertical. I have a little note here. 15 feet vertical is standard anyway. Our engines, we don't want to be ripping off light bars and doing damage to our equipment. The 10 feet on either side would be if it was designated as an escape route. You do not want direct flame impingement or radiant heat on or near your vehicle when you're stopped or stuck or even just driving through. Makes it really hard to get out of there. So that's the intent behind that, is if it's designated, we're not, Google mapping this and hitting everybody with a citation. We want to make sure that if we identify something that it gets improved so that we can get in and you guys can get out. Next slide, please. Giving some examples of critical infrastructure. I'm not going to do death by PowerPoint, but essentially we're looking at public safety buildings, medical facilities, shelters, and government operational facilities. Our at-risk population facilities are going to be your public and private secondary schools, after school daycare centers, 12 or more, things of that nature, where these are either at risk or vital to the community. And as an example, for the hazardous materials and solid waste facilities down at the bottom, we're kind of specifically talking about, as an example, large propane fill tanks. So your 18,000 gallon tanks, not your residential 250s. That these things need quite a bit of room, because we do not want them to get direct flame impingement, radiant heat, and fail. Called a levy, boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. Super cool YouTube, and I'll let that kind of paint the picture of what that looks like if it's not on fire. Freestanding photovoltaic, that's fancy for, I'm sorry, next slide. This is fancy for solar panels, and we are not talking about solar panels on your roof. We're talking about large area ground mounted solar panels. We broke it up into 1,500 square foot, kind of delineating size, 10 feet and 30 feet respectively, so that those guys are not going to become part of the problem. Next slide, please. Another example of critical infrastructure that's not addressed in the state ordinance that we felt was important is water distribution systems for fire protection. Okay, so this is a little bit different. Water can be a little hard to wrap your brain around in this county, because you've got EID, you've got GPUD, you've got private systems in some communities. And then of course you have wells and, individual smaller, relatively smaller water storage tanks that can be connected to the sprinklers in the home, or just have a draft hydrant for the fire department to hook up to, or just holding water for that house to use as residential use. So all of those are not what we're talking about. Royal Equestrian in Shingle Springs, Margaret up in Strawberry, or Rancho del Sol and Camino are all good examples of a 60,000 gallon private water storage tank. It has an EID fill, but it is not EID's equipment or infrastructure. We want those to have defensible space for those homes, so that we still have water through their system should it be required. So protecting the water infrastructure on a private level, but also giving us a tool during the firefight that isn't impinged on by flames. Next slide, please. Telecommunication facilities. When we reached out to the stakeholders to kind of give them a heads up on the updates that we're looking at doing, this isn't addressed in state law. We had zero feedback, and a couple of them were like, yeah, we already do that and more. Thanks for your time. So making sure that our cell towers and the structures around those that support their function stay up and running, both for the emergency responders communications. Everything now is, digital, iPads, mapping, communications, things like that. We do have radio, but we depend on our cell service too. So, and then for the community, let your family know you're safe, those sorts of things. Dropping cell towers isn't good for communication on any level. Next slide, please. Enforcement process. So I'm going to give you a helicopter view, and then we brought a lawyer because he's smarter than me. We replaced the old language with the current El Dorado County Ordinance, Chapter 9.02. I'll highlight a couple of things about this. This is the only ordinance enforcement process that has a built-in meet and confer. So if I build a structure without a permit and code enforcement catches me, I don't get to talk to the planning department and be like, look, here was the thing. I'm caught, right? So I either tear it down or I can permit it. If you come into a situation where you've had an initial inspection, a second inspection, probably a third, if not more, with heavy education resources for you to help take care of these things, get a plan, start making progress on that plan, maybe not even completing the plan, just you've made progress. You very well may end up at an enforcement stage. This is truly intended for those who can and choose not to. We are not talking about the old folks that cannot lift a saw or rake their yard. That's not at all our intention. I wouldn't feel good about going to work every day if those are the folks that I told, that they need to pay money to the county because they're not playing by the rules. Get those folks help.
Yeah.
Fire safe councils, hazardous tree removal, chipping programs, con crews, whether that's Growlsburg or Future Fire Academy, fuels reduction crews, neighborhood, right? Hey, let's go talk to your neighbor. I'll go with you, right? They got a 20-year-old kid that's, available, right? Let's work with people on this. So that enforcement piece is there because frankly, it needs to be, right? It's an ordinance. And there's some language specifically in the ordinance that addresses how we are to address that enforcement piece, right? Encourage, right? Not catch them the first time, right? We're going to educate and verbally acknowledge what they need to do before we go straight to documentation and giving the ticket book over to the county. So I hope that resonates with people. I'm speaking from the heart and from our experiences in this working group and past practice within the county and local and state fire district stats. We don't have a record of taking people's money. We have a record of helping people, and that's our goal. So that really does speak to the intent, and the goal is compliance, not perfection. So that's kind of a highlight of the updates. What are our next steps? Next slide, please. We completely understand that there is a ton more work to do. Highlighting on some of those, we're going to develop internal guidelines for implementing the ordinance. Like Sue said, the culture and the training is huge. If you send people out there with a power trip or an enforcement mentality, then it's going to be a bad day. And that's not how we're going to train people. That's not the documentation they're going to receive. That's not the culture that they're going to be brought up in, both in specifically my agency and with the county as well. And you folks at the supervisor level are going to see those documents, and then you're going to see the check-ins at whatever interval you'd like to trust and verify. But if we can't stand up here and be honest with you about our intent, then we have a bigger problem than the enforcement piece. So I would just emphasize that that's going to be a project of ours, and develop those additional public outreach materials. There's a million different ways to reach people. Everyone's a little different with what they do. I don't face tweet or whatever that is, but face-to-face neighborhoods, fire safe council meetings, flyers, tax bills, we can get there. We need a coordinated, intentional effort, but it's absolutely doable. And then with the OWOPR division here within the county, we're going to continue to expand the outreach efforts and educate people on defensible space, support with fire safe councils, county programs, Tahoe Basin programs. They've got some really neat things going on up in the basin with state money doing vegetation management and removal on local government property. So that's kind of neat. The state's giving us money to do work instead of just taxes to not have work done. So things like that are very much on our radar. And then we'll do our annual update to you folks as you see fit. That is essentially what I've got, unless there's any questions, comments, or concerns.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Captain Shepard, and just have tremendous respect for all of you that have been involved in this. You all have day jobs. You all have really important day jobs, and yet you have come together around this issue to help make our county resilient. And I mean, that is just remarkable. And we so appreciate that. And when I went through this vegetation management ordinance, like I said initially, I had really strong concerns. I didn't understand all of it. And then I had an opportunity to sit down with you, Captain Shepard, and Sue, and some of our staff. And I had this kind of a presentation. It's like, oh, I get it. And I so appreciate that this program is about education, collaboration, and compliance in a collaborative way, and leveraging resources and linking people to those resources. That's not how this ordinance reads. And yet I understand ordinances are ordinances. And yet, so my thought was, if we were to just push through an ordinance that people don't understand, we're not going to get compliance. Immediately the county and the WOPR and all of the fire professionals, we're going to be the bad guys, and we're going to get pushback. And that's not our goal. Our goal is to, like you said, educate and to help people make a more resilient county. And so I think this guidance implementation document is going to be everything. And I think we, very much look forward to it. That will be the user-friendly piece of it. Because my initial comments to all of you was I don't see the intent of our ordinance in the ordinance. We don't talk about that. And so I think having this implementation guidance document that shows our heart, shows our intent, shows our process is going to be absolutely critical. And then for my colleagues, I'll just throw out, and for the community, look forward to hearing your thoughts on this. Do we need to have perhaps 2 more informal workshops? Maybe one for our residents in the real estate community. If you feel you still need to dig in, I know our staff has worked very well and dug in with you on understanding your concerns on the state regulation and how it can roll out and how we implement in our county. So perhaps we have one informal workshop with questions and answers, this material laid out, and then maybe another workshop for those involved in the working landscape, our ag industry, large property owners, because those are 2 different issues. And then bring this back to the board with the guidance document for then implementation. So that's kind of my initial thought, and I now defer to my colleagues and look forward to our community's input too. So Supervisor, sorry, I'm brain dead. Parlin.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Having flashbacks to the first time we did this in 2019. I think Supervisor Heidel, you and I are the only ones that are still on the board from then.
Yeah.
But it was not fun, and I didn't like it. And we walked through all the issues and the concerns. We were told that there'll be, programs to help support folks that can't afford to do it, need assistance, all of that stuff. And yet here we are almost 5 years later, and we still haven't gotten to the communication and the actual implementation. Like you're saying, the guideline document, we still don't have that. And there has been concerns all these years. So, in the little, gosh, I never remember what it's called, the CEAs, what's that stand for, Sue?
County emphasis area.
Emphasis areas. There's been several of those done, and it just seems to alarm a community when they get those notices because we haven't explained it very well. So, and I remember the very first one was not good at all. People didn't understand. So, I really think that those are the pieces that are missing, that the communication part, that the ordinance reads so hard and structured. It always has. This is just updating what we had. It's been there all this time. So it's clear that we're not out there enforcing it to the letter of the law. We're not out there on people, right? We know that because we've been living with it for almost 5 years, but yet we don't have that document, the guidelines to show how we're really truly going to do this. And we don't have our ambassador to explain it to the world. So still looking for our ambassador for that messaging to the whole county, so that we have consistent messaging too. That's another concern I've had over the years, is that I've been wanting to put things in my newsletter, didn't have it. And CAL FIRE had some stuff. We have different things. We need that one message for the whole county. So how hard would it be for you to put together that guideline document? I mean, really, since we've been living with this for so long, because I think that would be helpful for us to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on the agenda for Thursday. Like, legitimately, that's we have goals and objectives and things that we brainstormed 18 months ago, and we wanted to make sure that we knew what document we were working from with an ordinance, so that we weren't putting the cart in front of the horse, and be efficient with our time.
Okay.
And we're doing county emphasis areas and an inspection plan, so that we're not missing folks. We're not doing folks twice in 2 years and not somebody for 7 years.
Right.
And I'm going to be working with Chief Hope from CAL FIRE on that on Thursday, and that guidance, documentation, intent, preamble, with a table of contents. I mean, we're not going to produce an entire training document in a couple of meetings, but we can absolutely put, speaking candidly, we can put our money where our mouth is, and then the proof will be in the pudding. And if you get a row of folks behind with red tickets, and they're getting pushed in on wheelchairs, and like, look what the county's doing. My name is Lucas Shepard, and this is what I'm telling you we're not going to do.
Right.
So That to me is the goal. The objective is to collaborate, multi-agency participation, clear, honest, straightforward, practical, achievable, realistic, also adhering to state law. And yes, there are teeth if you choose not to comply, and you can.
Right.
Because that's a thing. And it threatens the community. So that's kind of the helicopter view. And like I said, it's agendized for Thursday.
Okay.
And I wouldn't imagine it's going to take us much more than a couple meetings. There's a lot of smart people behind me.
Right, because we
decades of
have been living with
experience.
this. You guys have been implementing this all this time. I mean, truly, I'm sure it's all in your brains. You just got to get it out in a document. So
Yeah. And
my
it doesn't have
thinking
to
is,
be real involved.
it doesn't,
Yeah.
but because we had this conversation before. I always tell the story. It was Nate Barkley was right there where you
Is he
are.
still here?
He was here earlier, but I think he had to leave. But he was right there, and I asked the same question, and he came up and he actually walked through how he does an inspection,
Right.
the follow-up and all that, and it was very not threatening.
Right.
But at the same time, if we don't share that message with everyone, the ordinance it does look so like it's just boom law, and we don't have the reality of it. So can we have, when we have this workshop, which I think this is the right approach to go
Okay.
to, a workshop or
Okay.
two,
Yep.
can we have that draft document too, so that people can look at that to make sure that's understandable enough? Because that's really going to be our guiding document. I mean,
And actually, that could be the focus of the workshop, is kind of education, and here's how we're going to roll out the program.
yeah, and maybe so that when you
But-
you have something in this guiding document of what it is, you can reference the part of the ordinance that it addresses, of course, so that the two documents in my mind should kind of tie together, I'm guessing. But we've had this conversation too, and we talked about our amnesty program with code enforcement. It's very similar. It's like the laws and the ordinances around these things do sound really hard and threatening, but the reality is, the way that we do it in our county, at least, is that we're working towards compliance, education, and getting everybody on board. And honestly, Supervisor Turnbull, you are spot on. Insurance is
That's the issue.
one of the biggest motivators in my mind to get our whole county on board with doing this together, because the insurance companies aren't going into places anymore. They just look like at a zip code. And so if we have a program that's countywide, everybody's working together on communities in the county, it's more likely to attract these insurance companies back. Because it's mind-boggling, some of the places that they've non-renewed. You look at it and go, that's very urban area looking, but it's in the wrong zip code.
Yeah. Can I invite Chief Hogue up for a moment to speak to the community risk reduction process and certification?
Absolutely.
Yes, I was hoping you would get to that.
Absolutely.
There's a feature of having an ordinance that is more restrictive than state
Yeah.
law. And I love having the state speak to state law.
That's
So
important for the board to understand.
That was a
Perfect.
good segue, huh?
Yeah. Welcome back.
And actually, I wanted to clarify on when I talked about the broker, it's the seller and it's the seller's agent. So I kind
Okay.
of jumped on when I said broker.
Seller and seller's
Oh, okay.
agent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the question again, sorry.
Well, you were going to address
Community
that.
risk reduction thing. So community risk reduction list is something that the county's working on, and I'm working with them. And there's a number of criteria that are involved. There's like 10 that we can choose from, 4 are required, and we have a list of 6 other things in there. And that includes things like the county needs to have a defensible or some type of vegetation management ordinance. So if the county hasn't adopted one, that meets one of those primary things that's needed to be on that list. There's other things, making sure that have identified the subdivision review. CAL FIRE's already done that. The county's in compliance there. And then also when we do tentative and parcel maps, those things, that they're meeting the fire safe regulations requirements. So those are just to name a few. But this ordinance is an important piece of doing that and getting on that list, which will give us, to your point, the opportunity for insurance rates reductions.
There it is. That's what I wanted to hear.
From wildfire guidance that we got from the Department of Insurance.
So that will get us qualified to get on a list countywide for an insurance break?
Yes, there are counties that are on the list.
Okay.
And that list is certified through the Board of Forestry.
Now, I'm just playing, we currently have an ordinance that is more
Right.
restrictive than the state requirement. So
So
we,
that could meet it.
that could meet it for
Certainly
now.
could,
I know we
yes.
want to update it, but I mean, I'm just
Mhm.
saying as far as the checklist goes,
Yes.
check, we should be able to check that today.
Mhm.
So there's other things on the list that we're working towards.
There's other things on the list, so it's not a guarantee that that's going to happen, but the OWAPR group and myself, we're all working towards getting that. And it's actually a high priority for me personally, as well as the rest of the group.
Okay, and I
It
think
could
that
be
helps too,
effective.
because people are always saying, well, what's the incentive?
Mhm.
You know, we're always being at, well, what's my incentive? What's people's incentive to do this? And I think as a county, if everyone can qualify and get a discount, that would be helpful. And for communities to, and neighbors to help each other with these things, because not everybody is able-bodied and able to do these things. So I'm hoping it'll encourage those to, you know, that can, to help out those that can't.
I'm going to
So,
jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Is there an April deadline that I understand that we
Correct.
need to have? Otherwise, it takes 2 years before we can apply again?
Yep, it's open right now, April 1st is when it closes.
Okay, because that's a critical deadline that I want to make sure we meet, that we need to. But my understanding is, does our current ordinance comply with that because it is already more restrictive than the state?
It does, yes.
Okay,
We're good.
so we do have time then, if the board were not to take action today
Have
and were to
workshops,
develop this
yep.
implementation, we're still okay to meet that deadline, because I do not want to miss that.
Yeah, for
Okay.
the ordinance piece.
for that part.
Okay.
But the other
piece-
part.
The other parts we're working on.
Okay,
Okay, perfect.
yeah, that's good to know.
That's good. And I hate to say this, but I am needed at the city council to support our county staff on an item, so I need to go at this point. I love where we're going. Supervisor Heidel, can I have you take over
Yes,
the meeting?
yes, with the rest of the board support, we'll get through this. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you all so much, and I do apologize that I have to go, so.
I'm driving you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is that, yeah, okay, never mind. So, yeah, I can't see the board. Was George up next?
Yes.
District 2. Okay,
Supervisor
yes,
Turnbull.
Supervisor
One of
Turnbull.
the questions I have, especially when you're talking about insurance, and a lot of insurance companies are pulling out of California by the groves. And the biggest thing is the fair plan. Now, the fair plan, it's hard to even get people to get insured on the fair plan now. It's gotten to be ridiculous is what it is. And the biggest issue is that, you know, it's gone up to 30 to 40% more this last year. And they're going to give a 10% discount in some areas. Well, that doesn't help a lot of these people that live in a rural area, especially the people in Grizzly Flat that are trying to rebuild now and rebuild their lives. It just bothers me. And what we need to do, here's my theory. I hate a lot of it, especially when it comes to enforcement. The biggest thing we need to do is work with our fire safe councils and have them go out one-on-one and get a right of entry so they could actually sign off on it, where the fire safe council can come out and inspect the homes. It shouldn't be up to you. Because when people see that enforcement part, they back off. They really do. And they're not cooperative at all.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, one of the issues we had with the Logtown, we had that issue there, and they went on Sand Ridge Road and they went to house to house to house, the clean Sand Ridge Road on both sides. And people were signing off on it, and we got it done. We really did. And it was a great thing. And this bothers me when it comes to enforcement, because when we're starting to, file liens on people's property, even though you say that's not going to happen, there's no proof of that's not going to happen. When you start finding these people and violate their Fourth Amendment rights with this particular ordinance, I think it's better that the fire safe council step up and do it. The problem what I have with this fair plan, there's a certain winery, and I've talked about it many, many times. They live in a high brush area because of BLM, Bureau of Land Management land. That increased their insurance cost to $104,000 a year. You know what they had to do? They had to sell some property to pay for the insurance so their winery could still survive. This is kind of what's going on in the state of California, and it's wrong. When you can go to Nevada, right in the next state, and you can get insurance, like it used to be 10 to 15 years ago on property, the biggest part of the problem is these bureaucrats that sit down there at the Capitol, and they're dictating all this stuff, and they're penalizing people that live in a rural area.
Supervisor, we're getting a little off track with this ordinance, so let's bring it back together, please.
Say what I have to say, John.
Yeah.
And it's just wrong. And they need to step up and fix this problem because it's broken here in California, especially the insurance part of it.
I think we're all unanimous in that. So thank you.
I have to say what I have to say because I
We
care
all
about these people.
empathize with that 100%.
Could I clarify a couple of things on the enforcement really quickly?
Please.
Yeah.
Just because I understand what you're saying about the intent doesn't come across in the ordinance, but there are things in the ordinance that make it clear. I want to make sure everyone understands the inspector coming out to look at your property has no authority to cite you or impose a penalty or a fine. That authority is only with the CAO. So, and again, and it's not code enforcement that is coming out. So the inspector's coming out, they cannot enter your property if you tell them they're not welcome, and they certainly can't go behind a fence or in your home. So all those things are clear in the ordinance, who has authority to do what. Any lien that would be placed on a property, well, first of all, let me back up. So the inspector cannot, they don't have a citation book, they can't cite, they have no authority to actually enforce. They are there inspecting and what they're investigating. Any actual enforcement action such as a penalty or a lien or anything or a penalty would have to come through the CAO's office. We would go do our own inspection, and then we would go through that process. Then if a penalty were imposed after a notice hearing, then the homeowner has a right to appeal. Any enforcement action is paused during the appeal process. A lien could not be placed without Board of Supervisors approval as well. So there are, it's not, nobody should walk away from the impression that the inspector can come out and cite you on site and impose a penalty. So that much is clear and laid out in the ordinance, but certainly the intent and everything else you're talking about, as you said, has been our practice, will continue to be our practice, and we can certainly put that in writing so that everyone can see that.
And I think the process that you just talked about, and you said it in like 5 sentences or something, that should be in a guiding document too. So that we don't have to read all 20 some odd pages to figure out how the process goes. And thank you for that clarification. So it's gonna be okay.
So do we have any questions, any more questions for Cal Fire before we let him go sit down? Thank you.
Sorry if I'm getting a little hard.
Chief. So one of the things I want to emphasize is the appeals procedure. That's a very important part of this. It's not one person comes out and cites you and all of a sudden you're in trouble. There's a whole process that goes with it, and you have the ability to appeal it, which goes to a hearing officer. That's all built into this. The other thing I want to reflect upon a little bit is what happened in 2019. We'd all seen the results of the Camp Fire in Butte County and what that was. And we had discussions about what are we going to do not to be the next victim. And that's why the vegetation management ordinance was put in place to establish a criteria for what we were going to do to support PRC 4291 and do defensible space. It was our response to what happened in Butte County to try to make that better. I'll likewise identify the fact that we had very limited resources when we started doing some of these things because we didn't have the budget. So it was a go slow, let's see how this works, but let's get the ordinance in place. The thing that happened obviously was Caldor Fire. And what happens with Caldor? Then we recognize we need to do more than we have. Old Whopper got created. We're on this path. We're leaders in the state of California right now for these kinds of activities, to be proactive and try to put things in place that protect the life and safety of people and property. And that's what this is all about. This is not an infringement where government's trying to come and take over. I recognize when you read things and half of the document is talking about fines and penalties and all that stuff, the impression is it's very laden with the government trying to get your money. That's not what this is about. As the captain said, we're trying to get compliance. If we all work together, we can help each other be more compliant with this. We'll reduce our risk and we won't see the consequences of what we saw in Caldor and other situations. So I just wanted to make sure we reflected on that. But we had very limited resources in 2019. We did the best we could. Now we have subject matter experts and others that are involved because of this collaboration, and it's going to work well for us. So those were my comments. Are there any other board comments before we open it up for public comment? I think we're okay with going public comment tonight. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So Cam, if you'd please announce that.
Now taking public comment on item number 52. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Please come forward. Yeah, that's good. Thanks for your patience with us. We're running a little late, obviously, so.
Well, I was gone for 2 hours in between.
Oh, okay.
Linda Colombo. Has anybody looked at the new map? This one is dated June 15th. It still hasn't been decided, but the green stuff belongs to the federal government. And the federal government is not taking care of their land. We've shut down our timbering and our lumbering. It's gone. If anybody read my letter to the editor back in October. One of the things I see in this whole paper is it's a moneymaker. Excuse me, but chief executive of the county gets paid and he's the enforcer. And then you've got all these other people with CAL FIRE. And I was fire safe counsel for a long, long time, like 10 years. And we cleared 60 feet on either side of a road down in the south end of the county and saved the sand fire from turning out to be a multi-100,000 acre burn, told that by OES. So it can be done by the people without the enforcement regulations that are in here. Nobody's looking at the money. Every time I read something, I put a $sign next to it. And everything takes people and people get paid. So the more people that get paid, and I know the CAL FIRE guys are great. I used to be a firefighter. Gee whiz, am I that far down? It's one of those things where they have to train us. That means they have to take time out of whatever else they do that they get paid to do to train the people to do the research. You can't do everything on grants. Grants are great, but fire safe councils get grants. So you don't need a government entity to do this thing. When you talk about the people that it's not enforcement, like we say enforcement, it's written in here. It says in here, if you don't do this, then you have the power to inspect property, issue orders, and use the administrative remedies that are available under the code. The enforcement official shall further have authority. So the enforcement official is somebody who was elected, sure, but they're going to go out there now and they can enforce this stuff. So I think that it's a moneymaker. I don't think that the soul is in the right place. I think people will take care of their yards if you educate them, and we've had a great fire safe council educational system going. It works well. You just have to get the people excited about it. We don't have to pay CAL FIRE to stop training and doing their stuff. They don't have to come out here and educate us. We've already got a connection between fire safe councils and the fire department and CAL FIRE. I think that we're barking up the wrong tree. Go back to timbering and stop laying all this heavy stuff on all of us. I've got notes like you wouldn't believe.
Yep, we'll have to carry that on some other point in time.
Another day, I'll be at your next
Appreciate it.
meeting.
Yep,
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Good evening, board. My name is Denise Sweeney. I'm here as a resident. I am also the chair of the Diamond Springs Fire Safe Council. I am not speaking solely as a fire safe council member, but in conjunction with. As a council, we understand the need, absolutely, for vegetation management. We understand the need for home hardening. As a concerned citizen, there's a whole bunch of things I wrote down. Who is responsible for taking care of the problem? The problem is fiscal, it's physical, and it's time sensitive. We got off really easy this year. We got off really lucky. The problem is also apathy of the public, coupled with what I just mentioned as far as the physical and the fiscal. There's an opportunity for education that the fire safe councils all take part in. But again, we go back to the fiscal. The fire safe councils are all volunteers. Many of us are work during the day. And so volunteering to go out and educate our community is difficult when we're working. So we could use some more of that. I have ideas in that direction. Like reward-based education instead of fear-based compliance, something that you could look at. Education needs to happen in the general public around the working hours. If people are 9 to 5, 10 to 6, what have you, meetings need to happen, education needs to happen in the evening, not when everybody's at work and unable to attend these kind of functions. Funding. We're talking about funding something that should have been looked at some time ago. We have gross negligence that's gone on for years and years and years. People have not had to be responsible for the property that they have. There's been no enforcement of it. PG&E would go in and be met with a shotgun. You're not cutting down trees on my property, even though the easement was there. The same thing is going on now. There's county property easement that hasn't been maintained. All of a sudden we want the public to take care of it, but as a county, we want access. There's a whole bunch of these issues that need to be looked at, but it really comes down to we're trying to intimidate folks into doing what they ought to do, and we need the opportunity to educate them and perhaps help physically and fiscally with getting the job done, because it does benefit the greater good of everybody. We all want to be in a safe place to live. None of us wants to burn down. And so looking more in depth as a board of supervisors, as all of the entities that go into play, how can we do this and make this more effective for everybody? And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Trish.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. I first off want to thank Sue Henneke and the other people that work here at the county and the fire agencies for reaching out to our Association of Realtors and the South Tahoe Association of Realtors and providing presentations to us to try to let our members know what's going to be coming forward and to give us time to prepare a letter, which we sent in November. And the county already responded to us. So yesterday we sent a summary letter and there were a few additional items on there that I'll be addressing now. Sorry for the sunglasses. I forgot my regular glasses at home. First off, section 8.09.020 findings, item C. It begins, all parcels in the county have been identified and designated as being within either a state fire responsibility area or local responsibility area having moderate, high, or very high severities, fire severity zones. That was tough to say. I want you to be aware that in California, sellers, not the brokers, sellers of real property are required to provide a natural hazard disclosure report to the buyers within the first week or so of escrow opening. And in there, there's a question to be answered: is the property in a very high fire severity zone? It does not provide any information if it's in a moderate or a high fire severity zone. So if there are property owners today and we don't have good maps, Sue explained to me that we might be getting them in 24, there are going to be property owners that aren't going to be aware they need to get an inspection and do this compliance because the information isn't available yet. And it won't be disclosed to their buyers either because the information isn't available yet. Next item, section 8.09.070, duty to remove and abate begins prior to the close of real estate transaction and subject to Civil Code 1102. Within the county, the seller shall be responsible to obtain an inspection and then move on to the compliance phase. Then you do offer the opportunity, and thank you for this, that the buyer can assume the responsibility to take over the compliance portion. However, you're asking for it to be done right now in 90 days, and I'm going to address that. First off, we are not in favor of point of sale requirements. Am I at 42 seconds? I'm never going to make it. Yep. We want the Oak Tree Ordinance to allow an exemption to having to pay mitigation fees if we're required to pull a permit on it. And we want to be able to let you know that there were 2,500 closed sales in 2022, and there were mobile home park sales. And That means that if you do the inspection and then the compliance inspection, you're talking about over 5,000 inspections in any given year. And that's in this market. Some years are much better. I'm out of time. If you want to ask me any other questions, you have the reports in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kathy Wither, and I'd like to donate my 3 minutes to Kim Hill.
No, we're not going to do
We
that.
we don't do that. We can't
do
donate.
that.
You can speak, but yeah, Kim needs to be done.
Has so much to say, and
Well, she put a lot of it in
It's-
writing,
yeah.
and we have talked about a workshop. We're really going to get into the details of it if we go forward with this. So thank you. All right, please come forward. And voluntarily identify yourself if you would.
Hi, I'm Tim McNulty. I'm just a resident here. I have a lot of concern about the replacement of the old Ordinance 5101. In the old Ordinance 5101, section 0809170 clearly defines the penalties and the max fine amounts. In the new ordinance, they haven't put what the max fine amounts, which leaves us up to interpretation of, oh, the fine could be anything. And without it in the ordinance, we don't know what there's going to be as residents, and puts us to a concern of what they could rise to. The other section is that if the county really wants to help us out, can we look at conflicting ordinances? One, the Oak Canopy Protection Act. I live off of Forney Road on Weber Creek. I have a biologically protected zone, an Oak Canopy Protection Zone, a wildlife protection zone.
Yep.
Okay, of which when we bought the house, none of those were there. So we're getting hit by this where I can't even get that with the Fire Safe Council, we devised a plan for my property. I spent $40,000 clearing that piece of property in 2021. To the best we can, except for all the oaks. It was inspected by El Dorado Fire, the Diamond Springs Fire Department, of which they certified it fire safe. The following year, Cal Fire shows up at my door to do another inspection, of which was completely unscheduled. They gave me a list of things to do, which include clearing all the thatch 30 feet out, even though I had sprayed with Phos-Chek even, all fire retardant done. Clear 5-foot perimeter zone around the house, which included getting rid of all my shrubs, which all I had left was one Hypericum hedge that my mother put in and she has now passed. They required me to get rid of it, or I quote, "I will find something else for you to do to get signed off." So I had to. Therefore, I have now signed off. The question is, how far is this going to take? And could you guys please look into the Oak Canopy stuff and also the fines?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Anderson. And there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to say, but I'm going to bring it to one thing. And that is that my husband and I are old. And we reached a point this year where we are part of a fire safe council. We've been trying to get all the stuff done as much as possible to clear the property, to make it as safe as possible. We can't do it. Who do you call? Where's the list of people you can call? I don't want to be beholden to my neighbors to come and help me out of the kindness of their heart to this little old lady and this little old man that live on the corner. Who can I hire? I have one man who did about $5,000 worth of work last year on my property to help us clear it. But he's really busy. He's really good. So he's really busy. Who do I call? What do I buy? How can I get this done? There's nothing in anything in El Dorado County that I can find where there's a list that I can go and I say, oh, here's 20 people in my area who I can call and have help me. No matter how much I pay them, I can't get the help. That's a real requirement, especially if you're going to start fining people for not getting a job done. Thank you.
And we will respond to all these when we finish, the public comment period, or respond to some of them, not all of them necessarily.
Are you keeping a list? Okay.
I got a list. I got 8 things so far.
Sue is too.
Chair, Board of Supervisors, Michael Rinaldi with the Farm Bureau. Here on behalf of farmers, ranchers, foresters, and their families who have been on the forefront of defensible space in this county. And continue to make significant investments in defensible space. You may know that ag lands are used for training of firefighters on the ground and in the air. Ponds and water features are used often during fire suppression. Crops and overhead sprinklers exist on farms to slow the spread of an advancing fire. This is why the agricultural community was disappointed to be an afterthought in this process. So I'm relieved to hear some of the remarks made by the board members at the beginning of this meeting that there will be more time. I'm going to forego some of the things that I was going to say, but I did want to reinforce something I think I heard Chair Thomas say, and that was, you know, when a member of the public gets an inspection notice, this is a notice from government. And, you know, there's not the highest levels of trust in government. Okay. And so while we understand that the officials are in the CAO's office and that the inspectors are trained fire professionals, it's still a note from government, and they worry. Now, you know, people who are going to ignore an ordinance are going to continue to ignore an ordinance. It's the folks that are most responsible that are going to worry about an inspection and will spend money or potentially, and I've seen this on my street, climb a ladder with a chainsaw in June when they got the notice, or climb into the bucket of a tractor in order to remediate what they think might be a hazard. Lastly, second only to Mother Nature, farmers regard government at all levels to be the biggest threat to economic viability for farms. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Michael.
Seems like cross the line. Hi there, Maury O'Hearn. I've got wearing two hats. I am a real estate broker. I'm a member of El Dorado County Association of Realtors, and we appreciate all of the feedback and our correspondence. I'm on that same committee. And I also live in a very high fire area on top of Mosquito Road. And it's interesting, there's so much misinformation. I'm glad that you're going to do this workshop, because the captain said, you know, it's between the listing agent and the homeowner. That is completely not the truth. Agents are not a party to a transaction. There's a requirement for disclosure. And then it's between the buyer and seller, what they agree of how soon the ordinance is going to be taken care of, or the property is going to be inspected. But you guys have a communication problem. I know you said that you've put the notices out with the taxes, or when the tax bill comes out. I'll bet you if you talk to the assessor, 80 or 90% of the people pay their taxes through their bank. They get the thing in the mail. They may take the bill out and throw the rest away. I know I do. I haven't looked at it in 10 years, so I had no idea. So going into an election year, I think you need to start an information campaign and bring this kinder, gentler approach, not government stepping onto the property, but it needs to be an information campaign. People want to help. You can see that with the fire safe councils and so forth, but it needs to be a softer approach and a reasonable approach, and 100% transparent of what is required, almost like a step by step. And we're happy as realtors. We don't like to be the bad guys. Hey, you got to get this thing inspected, and we got to get this done. We got to get them. So part of that is that time frame. It is a short time frame. We don't know how long it's going to take for a home to sell. So if the inspection's done and then it times out, does it have to get done again? You can't tie it to escrow. Escrow is going to get backed up if you can't get inspectors out. And like the lady that said before me, a list of people that can do these things. So that's all I got, and I think about them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Yoder. I'm a member of EDCAR as well. I'd like to echo the sentiments of what the people before me said. I'd also like to call attention to the fact that I am a senior real estate specialist, so I do work with mostly seniors, people that are over 70 or 80 for that matter. And so getting their home into compliance during a transaction is extra stressful, especially if they are headed into senior living and they don't have the funds to pay for that, let alone the compliance of their property. And we take on a lot of that, but the maintenance of that at that stage of the game, and I know it's too late because it's already a state issue that it's at the point of sale, but I think that needs to be redirected prior to point of sale. And also I didn't like the language that said that the investigating officer had the discretion to extend the timeline. I think there's the possibility of favoritism or nepotism or any of the tisms, but I don't think that it's smart to have that vague of language. So anyways, thank you for your time and thank you for the work that you've done. I do agree in principle that we need some type of defensible ordinance in place.
Thank you, Jennifer. Hi.
Good evening now. I'm Gina Posey, and I'm the chair of the Sierra Ama Firewise community. And I'm going to try not to reiterate what others have already said, make some suggestions. I'd like to see a Q&A document be attached to the ordinance because a lot of people have questions and the ordinance is very long and confusing. Many of you have already been doing a lot of outreach to our state legislators. I'd like to see that work continue because really the issue is how do we address the homeowners problem? I know Supervisor Turnbull and Heidel in particular, I've been with them with a number of meetings with our state legislatures. That work needs to continue. I'd like to see on the OWAPA org chart, a box that simply states advocacy. I think that while all this wonderful work we're doing, but unless we have an advocate that's actually going back to our state legislatures on a consistent basis, they're not going to know all the good work we've done. And we've got to tie those things, cause and effect, together. I'd like to see a product approval list somewhere in the county. I have spent hundreds of hours looking for how to retrofit my vents on my eaves, as well as a list of vendors, which you've heard Bev talk about. Also, how much money has the county set aside for its own mitigation of its properties? Because that's going to be part of this process. We've talked about wanting to have the stakeholders part of the process, so I won't go over that. There's also a conflict, which Supervisor Turnbull has mentioned numerous times, where the insurance companies will ask you to cut down trees, and we have a county ordinance that says you can't cut down trees. There needs to be a fast track to address that for our residents. I also think somehow we've got to get insurance companies involved here. I don't know how, but this problem doesn't get resolved by homeowners doing defensible space. This problem gets resolved at a much higher level with our insurance companies. And finally, maps. There are so many maps of your property with different colors on them. I'm looking at my maps in Shingle Springs, and there's this little patch of yellow somehow near Highway 50, and I can't figure out how they became yellow when the rest of the community is orange. And I've tried to call CAL FIRE and I'm at a loss to how to figure out that map. And there's all these other companies that produce maps like Verex, and the agencies also have their own maps. There's no way to go to them and say that's wrong. There's just nothing. You're at a loss, and yet those maps are being used to decide how much you're going to pay for homeowners insurance. And so in conclusion, I just want to say that I appreciate what you're trying to do. We all want to be safer, but unless we tie this all back to our insurance commissioner and figure out how to get our insurance companies involved and how to make it so they want to come back to the bargaining table, we're going to be in a lot of hurt. Thank you so
Gina.
much.
Anybody else? Brian?
How many people are online, John?
Pardon?
How many are online?
Hi, I'm Brian DeBerry. I'm back again. I have to make the board an apology for earlier today. I got a little too emotional on the thing with the people in Caldor because I feel close to it because I lost my home when I was 19, including my pictures of my mother, which I'd never been able to replace. Anyway, I've been listening to this and I broached this to several people before, and one person told me it can't be done, but I've talked to insurance people. All of us are trapped in a situation where we got to realize we have been bad stewards to our own county. Now we have people over here telling you got to do this. The insurance companies tell you got to do this. Why are we bowing into these people? I think it can be done if we self-insure ourselves. Now you say, oh, you can't do that. I've talked to insurance people and they say, yes, you can. It has to be done through the county. Now, for instance, the county assessor told me there's 135,000 apparently taxable parcels in this county. You charge each one of them $1,000. That's $135 million. You can do a lot with that. Then you get into human nature, says, I got to comply with this. I got to comply with this. What's in it for me? I'm sure a lot of people would rather pay $1,000 on their tax bill specifically for fire prevention if they have to be aware that they have to keep their property clean, they have to abide by the rules. and they don't pay $3,000 or $4,000 to the insurance company. So I think it would work. I think you guys need to investigate it because you could go in and you could fix the roads with the spare money. The roads are part of our problem. Nobody's addressing that issue. When I first got cut off for insurance 6 years ago, not Allstate, but Liberty Mutual says, we're cutting you off, Mr. DeBerry, after 23 years because your roads are not safe because it restricts first responders to the site. So we're going to dump you. So the roads are also an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol.
Good evening. So it looks like I'm the end of this. I just want to comment on food for thought. Someone once told me that if a fifth grader can't read and understand the document, then it's a bad document. Second, Lori mentioned that insurance agents or insurance industry gives you a regional area to qualify. I found that if it's a local agent, they know the topography and you have a better chance of getting insurance coverage. I live on a road that was okayed by the county, that's single lane, has a very bad ingress and egress, and there's about 14 homes in there. And I do know that emergency vehicles can get down through it, but it's very, very difficult. So the 90 days that has been instituted in this document, I know for a fact, if anybody's ever done weed eating, that weeds start growing in February and you don't cut them until they dry up, which is usually June or July. And that's well beyond the 30 days. So I would like to give you a metaphor. If any of you have ever lived in the Midwest, in Tornado Alley, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, this ordinance is like telling the people there to get rid of anything that can be blown away by a tornado. So that means anything, equipment, cars, even roofs. So you need to probably go back to the drawing board and don't do government overreach. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Chris Parker. I'm going to be saying a few things. Please don't take it personal. We're all here to do one thing, and that's produce an ordinance that is workable and understandable, not something that is poorly written, major grammar errors, and confusing for everybody that reads it. You need to read it with an eye for how correctly it's been presented. There were so many errors in this document. When I did a grammar check on my computer, the grammar check program locked up. Wouldn't let me continue. That tells you something about what's in that document. I have those records and I would like to present them at the proper location. The board definitely needs to obtain some sort of outside or additional people to review this document. You've heard people commented about how it's not understandable and everything. That should be a clue that there's a problem with it. In the revised version of the ordinance, the title states, reduce the potentials of fires. That's very important. We don't have to deal with any of the home hardening because you prevented all the fires. Not realistic. But the ordinance should somewhere have something to do with preventing or reducing the number of fires. That's the number one element in fire prevention that should be accomplished. Nowhere in this document, nowhere does it state that that there should be any method to reduce the fires. An example of these, or example where large and damaging fires have been caused, or in the last few years, here in Northern California, are the Camp Fire, Dixie Fire, Kincaid, and Zog fires. These fires caused the loss of almost 22,000 structures and at least 89 deaths. What was the cause of all these fires? What was the cause? It was PG&E's failure to properly maintain those lines. Nowhere in this document does it state anything about looking at those power structures. They want to come look at my house, come ahead, but let's start looking at those power line structures to prevent the loss of so many residences and lives. Just as a reminder, remember the title states reduce the number of fires. You want to give, I keep hearing, want to give the people better insurance? I agree with you. Reduce the number of fires and you will be able to reduce the insurance rates greatly.
Thanks, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment.
Kim, we have 3 people. We're going to stop after Tony, so.
Thank you. Now taking public comment from Sharon Kerrigan.
Hi, thank you for your time. Good evening to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Sharon Kerrigan and I represent the South Tahoe Association of Realtors. We want to first, we did submit a letter of comment for your consideration, was a little bit late to getting in the packet, so hopefully you had a time to review that. We want to thank the fire officials for taking the time out to come meet with our members twice for stakeholder forums and to speak with us, and we really do feel that they listened to our concerns. We do fully support all these efforts to create defensible space and prevent wildfire in our county. And our concerns are still specific to the proposed point of sale requirements for real estate transactions and those timelines. We do have our agents, we've been educating them to really educate their clients, and they are providing those disclosure forms, and that's prior to actually signing for the sale when it goes through. So hopefully that alleviates some concerns there. So education is happening. We understand that that's an opportunity that fire officials can take for real estate agents, especially for the South Tahoe area and the resort area where we've got out of town buyers that may not be aware of the seriousness of the issues. We're concerned about the winter conditions, making inspections and being able to do mitigation work. And we recommend longer timeframes due to that, possibly 6 months or just time dates certain as the TRPA does with the building season to allow for good inspections and for work to be done. And we're also concerned about the promises from the fire officials to work with all of the property owners and give extensions. We really do appreciate that. However, if it's not specifically outlined in the ordinance, that there could be a change in staff, there could be a change in the board, there could be a change in the fire agency officials that could then change the way that their behavior is with the property owners. So again, I think we're all on the same page in terms of our goal. We want to make our county safer. We want to make it so that we prevent these wildfires. We just would like for those pieces to be ironed out further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And now taking in public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good evening, supervisors and staff, and to all our firefighters who came in to give the presentation. Very much appreciated. My name is Kevin McCarty. I'm a resident of Somerset, candidate for District 2 Supervisor, and a board member of the Omo Ranch Fire Safe Council, though this evening I speak strictly as a resident and a concerned citizen, not on behalf of the council. I believe this ordinance would aptly be described as the ADA of wildfire in that it represents an unfunded mandate with noble aims and goals on the surface, but threatening to use draconian means and methods to achieve them. Everyone wants to reduce the risk of wildfire and be safe when it occurs. However, government policy always needs to be mindful that the cure is not worse than the disease. As a preface, it is appropriate to note that as a rural resident and board member of our local Fire Safe Council, I care deeply about increasing our community's resilience to wildfire, and generally all measures supportive of this cause. Our property lies mere miles from the ignition point of the Calder fire, and I believe that property owners who are demonstrably negligent in maintaining their defensible space should be on the radar of county code enforcement officials to remedy as a last resort. But that said, this ordinance as written threatens to create code enforcement cases for a large percentage of rural property owners overnight, not just the negligent ones as a last resort. Just as CEQA effectively created the industry of environmental reports and inspections, this ordinance proposes to do the same for vegetation and defensible space inspections, since local fire chiefs will need the help of third-party contractors to meet the artificial demand. Another point regarding CEQA, will this automatically serve as CEQA exemption for each instance of fuel reduction in perpetuity? The exemptions cited relate to minor alterations in the condition of land and reference fuel management within 30 feet of a structure up to 100 feet from a structure in extra hazardous fire conditions. Though this ordinance applies to all the parcels in the county, including ones that are currently listed as moderate fire hazard and thus do not merit this exemption. The common sense exemption also applies specifically to those actions which will not impact the environment. We're talking about an ordinance that is not time limited. This could have a major impact on the environment. And I'm not one to argue for CEQA typically, but the threshold for us as private citizens trying to get projects done is so absurdly low that the idea of this entire sweeping ordinance being exempt in perpetuity is interesting to say the least. Toward the goal of finding solutions and not just identifying problems, I advise we strive to use the carrot instead of the stick. Instead of wielding code enforcement penalties, let's offer tax rebates or other incentives to promote the voluntary implementation of defensible space inspections, veg management, and fuels reduction among our community. In each instance of fines and fees, let's provide cost-sharing programs to support residents' efforts funded by state and federal grants. Threatening people with fines should only serve as a last resort in cases of prolonged negligence. There are sections which make token.
Thank you, Kevin. Your time is up. So please wrap it right now.
Thank you very much. Let's go with the carrot and the stick, and let's work together as a community to get this done.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tony.
Good evening, board. I'll try to keep my comments very brief due to the late hour. I've been dealing with this issue for, well, basically since July of this year. And it's basically an issue that I had a formal statement written, but I'm going to just be off the cuff since this is probably going to get continued to another day. One of the things that Captain Shepard brought up is that this ordinance needs or has standards, trainings, and definitions that need to be standardized so that education and compliance efforts can be uniform. Captain Shepard wants flexible definitions, but with such standards, being flexible definitions are open to interpretation, which creates subjectivity and basically an uneven playing field as far as application is concerned.
Very good. I think that's it. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. So with that, Sue, I've taken a number of notes. I heard a lot of statements. There's a few questions in there, but why don't we start with your list? And if I discover something that if I've written down that you haven't covered, I'll bring it up, but please.
Sounds good. First, I guess I'll start with sort of general questions about resources available. There was a question about having a Q&A on a website and a list of contractors. So on the Office of Wildfire Preparedness Defensible Space website, there is a Q&A about the ordinance code that has been there for a while. It's about the current ordinance code. So that would be updated with the updates to this. So that already exists on our webpage. Also on our webpage are several links to resources. One of those is the Fire Safe Council. The Fire Safe Council does have a list of contractors that can provide defensible space work. I don't know about products though, so maybe at the end if one of the Fire Safe Council folks wants to get into that, but definitely contractors. Not sure about products. With regard to, there was a mention of a third-party contractor for doing inspections. Our ordinance does not allow for any private entity to do inspections, so it has to be, it's an investigative official is a CAL FIRE, a county employee, or a member of a local fire agency. Or a qualified nonprofit. So the thought originally was that at some point, perhaps the Fire Safe Councils would be investigative officials. I think we've really gone down the path of not having them officially investigative officials, but more of the assessors that go out into the community, as we'd mentioned that we've trained 70 of those before. There was a question, so I'm gonna lump the realtor kind of questions together.
Okay, sure.
So the point of sale requirement, I understand nobody likes that, but that is not created by our ordinance. That is the state law piece. And the way that the state law is written in order to not hold up the escrows is to provide for the buyer and the seller to come to that agreement for the seller to comply. I do understand that there has been a concern about weather and getting a good inspection done. So at that point, I know Captain Goldberg was here, he had to leave, but he's talked quite a bit about up in Tahoe and his experience with really being able to do pretty much a good inspection, even with snow on the ground. But at that point, I believe it would be up to the buyer and the seller to talk about that. If there's not a comfort level that the inspection is gonna, be able to demonstrate compliance, the buyer and seller can work that out. Does the buyer want to just go ahead and take responsibility of that? Or do they want to get the inspection done? But I think the question about the inspection, I think the fire folks know, they've seen the topography, they know the area, they've seen it without snow in most cases. And so that hasn't been a concern that the fire folks have expressed, and they can elaborate on that further if they wanted to. The 90-day window for this. So if there is a situation where the buyer agrees to take on that responsibility, and then we ask for them to comply within 90 days. I think, again, as Captain Shepard said, that's really just a check-in to see where are you, make sure that they got all the information, make sure they have a plan. If that extends beyond 90 days, say to 120 or 180, I don't think the working group has a lot of heartache with that. I think the consensus was that a year seemed a bit long because, again, this is something that everyone's supposed to be in compliance with already anyway. So that's the one place your board does have discretion. And so if you wanted to open up that discussion, I think the folks are willing to have it.
Hey, Sue, in the ordinance, the way it's written right now, is it clear that the 90-day timeline that's in there right now is a check-in? Is it clear in there? Is that why there's some confusion?
Well, so it gets back to the struggle that I think we're all having with laws have to be written in a certain way so that you can enforce them when you need to. It's hard to write them and mind you, this has a lot of flexibility written into it, as I think some folks on the flip side have expressed the flexibility could be problematic. But the reason we have the flexibility is to avoid this situation where we have no choice other than to fine, a senior citizen who, clearly would like to get the work done and is trying to, but they weren't able to within the 15-day time period we gave them. We don't want to write ourselves into a situation that is so restrictive that we have no flexibility. So I would say that provision is just like every other provision of the ordinance. These are all the things you need to comply with, and they're all subject to that flexibility and the understanding that, again, when that inspecting official comes out, they can't write you a citation, they can't assess you a fine right there. So all that contact really can be is a check-in, perform the inspection and see how they're doing, and then schedule another check-in. There was, let's see, weather inspections, 90 days. I think I've gotten to the end of what I had.
Okay, I had a few more, so maybe we'll just cover these quickly. First question I heard is cost for enforcement. I'm guessing we don't have any estimate at this point, but we will be working on something. Is that correct? And I think it's the code enforcement and everything else aspect of it.
Actually, sorry, before you reminded me, there was another question about the fines.
Yes.
That the amounts aren't written in. So the fines are almost the same. So in the old ordinance, it was $100 for your first fine, $200 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation, and $1,000 for the third. We now, instead of listing the fines here, we refer back to section 9.02. And again, that's to have consistency across codes in the county. So we don't want to say, your violation of this section of code, carries a vastly different penalty from your violation of this section of code. So we refer back to that section of code where those fines are listed. And those fines are still your first violation is still 100. Your second violation goes from 200 to 250. And then your third violation is still 1,000. So that's where those can be found. Cost of enforcement. So was it the cost of the county to enforce?
I think it's total cost, but I don't think we have an estimate yet, but it is going to be substantial. I think we can fairly say, right, with the inspection costs and everything else. But if it's only the enforcement cost, then you're probably only dealing with the code enforcement and the follow-up. And I would suspect that that's going to be pretty small when it's all said and done. But your thoughts?
Well, so right now for the county for inspections, we're spending about $275,000 on our contracts with Lake Valley Fire Protection District and El Dorado Hills Fire Department. And so that's inspecting, 5 county emphasis areas. And then we have one staff senior defensible space inspector who does a lot in addition to inspections. He's really a program position, but he can also do inspections. And then on top of that, and when we talk about the inspections that we're doing and trying to get to each property once every 7 years, we're not just talking about the county's inspections. We're counting in the 2,000 to 3,000 that CAL FIRE does every year. El Dorado Hills, El Dorado County, some of the other fire agencies, they have their fire engines, a certain number of inspections that each battalion has to do. We would also count in the assessments that the fire safe councils are doing, because what we're trying to count and quantify is the contacts with those property owners. So that's what we're trying to accomplish, is get to the properties and talk to them. And so when we talk about kind of the force that we're using, that's what we're talking about there. So it's really spread across a few agencies.
And there was a question about the enforcement official, and the short definition, it means the chief administrative officer or her or his designees. And we define how we can do that, but I can see where we might have half a dozen enforcement officers or something, depending upon how the CO determines that necessity is to assign those roles. But Tiffany, do you have any thoughts on where this might end up relative to a number of enforcement officers that have been designated?
Well, so the intent, so again, we'll separate out, we have an investigative official and then enforcement officer. We want to have many investigative officials because those are the people doing the inspections. When it comes to the enforcement officer, who is really saying, yep, okay, I agree with you. It's gotten to the point where this is egregious. They've demonstrated they have the means, but just refuse. It is just beyond, working with them on a voluntary compliance basis. We don't want to spread that out to too many people. We want to keep that elevated to an appropriate place, and so that the weight of that decision is appropriately focused where it should be. So I would imagine we would keep that with the chief administrative officer level. I think, it could be maybe, one level down, but I wouldn't recommend going and spreading that too far. I think it should be at a pretty high level in the county.
Okay, all right, very good. And then one of the questions came, who do you call if to get help? And I think we kind of said you can use local resources, but there is no one number. Is that correct? I mean, how do we answer that?
No, I think a good start is try to find out a local fire safe council. I mean, you could always call the OWAPR and we will hook you up with whatever you need. So we have an email address. It's wildfireready.edcgov.us. And we've got phone numbers that we can, distribute to everyone, but always you can call your fire safe council. You can call the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. You could talk to your local fire agency. They can connect you with all these your supervisor. Yeah. So, but I think her question was specifically, she was looking for the contractor list, and I think the fire safe council can certainly help her with that.
Yep. One other one, how much money has the county set aside for its mitigation? And I don't know that we've addressed that, but.
So we have obviously a building maintenance budget for our county buildings and our county campuses. So that work, that landscaping work and that maintenance work is included in that. And then, as you're aware, the Department of Transportation has, I believe in the current year, it's about a $600,000 vegetation management program for the roadside clearing. And we've been working closely with them to help them prioritize areas where they should spend that money. So kind of trying to leverage where vegetation, landscape scale vegetation projects are already going on to kind of, build on that. And then also the one way in, one way out communities, very narrow roads, things like that. So we're helping them to prioritize how they spend that money.
The last one I had is tax rebates instead of fines. And I don't know if the county council wants to weigh in on that, but the idea of tax rebates from the county.
We're not at all prepared to address that.
Okay, fair enough. That's enough. All right. Any other board member have any questions that we might have missed?
So how many,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how many workshops that you think we need? Yeah.
Well, we talked about two.
Well, we're going to move into that, but are we through with responding to
Yeah,
the public comment? That's all I want to make sure.
I just had a quick one because, we did talk about helping with the insurance and bringing the insurance companies back. And
Yeah.
I remember Supervisor Heidel, I think you're the one that actually had the California Department of Insurance presentation here. And their, insurance commissioner's big push right now is his Safer from Wildfires program to attract the insurance companies back. And so, we want to be mindful of that as we're doing all of this, because guess what's right in there? Defensible space compliance, following your state and local laws. So this is actually tying in to what the insurance commissioner is trying to do with the insurance companies. It is big, and we are talking to the representatives. I know I've been in meetings with the insurance commissioner at RCRC too. So we are trying to get everybody on the same page so that as a county, again, we want to attract the insurance companies back. We really do, because the FAIR plan's out of control. So anyway, just maybe in a workshop, we can explain that, tie that into how it all relates.
We can, and we've put a lot of information again on our OWOPR website with resources and information for people to reach out about insurance.
Good.
Okay, Supervisor Turnbow. You had a comment?
Yeah, I don't have one right now.
Okay.
I mean, I was just talking about how many,
You want to know how many workshops?
Yeah,
Supervisor
workshops,
Lane, do you have
public
any?
We're going to get to the workshop as a future action, but I just want to get general comments from the board before we
Okay.
talk about that future actions.
Yep.
You got anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I did chime in
Yeah.
here, but it went away already.
It went away.
Okay, sorry.
So, that's okay. I think as well as a lot of the public were relieved to hear the chair say like, hey, let's slow this down a little bit. Let's do the workshop. I think that's a really good move. I'd like to request 2 clarifications for the workshop if staff believes that that would be a good idea. And that is section 8.09.070, which is titled Duty to Remove and Abate Hazardous Vegetation and Combustible Material. And this is where the rubber really hits the road for the residents, where it starts to say specifically, what are you responsible for doing? And if you look at item D5, I would like to know if at that presentation, you could give us an example of what that paragraph is referencing. I want to make sure that we don't set homeowners and neighbors up, for potential struggle between each other.
Oh, the good neighbor policy. Yeah, that one.
That's the strikeout.
Yeah.
And there's
It's
replacement.
page of the non-strikeout version, it's page 10, and of the strikeout version,
It's
it's
11.
page 11, and it's been renumbered 5. And then also, as you're very aware, up in the basin, 80% of all the land is owned by the U.S. Forest Service. And on top of that, the California Tahoe Conservancy, of which I'm a board member, owns another 4,900 lots. So when you look at the definition of responsible person, and you added some things in there, licensee, political subdivision, local government agency, municipality, you were very clear in your presentation that that did not include the state or federal folks. But if it's not going to include them, then what's the plan for how we're going to deal with that? Because that is a big part of our problem. So I'd like clarification on those 2 items if possible.
Yeah. So the first piece about the good neighbor portion, that has been rewritten slightly, but it was in the original ordinance. And the reason for that was because mainly people had a concern about vacant lots. And we do have a couple of jurisdictions in the county that have vacant lot ordinances, where El Dorado Hills, for example, and Cameron Park, where they have vacant lots where they require clearing of vacant lots. So the compromise position was we didn't want to include all vacant lots in the county because it was a little bit to bite off. The compromise was that we focused on the structures. So, if there was a vacant lot, but it had hazardous vegetation within 100 feet of a neighboring structure, we're asking you to help clear your lot for your neighbor's structure. So that's the intent behind that. It is more restrictive than state law. State law says you only have to go to your property line. But what we're trying to do is get folks to help each other out and be able to have that be enforceable. So we can talk more about that. How do we get the Conservancy and the Forest Service or other partners where we can't enforce the ordinance to help us? And that's frankly part of the whole reason of the Office of Wildfire Resiliency. We have all those folks on our coordination group, and we have these discussions all the time. We have the Forest Service there. We have the Tahoe Conservancy. We have folks from the Tahoe Basin up there. And we have these discussions about, we know we can't enforce it on you. We don't want to enforce it on you, but how can you help us out and what can you do for us? And so we're having really good discussions. We've talked about, having them build it into their leases, the Forest Service build it in their leases with folks that they have to comply with local ordinances, things like that. So, it's going to be about relationships and getting them to realize and help us do the right thing.
Yeah, which is excellent. And I appreciate that. I just think that the residents up in the basin are going to want to understand that better.
Sure.
So when we do that workshop, that would be great.
So I think the path forward is probably to continue this, but if we're going to have workshops, the question is, do we continue it off calendar? Do we continue it to a time specific future date, which means the workshops would have to be scheduled, conducted, the information come back. So do you have any thoughts on how we would want to phrase the motion to continue this?
Probably continuing off calendar makes the most sense so that we can figure out schedules and get things done, but yep.
Okay.
One of the things is, Sue, is there a deadline? You were saying April 1st. Is that what it is, the deadline?
Well, I think we've determined the April 1st deadline won't be an issue because our current ordinance already will fit the bill for that application.
Clarification.
We were also kind of aiming for, as we really head into when we get to the spring and we really start having the opportunity seasonally to do a lot of our inspections, we had hoped to have the new ordinance in effect by then so that we would have the whole season. But it's more important for us to make sure we're doing it right and everybody understands. So that's not really a concern at this point.
So the chair suggested 2 separate workshops with 2 different sets of audiences. Are you in concurrence with that? Or do we need a general public workshop as well?
Yes.
Because it seemed like we're focused on the real estate industry, or focusing on ag and stuff, but there's general community response. So I'm trying to figure out what your thoughts are relative to workshops.
Well, we've had 3 with the realtors. And so I would suggest that we could combine the realtors and the general public.
Okay.
And then if there was a desire for one targeted to ag, that would make sense.
All right. So 2 workshops, one for general public and realtors, and then the other, the ag and the other associated organizations that are out there. Does that seem consistent with the board's thoughts?
I was
CAO?
just having a side conversation. So is there consideration for an East Slope, West Slope meeting? So since Supervisor had some specific questions regarding the East Slope.
So do we want to just give direction to staff to maybe figure out what the best configuration of workshops is, instead of us trying to do it here at 6 o'clock at night when we're all tired and can't think, quite honestly? A minimum of, I would say a minimum of 2, and determine what are the best audiences and locations. And we had a request for evening, obviously. So I think that we can just direct staff to figure that out.
We're happy to do one in the basin. I would think, unless the supervisor thinks ag is of a particular separate concern up there, I would imagine we could do one in the basin and capture everyone.
Yes.
And then
Okay, so we'd be talking about 3 workshops, it sounds like.
And if it has a Zoom capability anyhow, the workshops, then people can participate in any one of the ones that works for them, and the timing
We
too.
will do our best to do Zoom at all those too.
Yeah.
So do you need any more direction than that? I mean, to set up the workshops, and if we make the motion to continue this off calendar?
That's it. I think that's all we need.
Because I would encourage all the supervisors to meet with Sue and Tom and go through with their specific concerns, because I got some things highlighted too. I'd like to understand a little better. So this is going to give us a time to personally engage you and get our questions answered. And then when we have the workshops, I think we'll all be on a better level of understanding. So
Yeah.
hopefully.
And have those guiding documents ready for the workshops too, because that's doable.
Right. So is that a criteria before we have the workshops? We have the guiding documents? Is that direction?
Yeah, so what I would propose is that we, because I don't think we could get the complete document, and honestly, that I don't know that the complete document is going to be of everyone's interest, because it's really, the target is the investigating officials, but the preamble, the intent, and then what the document is going to cover.
Okay.
And then that document, when that's done, that's going to be approved by the OWOPR coordination group, so that we've got, it's going to go through the fire prevention officers and the defensible space working group, and then the OWOPR coordination group. And then with, kind of your board feedback into sort of that intent piece. And so it's a little different. It's not like a board policy that we're envisioning with that. It's truly kind of an implementation document.
Can that be available for the workshop? Is that doable?
As I was saying, I think we can do
preamble
the
and all that?
intent and preamble and the table of contents,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay, perfect. I think we really need to see that. I think that's what was missing in our conversation today.
We probably should review it with staff before we actually schedule the workshop as well, if we get the opportunity. So, and I'm expecting this is going to be kind of a first quarter next year type of event. This isn't going to happen in the month of January and be all done, right? It's going to take an extended period.
I think to get the, even just to get sufficient, to schedule the workshops and then to get enough word out and notice of the workshops, I think we want to give that a little bit of time. So I would think we will obviously start all this activity in January. I don't anticipate a workshop happening in January.
Are we aiming for what? We want to aim for March? Do we want to put a time on it just so that we won't
I agree.
slip?
First quarter makes
Okay.
sense. Yeah.
Okay,
So I
first
mean,
quarter.
if we feel like we can get start them scheduled in February, March, that'd be great. But yeah, if you want to tell us to get it all done by March, that by the end of
Okay.
March, that's fine.
That works.
Let's put a little more certainty to it. So,
Yeah.
All right, with that, any other comments or questions before we go to a motion? Anybody want to propose a motion? I'll move that we continue this item until the end of the first quarter with the direction that we've given to staff. So it would be March, basically, to try to complete the 3 workshops we've talked about, and then have enough information that we can come back and discuss this and hopefully resolve it from the standpoint of making decisions. So
Could we clarify that the workshops will all happen by the end of March? And
Yes.
then after the conclusion of the workshops, we want to take that feedback and then craft the item to bring back to the board.
okay, so
So we're not continuing this item today before us, correct?
I think you're being asked to continue this item off calendar.
Off
okay, so there's
calendar.
two actions. then.
And then
Okay.
just
It can
direction.
be the same action, but continue it off calendar with direction to staff to perform the workshops.
Okay.
To be
There
concluded
it
no
is.
later than the end of March.
Well said. Thank you. That's my motion.
Second. I
Okay,
second
all those
that.
in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And thank you for your patience with us and the late start and everything else. This is a very important subject to all of us. We want to make sure we get this right. We're not trying to impose big government, big brother on everybody, but we also want to maintain the effort to keep people safe. So thank you again.
Do we get to adjourn now?
Well, I just we need to go through just some small stuff, to's and froms. I'm assuming we can defer those, right?
But we're done.
Let's go to CAO update. Does CAO have anything for us?
See you
We're
in
adjourned.
2024.
We're adjourned. Thank you.